say. Don't pause, press play. Don't pause, press play. Don't pause, press play. Don't pause, don't pause, press play. Press play, 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 press play. Don't pause, press play. be. My fear gets the best of me. I can't seem to understand how you do this to me. You've been running in circles inside my head. Wasn't looking for love, but baby, I found you instead. Saw you in that red dress. I can't seem to understand how you got all that finesse. Still been running in circles inside my head. Wasn't looking for love, but baby, I found you instead.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening from wherever you are watching all over the world. The most international RLCS event of all time continues for day 2 here in Stockholm, Sweden. Could not be more excited. Rocket League Championship Series Fall Major driven by Ford is back. I'm your host, Wavepunk, and I've got Gregan, Dazarin, and Shogun. No, we'll just call you Stumpy. How did you feel about me calling Shogun your name yesterday?
It felt nice. It felt good. It felt like I was someone, finally. I was on that desk. And honestly, Leaf, it was just an amazing feeling.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. I'm excited. Maple syrup's great. Anyways, let's talk about what we got coming up today, because there is quite a lot coming down the pipeline for you guys here. Day 2 about to get underway. So many teams have made it here from across the world, and we saw all of them in some form or fashion across the A stream and the B stream. Most of the teams that were on the B stream yesterday, we're going to see here on the A stream today. I'm pumped about it, and we've got so much money on the line as well that we'll talk about that a little bit later on. But these teams competing for so much. We're playing through a Swiss stage here, Gregan. For the people at home who are watching who don't know how the Swiss works, explain this to me again really quickly.
Yeah, we've been doing this Swiss all full split, and as you can see in the graphic here, we are midway through round 2 of the Swiss. During the Swiss, every team has 3 lives. They've got to try and win 3 games to make it without losing 3. And as the Swiss goes on, teams will play against teams with a similar record to them. Yes. So teams who win will play against other teams who've won, and vice versa. And every game during this Swiss format will be a best of 5. And at the end of it, we'll get the top 8 teams who will be competing in the playoffs on day 4.
You can see that we are currently in the middle of round 2, but yesterday was all about round 1, and we got into the beginning of round 2. We're currently halfway through it. We'll finish round 2 and begin all of round 3 today. That'll be where we end after 2 days of competition. There were so many stories, so many teams, so many moments that happened yesterday, and I feel like picking series of the day is going to be a difficult one here, but I'm excited to find out what y'all's favorite series were. I'll go first on this one, actually. I want to talk about Sandrock Gaming. Sandrock Gaming
what a game.
Versus G2. We told the story coming in, but we didn't dare to dream that the next chapter was going to happen immediately here, Dazarin.
Oh, absolutely. Not at this fast. I mean, they came out guns blazing here against G2 Esports, and I don't think anybody really expected. I talked to Johnny Boy afterwards. He didn't even expect them to even take that series. Yeah. I had people in watch parties laughing at me, but guess what?
Name them.
They came out. I'll call Bates out already. You should know I'm calling Bates out. But that being said, I mean, and to the way they ended up ending it with the iconic shot at 0 seconds, Ahmad, the redirect that put that region on the map.
Might be the shot of the tournament so far. I mean, it's day 1. Mm-hmm. That tells you how good the shot is. And on day 1, we're like that one might stand up for the next 4 days here. So yeah, that one to me was the series of the day. But there's so many other wonderful series here we should talk about. Stumpy, what was the series for you?
I mean, look, it's so good starting off the day by talking about a 3-0 against North America. So let's go to another one.
No, it's not. What are you
Dignitas
talking
versus
wow.
Envy was one of the best series we saw yesterday, because it was Dignitas utterly dominating the machine. Dignitas could do nothing wrong in that series. There are a couple of runaway goals for Envy, sure, whatever. Dig styled so hard on the apparent team that are going to be coming through and winning all of this.
It's day 1.
It was so... It's 3 1v1 players that dominated North America time and time again. You just can't deal with them.
They look so good. Dignitas, I think, have been the team that have looked most like their online selves so far. And I mentioned yesterday about how 1v1 players really showed up on stage. We saw it with FaZe as well. First killer, AJ, looking great on stage. I think it really does transition well into high-pressure situations, stepping up in those moments, having all that experience playing 1v1 under pressure.
What are we doing with these guys?
Because right now they acting a little. You're doing too much. Okay, I'm saying that already right now. And you know what? We're gonna transition this, because guess what? Who's your RLCSX champions?
Vitality.
Yeah. We saw them yesterday. Who dismantled them? FaZe, and that's my matchup of the day yesterday.
They were fine.
FaZe versus Vitality. We need to get the clips rolling so we can see that absolute domination from that man, first killer, Illusion and AJ. I mean, look at how well they played it. I had the pleasure of casting that one with Shogun, and I got to see these guys pop off. Listen, you see Fairy Peak getting excited. Fairy Peak, you won't be excited for long, because look at that. Your teammates are getting bumped in net. Oh my goodness, first killer. We heard them screaming every time they scored a goal on our own headsets. They are one of the loudest teams here, and they showed up when North America kind of was a little quiet yesterday.
That goal was pretty spicy, though. Seeing Fairy Peak pre-jumping Alpha's pass. Well, there is some hope still for Vitality. I think it's fair to say they weren't playing as good as we were hoping they would step up on LAN. But yeah, credit to FaZe. They looked incredible on LAN, and I hope they continue that because they might be North America's last hope.
They might be
quite early.
They are North America's last hope.
It's only been a day.
Yeah,
you do not need two hopes.
It's only been a day.
We have 3 hopes here in Europe.
No,
baby.
you don't. No, let's be honest. You don't. But for the record, for everyone who is not here, because I realize when we say we heard them in our headsets, there's like 4 feet of concrete between us and where they're playing. Like, it's incredible that we heard them here. Greg, what was your favorite series of the day?
Oh, I thoroughly enjoyed watching BDS versus NRG, the matchup we'd all wanted to see on LAN for so long. And from a European standpoint, it did not disappoint, but I'm sure the North Americans will be a little bit disappointed with the NRG they saw there. Not the usual performance, maybe squishy, looking solid there, but not as good from Justin and Garrett as we'd hoped to see. But it was nice to see BDS finally playing at the level we expect to see from them. Monkey Moon creating some exceptional plays, loads of pressure, loads of great goals.
I mean, with BDS, it looked like they were a team that we wanted to see from them when they came out originally. And then finally, we actually saw them versus NRG, where, you know, there were a few mentality issues on NRG quite clearly looking at those cameras. And I'm not talking about Garrett, and I'm not talking about Squishy. BDS took full advantage of that. Shogun said no more cookie cutter Rocket League. BDS delivered.
Okay, I want to jump on this for a second, just because I will say BDS definitely stepped up. We saw them play earlier in the day, and it looked like they weren't there at all. And that series, they finally found their form.
I mean, we all predicted NRG on the desk because we saw that BDS and thought probably not able to beat NRG with the way they were playing. So I'm completely with you there, Daz.
We'll talk more on NRG a little bit later.
I'm sure we will.
Okay.
I think so. Obviously, this is something I want to make an ongoing segment here on our pre-shows for the Fall Major. Is reigning region currently after day number 1? Who do we feel like is on top? Which region is leading Rocket League? And I love that we've got like 6 regions to talk about instead of it just being the 2 that we would have in olden times. Stumpy, you got something to say here?
I don't want to sound like a broken record, and so I'm going to change it up a little bit.
Okay.
Because the clear answer obviously is Europe. Like, obviously
Yeah, we don't even.
No, okay, just be honest. Be honest. Just tell me what you actually think.
Fine, I'm going to change my answer. Europe. Yeah, Europe
okay.
are clearly the reigning region. Like, we have 3 teams. One team is guaranteed already to go into top 8. We've got a team in the playoffs because of how the seeding has worked out. It's just going to be factual. At this point, Europe are on top. Statistically, we're looking better. North America, down in the dumps. They're in the mud. Even Rettles tweeted North America in the mud.
Disrespect the Middle East right now.
Middle East are my first answer, but then you made me change.
No, because you didn't actually mean it.
I'm a coward.
Let's talk about the Middle East, North Africa region, right? They have grown up in the EU servers. They've developed their game in the EU servers, and I think that is fair to say why they were so good at this event.
Absolutely.
No. That's fair. I thought you were about to say they're actually a European team.
No. They are incredibly proud to represent their region, and obviously I'm joking about that. They have trained against a lot of European teams, and that is true. But they really showed up and represented their region beautifully. And I hope from their region, they're getting the support they deserve. Not even from their region alone. Everybody loves their story. We all want to see Sandrock do well. They've been waiting so long for this moment. And I think from my point of view, they are the newer region that has the most hope to make that top 8. And I'm so excited to see them make that journey.
And having their first result that we see, their big result, is a 3-0 versus G2. Me and about it all you want if they 3-0'd an EU team, right?
Yeah, no,
It's
absolutely.
a huge result. That's unbelievable. G2 are a phenomenal team. Sandrock destroyed them. It was awesome to watch.
For sure. I mean, I think while we're talking about just regional wins here, OCE finally getting CJ a win there, I felt like that was a big deal.
Yeah, it was. I mean, a lot of us meme on CJ because at some point, it's like watching, if any of us were pro, we'd be like, okay, you're coming back, right? Like, at some point, well, like, Johnny says it all the time. We're going to see CJ here. Like, he's booked for, like, one of these spots here at day 3 or something. Not supposed to make top 8. But that win against Endpoint, you got to throw all that out the window because, the team looked spectacular. They caught Endpoint a little off guard there, and they made the most of it. So I'm really excited to see how far they actually can go.
Okay, well, I think we can. Well, I think we have to begrudgingly agree Europe is currently the reigning region going through day 1. We'll see how things change here in day 2. Let's talk, though, about which team needs to bounce back, okay? Who can bounce back? Which one of these is regainable here? I think we're going to start with you, Dazarin. We got of the teams that took a loss on day 1, who's going to have the best day 2?
For me, I got to go with My boys. The General NRG. Like, I think that, yes, they had a very shaky day one. We talked about it for the first matchup against Air Eternity. It looked a little off, but, I mean, hey, grab that in the esports shop right now. That's all I got to say, because they are going to pop off. Obviously, they have some things to fix, but that's what you look at for Garrett G and even Sizz and Squishy as well, because obviously the one who looked off the most has to be Justin in
100%.
this particular instance. But when you have a team full of superstars like NRG, they have all of the ability to be able to completely turn this around. They just got to get their head in the
But
game.
they don't have that superstar mentality. Justin yesterday looked shocking. He was not doing anything that we need to see from him. Garrett, he's there to win a world championship. Justin, he's not the teammate for it. Right now, Justin let that team down. Straight up.
You know what, Stumpy? I'm getting tired of all the NA slander. You're going to need to... Okay, I'm going to sit down. I'm going to sit down. But look. I'm going to still keep talking, okay? They are going to be able to bounce
You can
back.
sit down, too. Okay,
There's so many tall people on the desk, man.
I'm just sitting here.
Bates
If
to be
things
here.
get bad, I'll get involved.
Give me some boots or like a book or something. We gotta match that height value, because all I'm saying is that yes, they fell off, but I think a lot of people are jumping to conclusions here when it's only been one day. We've only really played about 1.5 rounds of Swiss. There's plenty of time for every team in here to completely turn things around.
I'll be completely honest, there's not a huge amount of difference gameplay-wise between most of these players at this event. They're all exceptional, and they all have the ability to win a series here. I think when it comes down to it, we think about the mindset, the winner's mindset of the players who are here, and that NRG team have that in buckets. All three of them world champions. They should be able to turn this around.
I think a lot of eyes, though, are on NRG at this point. This is a team that we did not expect to be talking about in this segment about regaining here. Stumpy, who's it for you?
I'm looking at complexity, to be honest.
Okay.
I want to see them bounce back. You know, they did manage to have that really rough loss versus BDS. Watching that series, I thought they were the better team. I think a lot of people saw they were the better team. When I was looking at stats earlier, they had a better shooting percentage. They had much more effective demos, and they're much more aggressive. They played BDS's style better than BDS played it. But it just happened that in the end, BDS were the victors. I saw complexity having a chance to win that. They didn't take it. They did not have that winning mentality, and it was a real shame, because that was an upset that I truly wanted. Even as a European fan, I'm in love with complexity so much. It would be amazing to see.
I think it was a good call. I think complexity is going to have a great day too. I'm excited to watch them. What about you, Gregan?
I'm going to keep it quite simple. We've got a #1 seed from Europe, the region that we're saying is reigning, and they lost to OCE, which is not something we would have expected to say. In particular, Endpoint have looked so good online, and watching their gameplay back, it just didn't look quite the same. It looked a little bit rushed, a bit panicky, very LAN-driven in the sense that they were rushing their whole way through.
They have to play KDOP. They have to play Vitality round one.
That is true. But then that's the matchup that they've had much more success with online. They know that matchup. They know how to play that. Maybe that will bring that familiarity back to them, and they'll feel that comfort back on stage and just get used to this environment.
Okay. I'm gonna agree with that one. I'm gonna go with Tokyo Verdy. I think Tokyo Verdy had a 3-0 in they got 3-0'd in round #1, but. This is realize we're talking about. This is a team that is so excited to be here. We're talking about a team that has no pressure on their shoulders and is just happy to play. And they're playing ground 0 in round 2. I think if there's a team that Tokyo Verdy can knock off to regain, just get a win. What are you looking at me for?
Sorry, you think that they can take down ground 0, who went to game 5 versus Envy? Oh, no, it was versus Envy. Tokyo Verdy can. Sorry, my bad. Yeah,
it was not. That should not have been a game.
The machine can bounce back too, guys. Even though we don't have them there.
Yeah. But they did not. They did. That was a rough series. Give you on that one. Okay. Okay. So let's talk here a little bit more about some other fun things. And actually, we're gonna move things over to something very, very fun here. Turbo and Orb have been talking up their home region for a while here. They sat down with some of the other players to eat some of the local cuisine.
All right, welcome everybody. My name is Orb, and we are here for Turbo Posa's Great Swedish Feast. Turbo, you're back in Sweden. How have you enjoyed your experience so far being back in your home country?
Well, most of the time I've been locked in a hotel room, so it's been pretty great, honestly. I've been alone, so that's even better.
We're here to try some foods, okay? We got the Renegade boys here. What do you guys know about Swedish food?
Well, I've had a pretty good experience so far. I might, to say the least, with some Swedish food, some great Swedish meatballs that I've absolutely loved, some good curries as well. So I just cannot wait to eat more Swedish food, Turbo.
So the first thing we have in store for you guys today is a Swedish treat. We want to start you guys off right and light. So we got none other than the Swedish licorice, the salted Swedish licorice.
No.
And just like that, movie magic, editing magic, we have the licorice in place. Let's just start real quick, like presentation-wise, okay? Looking at these Swedish delicacies, these Swedish treats. What's coming at you? What are some thoughts?
It's beautiful. I mean, it just shows, you know, one treat supporting another, you know, holding the other one up. And I think that symbolism really shows just, you know, the teamwork that is involved in Rocket League Turbo. Would you agree with that?
I don't want to be here.
All right, let's dig in.
No.
This is supposed to be the upper end of salted licorice. Cheers, guys.
Gold.
Oh, look at that!
Bro! No, but that's good.
That is not sugar! Oh,
That's good.
no, that's not good.
But you gotta let the flavors kind of.
What do you mean, what flavour?
The roof of your mouth. Feel that?
I licked it.
Who eats that?
Why does it exist?
There's no one that could possibly enjoy that.
Did you swallow yours?
Yeah.
Oh, bro, I've spit it out.
What?
Wait, what did you?
I spat it out.
Wait, what?
I got enough salt just by.
That was so bad. I really didn't think that was a terrible
Would you
experience.
say there's more salt here than playing ranked Rocket?
100%. Anyway.
All right, Turbo, what would you rate this thing? Okay? Come on, you.
No, 0 out of 10.
0 out of 10.
I don't even like licorice, and you make me eat this.
Think about what's actually cereal. Think about what's actually cereal.
Yeah, that.
That less
I'd
edible.
rather eat dog food.
See, let's start with you. All right? A rating 1 to 5.
0. That's the worst thing I've ever eaten. That's like meant to
But
be.
it can't. It's surely. It
No,
can't.
it's 0. The most compact, like, explosion of bad flavors that I've ever had in my life.
All right, let's jump down 1. All right. What's the rating?
The water's nice.
The water's nice. But what about the salted licorice, the treat that we prepared here for you?
0.
Last man. Okay, you can save this. You can save this overall rating.
Just get it out.
And I'm not gonna, it's gonna be a 0 for me too.
I can't wait to go home.
Okay? So there you have it, okay? Everybody here, they gave it a fat 0. I don't believe it's an accurate statement. I don't believe it for a second. But to next up, my friends, we're going to try a Swedish breakfast item. That's coming up next. What could it be? Find out in the next episode.
Oh my! I think my favorite part is Fever. Just the faces and like no.
Like hiding behind his water, like please
He
help
said
me, water.
so much without saying a single word. He said like 5 words.
They were genuinely concerned for their own health.
Yeah.
Like, when they were eating that, they weren't sure what was going on with their body at that moment.
The thing is, they left that licorice in our room after I tried one. It was the worst thing. I've
not
ever
the one that
consumed.
Fever spit out.
No.
So
we're
absolutely
clearing it up.
It's on,
Fresh
it's on.
new one.
All right,
Brand new one.
we got to move on here. We're going to play some yay or nay. If you've watched the regional pre-shows, you are familiar with this. We're going to make a statement, and then you get to vote on whether you agree with that statement or disagree with that statement. We'll be playing up here with thumbs up or down. Starting off with a new region wins the major. One of the newest regions is coming, a region that's not previously won. Get your votes up. 3, 2, 1. Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah.
None of us. We were also pretty like, yeah, Sandrock's got this. And then when it came time to actually vote here, we're
We
saying
said
no.
Sandrock has got the potential to make top 8. Now,
What he said.
if we speak about this maybe down the line, the experience they're going to get at these kind of events, and that's for all of the newer regions, that has the potential to grow them into that team. But
I'm so ready for this segment to be in every like montage that Sandrock makes for the rest of time when they
like
win this.
this.
I hope so. All right, moving on. That one was boring. No NA teams make the playoffs. So Sandrock's making top 8, we're saying, but no NA teams make playoffs. Make the top 8. 3, 2, 1. Oh wait!
Oh, hang on.
Oh, did we bamboozle ourselves
we
here?
just bamboozled ourselves. Do you know what?
I'm really annoyed at
I'm
this.
so upset.
Yeah.
Cole told us this would happen.
Cole did
and
say that.
We didn't.
Okay, wait.
We have an experienced wordsmith
If
on
you
the
say
team.
yes, that means no
we
NA
look at
teams
him.
are
'Cause
making
I'm
playoffs.
literally looking at his hand because I'm like, I know Gregan's like.
No,
against
I
NA.
think a North American team's going to make top 8.
I think a North American team
Oh,
makes
yeah, me
top
too.
8.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, we all wait. Who's
So the
making top 8?
statement is no North American teams make playoffs. Is it yes, that's true, or no, that's not true?
It's
no,
not
that's
true.
not true.
Right.
It's not
And
true.
A North
So
American team's
therefore,
gonna
a North
make
American team
playoffs.
makes playoffs.
Can we all say the team that's making top 8 on 3? 1, 2, 3. FaZe. All right, good
Okay,
job.
we're
Cool.
unanimous.
We got that one here. Oh my god. Oh,
You already
we got it.
There we go.
We got it.
We phasing up today.
That scares me.
All right,
I
cool.
see that.
I'm actually really interested in how this one goes here because these first two kind of free questions. This is the last one, or the last one to go with here. Turbo's done. This is the statement. Turbo's done. Take that however you want. You ready? 3, 2, 1.
Oh, unanimous again.
I have an interesting idea about this, though.
Okay, go ahead.
As a player, yes. As a member of this desk, no. He is going to be on a desk at some point, and he will absolutely
interesting.
kill it.
Did you hear his analysis yesterday? The team that scores more goals.
Can you disagree with that?
I mean,
He's
it is
not
factually
wrong.
correct. Okay.
He's not wrong. I think 33% of chat says Turbo's done. I think Turbo's not done as a player.
He's like a
I think-
Hydra.
I think it was day
You
one.
can't get rid of him.
It's day one. It's day one after 2 years of not being on land. I don't blame him for have taken a little bit. He doesn't have enough torque. He's got a high horsepower.
He always
Let him
finds
get
a
up
way.
to.
He always finds a way.
I love that he said on Twitter that he's got land nerves as well. He's
Yeah.
very introspective in that way.
Absolutely. All right. Well, we gotta move on. It's time for kickoff. It's time to get things started off here. Let's talk about what's going to be happening on the streams here, and also talk a little bit about how much money is on the line for these players. So much cash available. $90,000 going to first place here. Everybody who showed up making at least $3K just for making the trip and losing 3 matches, you get $3,000 there. That's $1,000 a player, but $90,000 for first place here. And let's talk about the matches that are going to be happening here on day number 2 on the B stream. If you want to check out the action over there with Leaf and the gang, they'll be starting off the day with Complexity taking on Era Eternity. Told you, yeah. Somebody's absolutely they're absolutely bouncing back here, and then they'll be taking on Ground Zero and Tokyo Verdy afterwards. That's what's happening over on Twitch.tv/RL Esports. Check out that stream for the other side of the matches. But here on Twitch.tv/Rocket League and on YouTube, we will be seeing these 2 matches happening. Endpoint taking on Vitality, Furia taking on G2. These are just the round 2 matches. After these matches, we will have 4 more of matches from the round of 3. We just don't know what those matches are yet. So keep tuned into the stream if you want to find out what happens there in the round of 3. Let's talk about this first matchup. We've got Endpoint taking on Vitality. We heard, Gregan, you said this is the point, this is the team, this is the match where Endpoint is going to regain.
Well, I mean, it's got to be either Endpoint or Vitality right now. One of them is going to be the lowest performing European team off the back of this. The other one is going to be on their journey back up to join the rest of their region. And I think Endpoint are the ones we're all expecting to regain after their online performance. They looked exceptional in the full split so far with 2 regional wins. Metza seems to be that player who keeps coming back, so experienced. He's been to so many lands himself, and he's there providing the good vibes for his team, composed of Relating Wave, also a newer name in Rocket League, but he's definitely shown through the RLCS X online era that he's a capable player and looking revitalized this season, especially in offense, where we seem to see him a lot more in defense before. He's now showing a lot more of that offensive prowess, especially when it comes to double tapping. But this is the player we've all been speaking about, the young Frenchman Seiko, who's come in his first season of RLCS, winning his first ever RLCS he competed in, and then winning the 3rd ever RLCS he's competed in. One of the scariest players on the pitch. You never know what he's quite capable of, and I think he's going to be the one to watch as to whether he can bounce back on LAN.
Well, we've seen Metanaris at many events previously, but we've talked about it before. 26 rookies here today. One of those is Seika of Team Endpoint.
My team was just really happy to play the major because the first big LAN we're gonna play, and we are really excited to play it. We play pretty good in the regional, so I hope we're gonna play the same in the major and continue to win some tournament.
Committed forward, you can't easily go back when you are driving a car. Seiko goes straight through this one though.
The other team should be afraid because we are number seed 1 in Europe. So I think we are the best team in Europe because we're just focusing how we play and we don't really care about how the other team play. When we lose, we stay happy and just keep it up. I think you beat all the team, so we are ready for you.
Team Endpoint is ready. On the other side of the pitch, though, is going to be a dynasty of Rocket League here. Team Vitality going to be going stumpy, and they're also in the boat of needing to regain here.
I mean, they just about managed to make it here to begin with. They snuck through in that 5th place position, and then they had a little bit of a wobbly starting off the event. But Vitality, you always think about them, and they have that comeback ability. It's that man in the middle who's taken up the team captain spot K-Dop, the world champion. Multiple times he's led his team to victory, and here on LAN, he must be thinking it's not going to be any different. But when he's got the support either side of him from Alpha and from Fairy Peak, the mentality on that team can be absolutely rock solid. Against an Endpoint, though, who has taken them down in the only variation of these rosters that they've had facing each other, Endpoint have had the better victory. It's on Vitality to step up, get onto the second win that they can earn themselves, and to be honest, I think this vote, when we get to it, it's going to be very, very even because there's so little separating the teams.
There's two huge teams within their region, and actually I'm excited. We've been showing the team's stats from the season so far up until this point, but every time we've done it, it's been from two separate regions. It's a little like, oh, what do these stats look like? Finally, we're going to get to see two teams from the same region here.
Yeah, I do just want to highlight their Mout as well behind the team. Took the reign of coach after I left Vitality, and he's done a fantastic job ever since. And that team has kept up their performances throughout, but in recent times, that is probably the lowest win rate we've ever seen for Vitality at 49% during the online season up to this point in full split, where the opposite is so true of Endpoint. They've looked exceptional online.
Well, and enough from us here. I actually want to hear it from K-Dop and Mets.
I think we match up well against Vitality. We're very comfortable with their playstyle. We know the players very well.
What makes us better than Endpoint is the experience, I think.
I'm very confident we're the better team.
I want to beat Endpoint very bad. We're in big trouble if we lose, so we need this win.
We really want to beat Vitality. It's important for our tournament to get the win.
Endpoint weakness is they need to play us, so they're in big trouble.
I know if we play our way, we're the better team.
I have no doubt we're gonna win against Endpoint.
Both players absolutely confident that they will be able to take down the win here in this match. I'm excited to get into it, so let's not waste any more time. Get your votes in chat for who you think is going to take this one down. Use hashtag END for Team Endpoint and hashtag VIT for Team Vitality. We'll go down the line. Stumpy, who you got?
I said earlier on that Endpoint, they had beaten Vitality with the current roster that they have, and it was a 3-0, ultimately. It was a very, very big performance from Endpoint. It was also a regional that they went on to win. Vitality are a completely different beast on LAN, but they didn't show it yesterday versus FaZe. FaZe was the better team. Vitality weren't there. Endpoint, despite their loss versus Renegades, I back them to bring it back up today. Endpoint are my team of choice.
See, this is where me and Stumpy have to disagree because you do make great points, but the problem is both teams lost. So when you do compare them to how they stay at LAN right here, you got to look at the fact that one team lost to CJ, the other team lost to First Killer.
Easy.
And for me, they were both the same score record. They're both 3-1s. One of these two teams is going to be 0-2 in Swiss, and that is, from knowing both these teams, that's absolutely incredible that we're even at this point. But for me, I can't see Vitality to be in that team. It just doesn't seem real to me. Maybe this series is going to be a wake-up call for me, but I have to go Team Vitality until I see them out of the tournament.
I mean, I'm going to say something similar to you in the sense of I want to see Vitality play well, but I just don't think it's going to happen. I think Endpoint are the better team. They've shown it online they're the better team than Vitality, and I think both these teams are underperforming for themselves right now, so underperforming at their levels, I think Endpoint will be the better team underperforming versus Vitality underperforming, but it's up to either of those teams to step up right now and show that they have got used to LAN, they've got used to this environment and show the quality they've got. But from my point of view, I think it has to go to Endpoint just based off of what we've seen so far and what I've seen throughout the full split.
I resonate with everything that has been said so far, and especially with Dazrin pointing out, like, one of these teams is going to be 0-2, and it's really hard to see that team being Vitality. I think it might be the fire that they need, though, to finally put their backs up against the wall and remind Fairy Peak and K-Dop what it's like to be on the brink of elimination. When it's Regional 1, that's one thing. It's like it's a long season. Not being able to take that Swiss into account is one thing, but they are here in person. I literally think that third series will be the difference maker for them. I think I'm actually going to go with Endpoint on this one. I think the Endpoint will take it here.
Vitality, though.
No, I think Endpoint, and I think Vitality needs this loss. I think that this will be the turning point for them. I think that we'll see them reverse sweep the Swiss enough to put it through. Let's see what Chap thought. Chap, how did you vote on this one? 84% for, straight down the middle. I was about to bring up the record of which one was the most extreme vote we've had so far, but literally split down the middle. It could not be more close from them. And I got to talk. While the players are getting ready here, I'm interested in getting any of your thoughts on this because you've all casted this whole time. There's plenty of fans, I'm sure, who are tuning into the major. It's the first time they're actually catching any of this action for the full season because the major's the place to watch. Last time they saw Vitality at a major, they were the team to beat from Europe, and now we're sitting here talking about like, oh, we don't know if they can beat like another team from the same region in the middle of a Swiss.
And
Like,
what's
happening?
That's what's like so wild to me is because we are having all of these thoughts, and everyone has been like locked in from what's been going on online for so long. You have to also keep in mind, Endpoint haven't played on the main stage yet. This is their first main stage game. Vitality have already been up there. Even though they've both taken losses, you really have to take in everything to account. And by now, we all should kind of know this is land. Like, things don't happen the way you've thought they have. No one so many NA fanboys did not expect them to lose to G2 to lose to Sandrock. They thought that was going to be a 3-1 G2. They didn't even see it going 5. And what happened? It was a sweep.
I mean, technically, Endpoint have only ever performed in their boot camp facility. When we think about it, they've only ever performed. They've won 2 regionals, both of them at the boot camp. The other regional, they didn't look that great. So potentially, the environment there is so key to their success. And I do believe they can translate that into a LAN performance because boot camp and LAN have a lot of similarities in the sense of you're around your teammates. But we do need to see that Endpoint factor coming out again on in a pressure environment. And I mean, you love the way Endpoint play online. You've been enjoying it all season long. And I'm sure you're above anyone in this building want to see that again.
Literally.
I'm above anyone in this building regardless.
Yeah, I was going to say literally.
Well, you know.
We need to have a height off because I thought I was taller. But
I think we're actually dead even.
I don't think it
this
matters.
Is just the conversation.
That's a really sad.
My thought with Endpoint is that, as Gregan said, it's a pressure cooker. They performed in pressure cookers. Vitality, though, they're on LAN. It's going to be close, whatever. This will be explosive. It's just a variation in how we feel that 5%
It's so close. It's so close. We'll see what happens. I might really regret my decision there. But, folks, it's time to get into the game. Endpoint taking on Vitality to kick off day 2 of the Rocket League Championship Series Fall Major driven by Ford. The loser going to be 0-2 in the Swiss. Let's find out who it's going to be.
Well, everybody's been ripping on North America after their performance yesterday, and you got to say fair enough. But here are 2 teams, Turtle, not Stumpy, from EU, that haven't exactly covered themselves in glory so far.
I mean, I think North America, they deserve a lot of the shade getting thrown their way, right? They've earned it so far in the first day. But with both of these teams here, Cole, it's been rough, to say the least. We've got Endpoint coming in on the blue side. They took 41 shots in their previous matchup, and they scored 2 goals. 2 goals on 41 shots.
Well, against the best defense in the world, surely.
Yeah, CJ. Sitting there in the back. The best defense in the world, I'd have to agree, but that's still abysmal shooting accuracy. Meanwhile, Vitality, they look so flat against FaZe Clan, and while it was FaZe Clan, it wasn't the best. And Alpha 54, he's going to shut me up with the first goal here. And we can even hear them screaming a little bit in the middle.
I mean, they shut you up, but they certainly didn't shut themselves up. They are absolutely loving what is a free goal. What I would say is Seiko's 3rd goal of the event. Because, I mean, you mentioned Endpoint's shooting accuracy. Seiko, of all players, he was on 5% against Renegades. And I mean, there's obviously going to be LAN jitters, there's going to be struggles early doors, but that is not the Seiko that we have seen throughout the entirety of this season. The man who has brought Endpoint, not single-handedly, but has been the real, important man, taking them to 2 of these regionals so far. I mean, look at the pressure that Vitality have. On the desk, they were saying that Vitality are going to step up at the risk of going 0-2. It's looking like that so far.
Absolutely. I mean, Seiko, he needs to step up. That's why they picked this player up. We had a lot of interviews during the online season, and Relating Wave, I remember specifically said, hey, we picked up Seiko for the mechanics, for this man to pop off. He was doing that online. It got him 2 regionals, but he's going to need to step it up a little bit. There he was off the crossbar. Almost found himself the first goal for Endpoint, but it's a little wide.
That's better, though, from Endpoint. They're starting to get involved in this first game. They need to start off a little bit better. They just have to get something going in the LAN environment, which doesn't seem to be happening for them. So any decent strike, any passing play, any ball that falls to one of them in the middle could be so important. That one hits the post from Benzanoris, and then Seiko can't get round it either. But Endpoint definitely showing their strength now.
And it's an interesting matchup here between these 2 European teams. As that pass in the midfield was lovely. You could see everything was planned out. The pass, the execution even was on point, but fortunately enough, if you're a Vitality fan, the defense looking good so far in Game 1.
I mean, Vitality normally so happy to defend for minutes at a time. It's how they made their series yesterday against FaZe even respectable. There was a clear mechanical disparity between the two, but they kept FaZe honest. You know, they kept them to maybe 3 goals, I think, in the first game, but apart from that, not too many on the scoreboard against a FaZe clan that's looking really strong. NA's big hope, and we're seeing now why Vitality was so tough to beat for them. But Endpoint are coming forward again. Have had a few good looks already in this first game. Had about a minute or so of pressure, and when we were in the online era back in the regionals, that's the Endpoint that we would see for entire games.
Yeah, absolute onslaught on offense and very patient play from Endpoint. They're very spread out. If you look at statistically throughout the fall regional, or not fall regional, excuse me, fall split, they were spaced out on the field so much more than any other team compared to literally anybody in Europe. They like to be far away from the ball and far away from each other. There's Relating Wave to put one in and get Endpoint's first goal.
I will never get tired of hearing those roars. When a team scores, you're like, ah! That's what you want to hear, them getting into it. Endpoint after such a slow start. That sounded to me like the release of pressure.
Absolutely.
You know, you have a shocker yesterday. There's no other word for it. You come into this first game against Team Vitality, you start off slow with an own goal, then you get the equalizer, suddenly you begin to believe again. That's such an important goal.
And it's the mentality of Endpoint that I want to highlight on and how spectacular it is. We saw it during timeouts throughout the online play that they would get up stretch. Their viewpoint, their perspective on the game is fantastic. A lot of work there being done by the coach Eclipse, making sure that they're staying calm, collected. A save there from Endpoint on the goal line.
Save.
Lovely pre-jump, and we're all tied up.
Yeah, it's a great save there from Seiko, but Vitality got to carry on going. It's Fairy Peak trying to take it around the corner. Relating Wave, as always, wants to be as involved as possible and gets his car in the way, but that's poor from Metsonoris. Alpha comes in with a potential pass to Fairy Peak, but Seiko got the read, and that is what Endpoint do so well. This transition game, it gives Seiko a 1v1 chance, and Seiko puts it away.
And a very strange 50-50 as we take another look at this one. He hit it down the field. The pass there from Metsonoris to get it into the midfield. And Seiko just kept that ball on the ground, didn't decide to go up for a flick. A lot of times you see players in that situation, they want to catch it on the top of their car so they can get a powerful flick in. But Seiko, he does the opposite, keeps it low, and wins the 50.
Minute and 30 seconds left for Vitality to now get themselves back into this one. Alpha over the top of Metsonoris. There's Cade up there. Vitality the best one pre-jumping from yesterday, but what a save that was at the near post.
And Vitality look good on offense. I mean, I don't want to discredit them. We've been talking a lot about Endpoint, but when Vitality do get the chances, they're ready to strike. Another 50-50 there in the midfield, looking to start some offense, but then the double commit comes out from Vitality, and it's kind of scary.
It was half a double commit. I think there were good comms after one of the players had already jumped, so K-Dot could get it away clearly. So they're still on point. They're still talking a Team Vitality, knowing that the last minute's coming up. They're going to have to up the pace just a little bit because Endpoint are playing much more like their former selves. Look at Metsonoris doing what he's been doing his whole career, just getting in the way, making it as difficult as possible for Team Vitality to get themselves a chance. And this is what it leads to. It leads to more pressure on Team Vitality's goal. Relating Wave just with a jab towards the Vitality net was never going to go in, but it wastes so much more time.
Oh, and it wastes so much boost as well. If you're throwing a shot towards the net, you're forcing Vitality to jump. And Alpha 54, making it look like Vitality 54 on the field.
Look at that, Relating Wave. His clearance was too close to K-Dop, but look at the perfection of that pass. Then the intelligence of the finish as well. There was a lot of goal to aim for, but not a lot of goal where that would have gone in. Alpha picked the perfect
It's
spot.
quite surprising, too, to see that Alpha went for the early shot. He was very, very far out from that goal. Recognized that the defense wasn't in a prime spot. The rotation was coming out a little bit slow from Endpoint, and an early shot in the midfield. If you've got the power and the accuracy, it doesn't matter. You're going to get that goal.
Well, what a first game this is. The first same regional matchup of the full major. It's going to be Seiko. He's going to boom it long. Do we have a pre-jump here from Relating Wave? We do, but Alpha's read it so quickly. And look at the transition from Alpha as well, to bounce off the ceiling just to keep himself in the play. The recovery speed from Team Vitality's Mechanical Maestro. That's a brilliance there. It looks like we're going to be heading towards overtime. What a first game, Turf.
Oh, it has been everything I'd expect so far. I mean, we were kind of roasting them at the beginning, talking about, Europe isn't performing, but you could tell the jitters, the nervousness, it's all out the way. They look flawless so far on the pitch.
Yeah, you're completely right. In attack, both of these teams showing so much teeth. just that they're going to be able to get in the faces of their opponents. They'll also have to get some decent defending there. It's a bit scary for a second, but Endpoint got it away.
I mean, maybe they're just comfortable right now with each other. They're used to playing against, obviously, European teams. This isn't an odd or peculiar matchup, so that could definitely add a lot to the emotion and nerves on the pitch.
Yeah, absolutely. And going forwards, having this chance to come up against a team, a foe that you're used to, as you say, could help going up against new teams. Here's Seiko from the ceiling. Relating Waves coming in to help. Now it's Metsonoris, just sending that one high. Trust that his teammate has boost. He does. The shot won't go too far. It's saved by Alpha towards Fairy Peak.
Oh, he's got a lot of space.
All three of them there. K-Dot with the early flick. Was that the right decision?
Absolutely not. You saw all that space, and the defender didn't even creep out of the net. You'd think K-Dot, of all players, especially on land, had the awareness to wait and be a bit more patient, but the early flick just gives away possession with no hesitation.
What it was, though, is a sign that Team Vitality could be so dangerous on this counter-attack. And even though Endpoint are keeping the ball in their half, Vitality, at this point, the way it's looking, won't mind that too much, especially with Alpha close to that Relating Wave. But that's so good! That's all Relating Wave, but it's Seiko with the goal.
This follow-up from Relating Wave in the midfield, he beat out one defender. I don't even know if that was planned. To be honest, the way that 50-50 went, I don't think I saw 1 ounce of boost used from Relating Wave, just in the right spot at the right time, got the follow-up off the backboard, and that's how you end out a first game here, Cole.
I'll tell you what, who cares if that was intentional, because it looked utterly brilliant from Relating Wave. One of those replays you just can't wait to see, but it all started with Endpoint. They turned it around after going the goal behind.
And Vitality looked good with the midfield. There was a lot of midfield passes actually from both teams where it'd be one player on the sidewall and then hitting into the midfield. And we're going to take another look at that. That is so weird, the way that one bounced off of Relating Wave to then get the follow-up. I don't know if it was planned. I want to ask him, did he rotate his car maybe on purpose, or was it just something that got lucky with the 50?
Perhaps a question for Orb if Endpoint do go on to win this this series. But I mean, Endpoint will be feeling really good after that one. But to be honest, I think Team Vitality will as well. I mean, this was a team that showed more aggression than anything they showed against FaZe yesterday. They seemed more confident. They looked more up for the fight and up for the challenge, because since they last played at a LAN, we talk about K-Dop in particular, his LAN history, but since they last played at any LAN, everybody around them has improved so much, exponentially, an unbelievable amount. And that was Team Vitality showing that they can really, fight with the newbies.
The firepower is definitely there. Then here comes Alpha 54 doing even more work. And I'm getting reminded a little bit of the NRG match that I casted the other day, or excuse me, yesterday, literally.
Goes quick.
It's been a short few days so far, but it feels like we've been here in eternity. That's what I'm just so excited to be back at LAN and to see your beautiful face.
I know, you're so pretty. Anyway, let's get back to the Rocket League before we compliment each other too much. As Metsonoris has a chance to scoop that one towards goal. Seiko's coming in, and the passes are now being pung in towards Seiko.
Right.
He's feeling good. He's looking confident now, and it's good to see.
And that's what they need. I mean, if there's one player you want to have comfortable here, it's going to be Seiko, and there he is, trying to get a 50-50, maybe get another lucky one that bounces off your card, goes in, maybe a double tap. Metsonoris so aggressive, the 50-50 off the crossbar, bounces down. They don't find a follow-up, but the pressure is surely there for Endpoint.
I mean, Metsonoris hasn't scored yet in this series, but I think he's hit the crossbar or the post 2 or 3 times, definitely getting involved in these plays. On the end of passes, but the accuracy not quite there yet. It might be for Relating Wave. He goes to the crossbar this time. But 3 Vitality defenders on net.
I was just about to mention that. Everybody from Vitality, they're in the same spot. The rotation's even slower to that challenge. You notice that the defender couldn't get up, and then they're forced to get a pre-jump save from Alpha 54 on the goal line. Team Vitality, this has not been the best start for them whatsoever.
It's not, but they're more than comfortable, really, with all 3 of them on that goal line. With most teams, you see them in that position, and you think there's going to be a goal any second. Vitality have made so many saves over the years where you think there can't possibly be
Which makes no sense. It makes no sense. There were 3 of them, Cole, in the same exact spot, and then they were late to the rotations and still somehow found a touch.
Still somehow found a touch. Pretty much sums up Vitality better than any other sentence. But Endpoint at the moment, looking a little bit more menacing. They do have to defend now, though. Therapy gets the flip reset. K-Dop's in the center, but Alpha is in the center, but it's just gone over the top of him. Here comes Fairy Peak now on the side. Good touch from Relating Wave, trying to link the play as much as he can. Here is K-Dop, up against Metsonoris, and the game's just slowed down for a minute or 2.
And what I was trying to compare earlier with this performance so far from Alpha 54 was Squishy's performance yesterday from NRG. It seems like one player in particular for a lot of these rosters is stepping up. We haven't seen the equivalent from everyone else on Vitality, but there come the shouting from Endpoint, getting hype after this one.
If we need a sort of decibel measurer here for some of these shouts,
that'd be great.
Because Seiko, this finish here is really getting his Endpoint team back into this one now. It puts him in the lead with 2 minutes and 47 seconds gone. And the thing is, Turtle, he's having so many clear sights of goal, and that worries me.
And the way things work here on LAN as a player, especially if you're offensively minded and you got to do a lot of the heavy lifting on offense, it's just repetition. The more goals you put in, the better you feel. Things will slowly start to progress forward, and you can see how Seiko, the confidence, slowly filling up for him.
Here he is again. I mean, Vitality, you have to say, are letting him have this confidence. Look at him completely unmarked. What happened to the Vitality rotation here? Fairy Peak?
Oh.
Where's Fairy Peak off?
What is that touch from K-Dop, though, at the same time? Was he expecting Fairy Peak to rotate in a little bit early on the corner? It's just weird from Vitality. Not sure where each other are, and also not getting the proper touch. And Seiko, if he's feeling confident on the field, slowly, he's just going to start chipping away at your defense.
Well, throughout the entire full split, Endpoint have done one thing really well, and that is punish their opponent's mistakes. If they start to slow down the pace, if they start to offer even the slightest disadvantage, then this Endpoint team can just absolutely ruin them if they try to, and that's what they're doing now. But here's Alpha. That's a better flip reset towards Metsonoris. Metsonoris clears it away, and look at Relating Wave already on the top. Endpoint's transition must make it impossible to defend.
And I don't think we saw that too much against Renegades, and even if we did see any forward momentum here for Endpoint against Renegades, they weren't finding the shots they are in this matchup against Vitality. You can tell they're more comfortable here, and maybe the confidence of winning 2 regionals online going into this event while the first series was a rough start, maybe now you're starting to see the effects of it.
Team Vitality, though, have got a little bit more involved in the last 30 seconds or so, starting to get some cleaner touches in that blue side of the pitch. Move the ball upwards and want to tackle Seiko immediately. That's what Fairy Peak did there, just being the midfield disruptor, but Relating Wave, the opponent, gets on the other side of the ball as well. Relating Wave up to the ceiling, he follows it up against Fairy Peak. Alpha 54 leaves that one to Fairy Peak. They're just trying to get the ball out of their corner right now, Vitality, and they're trying to rush things, desperate to get the play going. That's a better change of pace from Alpha. It won't lead to any goals for now, but just the fact that he slowed down and faked them there will make Endpoint question.
I'm happy that Vitality are looking for these small touches to each other to keep that pressure and possession moving out of their own half, but it's very slow and predictable, and oftentimes you'll find a player from Vitality not even on the same page. He doesn't even know that that pass is going to come out. There's a flick from Metsonoris in the midfield, cut out again by Team Vitality. It's looking better. They're getting bigger clears, but maybe Endpoint are just relaxed at this point. They just need to hold on for 43 seconds, Cole.
I mean, these clears are brilliant from Team Vitality, but they need themselves a goal. They need more ball possession. They have to have a player moving forward in the center, ready to do something with those passes. And it's looking more likely that Endpoint are going to nab this goal, even though Vitality have more of the play.
I mean, they're just playing slower as this game winds down, and then a free shot given to Seiko.
Another free shot given to Seiko. Team Vitality have to stop this. I mean, credit to Endpoint. They are finding their star man, and they're giving him the opportunities.
Of all players, though, why are you giving Seiko the free shot? That's the last one you want to give.
That's a question for Mao in between this game and going forwards. They have to find this because they are on the cusp of going 0-2 down in the series and potentially 0-2 down in the Swiss.
Oh, no
maybe, Fairy Peak couldn't put it away. It was a great save from Seiko. He had no boost. What a read from Seiko, just to make sure there are no jitters at the end of that one.
And that would have been such a crucial goal, even if Vitality didn't take this game win from that goal. Just getting something for the road to get any energy moving forward would have been huge as we look at the replays. It was all Seiko. They were setting up their star striker, and Vitality had no answer.
Yeah, it's really good attacking there from Endpoint CEX. I mean, just the pace that they're showing, the infield passes that they've been doing all season, timing them really, really well. The decision-making on point. And look how much more relaxed they seem now in this LAN environment. And something else we can do in this LAN environment is listen to Orb.
What's going on, guys? It is an exciting day 2. Don't forget, guys, this is only day 2, and don't forget this is series number 1. We got so much more in store for you guys. The question of the day is, the question right now is Endpoint going to secure this? Is Vitality going to fall behind CRO2? Only time will tell, but the beautiful thing about being here, I got the main stage behind the camera, and I'm standing in the Swiss Abyss, so we get even more action going on here in the B stream. So if we turn our camera here, we got Era and Complexity doing their thing. Currently, I've been told that Complexity is up 1-0. So the action is relentless over here. Don't forget, you got the B stream over at twitch.tv/RLEsports. And of course, you guys are already watching the main stream. So the 2 streams will last today and tomorrow. And then for playoffs, it will be strictly the A stream. But let's see. Can Endpoint close this one out? Guys, I'm throwing it back to you.
Team Vitality, one of the most famous names in all of RL Esports. They have absolutely done it all. They've won world championships. They've been 1 goal away from winning a 2nd world championship in a row. The pressure that has been on these players' shoulders has been incredible over the seasons. But Turtle, does anything compare to this?
I don't think they're thinking about what they've won, what they've accomplished right now for Vitality. They are worried. They are stressed. You are down 2 games against Endpoint. It doesn't matter what you've accomplished previously in your career. All they're focused on right now is the fact that they're back on a LAN, and it's been 2 years. Of course, they want to win this one. They want to make it out of the Swiss stage, and you've only got 3 lives. Vitality have already lost 1 series, same as Endpoint, and they have 1 safety net remaining. You don't want to lose it here, Cole.
And as for Endpoint, they're purring now. Look at them, the passers. They're finding their target.
Absolutely.
Seiko there. He's always the first man, looking to get involved in the play, but he leaves it for a lating wave on that occasion, so Fairy Peak has to make a save at the post. And then look at the bumps as well coming out from Endpoint.
And we have seen a lot of bumps here against Team Vitality. If we're looking at FaZe Clan, they got, I believe, 15 demos, which is twice as many as Vitality, who only got, it's actually more. Vitality got 7 demos in their series against FaZe Clan, so the physical plays could be huge as that shot comes in from Seiko. We expect it, but surprisingly enough, Vitality has an answer, and they barely escape.
I mean, it was an in-and-out save from Alpha. Desperate times called for desperate measures there, and Alpha has the mechanics to do it. Vitality survived the first question, but again, look at the pass out from Relating Wave back to Relating Wave, and then there's Metanoris to complete it, the 1-2. One of the best goals of the day so far, and it's Endpoint that score it.
It's so good. Look at the passing connection between Metza and Relating Wave on the LAN environment. They know where each other are. They are feeling so confident right now against Team Vitality. It looks like we might get ourselves a sweep.
We may well do that, but Team Vitality can always come back. Endpoint, though, going to keep trying to turn that screw as Seiko has the ball, goes in for the challenge with K-Dop. Relating Wave is already there, but he's lost it. This might be going all the way in. It is! It is! The quick turnaround, but Team Vitality need it.
And it's Alpha 54 yet again. Here he is off the side wall. He beats out Relating Wave, and that was a difficult read, but you still need to find some kind of a touch from Relating Wave. You don't want to blame that third defender from Endpoint because you have to expect somebody to find a touch.
Perhaps just a little touch of overconfidence there from Endpoint, and that is the exact sort of thing that Vitality can punish. Here comes Alpha again from the kickoff. A kickoff comes in, it's 2-1 Vitality.
And this is ridiculous. Alpha 54, he was participating in 70% of the goals throughout the online season so far. And here he is again, doing so much heavy lifting for Team Vitality.
It's a great kickoff as well. Alpha was so close to that one. He knew exactly where that ball was being put, and then he had the composure. Of course he did, just to see it away. This could be another chance. Very Peak, he gets the pass. It must be 3-1. They turn it around so quickly.
What happened?
You can ask all day long, is LAN experience a real thing? Do we perhaps blow it up as casters, as talent, as a community? This would be my evidence. It really is a thing.
And that's the best sign for Team Vitality, especially if you're a fan of them, because you want to see other players besides Alpha getting involved. Fairy Peak and K-Dop, they need to step up in these dire situations. There we see them finally finding some passes between each other and building on that chemistry.
Alpha sends it long. He'd love to get himself a 3rd goal. Just to give Vitality 3 goals clearance. You can always come back from 2. You can still come back from 3, but right now, Vitality won't feel too comfortable, especially with the passes coming in like that. Alpha gets the save and pops it up for Fairy Peak. Suddenly, Team Vitality on the same wavelength. Just look at the defending and how they're finding each other.
And the way they're trying to move out of the defensive half with those little passes, it's starting to connect. Before, we didn't see that. Remember that touch from K-Dop that just went into the left-hand corner, and then Fairy Peak was nowhere to be found? Instead, Fairy Peak is taking that tight turn. I'm guessing the communication is on point for Vitality at this moment, and things are working.
There's Alpha around the corner. Look at him, he's getting so involved. The speed around the place!
Oh my.
Wow! What a recovery that was from Alpha.
Alpha 54, he just doesn't stop. He gets the 50-50 win and then uses the jump. You saw how he came off that sidewall. A lot of players would have just flipped into it using the momentum, but you lose so much control. Alpha 54, 4-1 for Endpoint.
I mean, Alpha is a player that was once touted as the best in the world, and that's why they're going to score a 5th, maybe. No, they couldn't. I mean, if Fairy Peak maybe had taken a touch, Relating Wave...
I'm getting out of breath here talking about Vitality.
I know, it's ridiculous. I mean, let's talk about Endpoint instead. As Seiko puts that one to the crossbar. This might be finding its way in. Metanoris sneaks it home, and Endpoint is still in this.
Here's the thing, Cole. We just passed the halfway mark in this game. It feels like we've been watching this for an eternity. That's how many goals we've seen so far. And this one, a bit of an anticlimactic one, but an important one as that one slowly falls in.
It sets up the rest of the game.
The next one's going to be a double
They
tap.
can't all be bangers, all right? Not every player is Alpha. Not every player is Seiko. Sometimes just a clean finish into the corner is all you need. And for Endpoint, it is exactly what they did need. A tonic just to give them a shout at winning this game, securing themselves a sweep, because if they lose it, they're going to get real nervy out there on that stage. Here's Alpha trying to ensure they do. He dunks it downwards. Relating Wave can only send it towards Fairy Peak, who wants to jump off the wall, Devo-esque perhaps. close. Not quite able to get the angle, but Team Vitality have the pressure again.
All right, we've got 2 minutes left. Endpoint, they have their work cut out for them against Vitality, who are flowing, I wouldn't say flawlessly. There are a few mistakes here and there, but it is much more cleaned up than what we've saw or seen, actually, this entire tournament.
Yeah, this is the Vitality that we wanted to see. Just come out and just blitz their opponents. They showed it at times yesterday against FaZe, but nowhere near enough. This is a game where they're showing that they can still do it against, ultimately, Europe's #1 seed. They had a bad day yesterday at Endpoint, but they still are the best team in Europe, as proven over 3 different tournaments online. That's no mistake, and that is no joke. And right now, Vitality are taking them to the cleaners in this game.
I mean, Vitality, they're the reigning Season X champs.
Very true.
Endpoint, the reigning regional champs.
Very, very true.
How far does that confidence get you here on land? Metanaris off the backboard needs to do something for his defense. They do get the follow-ups, but nobody has enough boost, and here comes the counterattack from Vitality.
Oh, it's brilliant. Lovely pass from Alpha to Fairy Peak. Here comes Caleb to finish it off. But what a save from Relating Wave. Fairy Peak's going to try and keep things going. Metanoris only as far as Alpha. He could end it here. He doesn't not quite able to get the ball around the corner. And now, the fabled Endpoint counterattack. 50 seconds left and a couple of goals needed. They have to win these races. But Alpha, the speed that he showed.
That risky touch from Fairy Peak, he actually hit that off his own backboard, and it looked like it was going to be a pass straight to Endpoint, but he trusted Alpha 54 with the speed to get the clear.
One thing Team Vitality have been doing really well in this game, I know we've been talking about them in an attacking sense as Alpha goes for potentially a musty flick and can't quite get it. They're reading Endpoint's infield passes very well indeed. Just there, it looked like it was going to be Team Vitality 4, Endpoint CEX 3, but just they had 3 Vitality players in the center, just saying, yeah, pass it. Like,
yeah,
I'll just boom it away. It doesn't bother me at all. And since they've done that, Endpoint looks a bit blunt.
And how often have we seen that midfield pass and that strategy from Endpoint? Maybe Vitality's starting to pick it up. 10 seconds left. Maybe get one for the road, but Vitality want to keep this one going. 5-2, they don't stop.
Until this game, only Alpha had scored in the series, and he'd scored 2 in game 1. Now all 3 of them have scored. All 3 of the players getting themselves on the score sheet, just feeling that confidence, finding their way into this series, into this entire event. You know, we're still at the early days of this major, and this sort of performance, 5 goals against Endpoint, will just feel so good for them.
And I can't stress how important it is for players to see their name show up in just even a goal. It could be a free net, but that feels so good in this environment on LAN as Vitality take that game. And to see all 3 players from Vitality able to step up, see their name show up on the scoreboard with a goal, that means a lot going in here as they're going to need a reverse sweep against Endpoint.
It all started so well for Endpoint. Metanoris got himself their first goal in this game. They took the lead, but Team Vitality, it was a 1-2-3 blitz, the likes of which we haven't really seen from them so far. And suddenly they were looking like a team Sophia again.
I saw that passing play. As soon as I saw that, I thought we were done for
me
Vitality, to be honest with you. So the fact that they could come back from a play that was that detrimental to your defense says a lot.
And what a goal it was from Alpha as well. Just round the corner. Such a difficult read. And to be able to know, 1, where the ball is going, and 2, have the mechanics and speed of thought to get there. Maybe the best goal of this tournament so far, arguably. It's certainly up there for me.
I think it's in terms of team, in terms of teamwork, I would say it's up there for sure. And now we take a look at Endpoint. They don't get to stretch. There's not enough time right now to stretch here, Cole.
If they want to stretch, Turtle, they will find a way to stretch. You know, Eclipse, you know, he gets what he wants, does the man, all right? He will yoink them off their computers and say, come on, we're doing some squats. But anyway, they need to do more than squats. They need to score some goals. And it could be Team Vitality scoring an early one. K-Dop's there. And he goes underneath. Endpoint. The shouts are now coming out for Vitality.
Oh, yeah. You can hear the shouting, how emotional they're getting. And that one's got to feel great. Fairy Peak actually jumped up for it. That could have been a disastrous play. But now we can compliment their communication because Fairy Peak jumped up and then got called off on the shot. Vitality, even when they make mistakes, they can make up for it.
It would have been doubly disastrous as well because I think if Fairy Peak had hit that, it would have been a free goal for Endpoint down the other end, which would have been devastating. But that is a free goal for Endpoint. Relating Wave equalizes.
All right, this whole entire game, this entire series, it's been an illusion. You see one team score first and you think they have the momentum. No, the other one strikes back. Here's Relating Wave doing the exact same thing that Vitality did to them in the previous game.
It's my new conspiracy theory. There is no such thing as momentum.
Exactly.
Every single goal
it doesn't matter.
Exists in its own pocket of time and space. So let's see who's going to take this one as Relating Wave tries to beat Fairy Peak to the ball. Fairy Peak's showing really good speed right now. He is intercepting so much of Endpoint, and I think that's what's getting Team Vitality ticking.
You mean pre-jump peak?
Pre-jump
referred to him.
peak.
That's what it was.
The
pre-jump peak.
Worst nickname ever. I'm shipping that. I love it.
Maybe we see it again. I would like to.
Yeah, I think it could be important for them. There's a really good read there from Alpha around the corner again. He is the master of these. Oh, no, it wasn't, sorry. It was K-Dop as well getting involved. Fairy Peak now on that same corner. He sends it long towards Metsonoris. Just Endpoint just trying to get this ball away as well as they can. I think their boost management is... actually, they're doing okay. They've got more than I realized, so they can begin to start a counter-attack of their own. Here's Metsa. He takes to the sky, wants to go solo. Taken out by K-Dop, but takes out K-Dop. That was bouncing awkwardly. Relating Wave almost gets it.
Now, here's the thing. What do Endpoint try and throw on the offensive side against Vitality's defense? The midfield passing, it was working great. In the early games, hold on a second, a shot coming through for Vitality, but as I was talking about Endpoint, what is the strategy they're going to implement? The midfield passes, it wasn't connecting as well because it was getting read by Vitality. They caught onto it, they've adapted. We need something else, a little extra spice out of that Endpoint offense.
Yeah, I mean, the first touch out into the corner is working really well, into the midfield. The second player is always getting the ball, but the one after that, that's the one that's being closed down, and that's the same thing that Renegades were doing against Endpoint yesterday. Chance for Relating Wave. Metsonoris is there. Seiko should be too far away to score this one. That was working so well for Renegades, where they were just letting Endpoint do that first pass, closing them down on the second. But this is where they're dangerous, when Seiko has the ball and he can go solo.
And that is exactly who needs to step up. In moments like this, where your offense gets a little bit flat, you need Seiko to come through with a double tap, any form of mechanics, something that can spice up that offense. Like I mentioned, they need it right now against Vitality, who is feeling hot.
Well, Metsonoris is the one with control at the moment, and he just sort of bumps it towards Relating Wave. K-Dop was waiting all the way, but the ball eludes him somewhat. Alpha with a great first touch. He's got a chance to chase this one. If he can get past Wave, he does. And the second touch as well. Who's flying in? No one now. Fairy Peak shows his composure to leave that one for a clearance because he knew that K-Dop was coming up. It's more good attack from Team Vitality, but now Endpoint come down on the other end. Relating Wave, he has a pass in the center, leaves it to Mets. So Relating Wave staying back. Metsonoris taking over. Now here comes Wave, and he picked up the boost as well. He went for the bump. That could have been devastating, but Fairy Peak saw it coming.
And we're talking about boost here. Whenever Vitality were up against FaZe Clan, it was Illusion who was taking so much boost. If you go back and look at the stats, Illusion had them beat by a landslide and boost stolen. Maybe somebody steps up from Endpoint and starts harassing that defensive side like Illusion.
This little attack here started from a beautiful Seiko touch when it looked like he was rotating out. Just got something on the ball to tee his teammates up, and now here he goes to the back wall. Metsonoris thinks better of going for that ball. Fairy Peak up against Metsonoris. Who wins this challenge? It's Fairy Peak. It's towards K-Dop. Is there an alpha-shaped car arriving in the center? Not quite now. He was a bit too close. And now Endpoint can boom it away. You sense that something is just beginning to brew in this form.
It's scary because we've seen a lot of Endpoint offense, right, and possession here, but Vitality are holding strong on defense. So you think there's going to be a mistake where Vitality can get that counterattack all the way from their defensive end. But we have to remember that it's Vitality whose backs are against the wall. This is match point for Endpoint.
Doesn't feel like it, though. This feels completely even. If this was game one and both teams were starting it with full confidence, I wouldn't be too surprised to see this sort of gameplay. Actually, there's more pressure on Endpoint. Seiko, of all people, missing that clearance on the backboard. No one from Team Vitality read it at all, so it didn't lead to too many issues, but just another nervy sign from the youngster at his first lap. Here's Alpha. He gets the flip reset. Relating Wave into the corner. We heard an almighty shout. I wonder if there's been a goal over on the B stream.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it was just somebody from Endpoint. You know, trying to hype him up. You never know.
Like, yeah, what a save. Oh, here we go. There's a shot from Metsonoris. And that is a brilliant save from Alpha with 45 seconds remaining.
Oh, maybe another flip reset. Alpha doing so much work. There's the follow-up. Hold on. This is just getting into very back and forth territory where one clear from one side goes all the way to the other, and we're just seeing it bounce back and forth off the backboard. The follow-up from Seiko. We needed to see him step up, and he answers the call with 32 seconds.
Metsonoris with the pass, with the demo, and then Seiko arriving. He hasn't had anywhere near as many free touches in that Vitality half in this game as he was earlier on, but all it takes is one. He was always scoring that one, and now Team Vitality, 30 seconds to chase. They've lost the kickoff. They have to get something with this ball. Now they can't even get the ball at all. Seiko shoots. Seiko maybe kills it right there. It's 3-1.
That might be the final nail in the coffin. Seiko. This is why he was the top goal scorer for both regionals he won. He has that kind of an impact on the field. 3-1, Endpoint. It's match point. It looks like they're going to take it, but we can't count Vitality out.
No, not at all. All they need is one good kickoff, and maybe they give themselves just a sniff of equalizing. But Metsonoris getting involved yet again. His mechanics have improved so much this season. He's looking literally better than ever. And he's just not giving Vitality anything to work with.
Oh, not just this season, but also this LAN. We think about yesterday's performance from Metsa. It was abysmal, to be honest with you. It didn't look great from him, but he stepped up. So did Seiko. So did Relating Wave. Everybody on Endpoint connecting on all cylinders. They take the series win.
Not quite enough time for Seiko to get one more, but do you know what?
Where's the shouting?
I don't
Where's the shouting?
think he cares because they have got their first LAN win. Seiko's first ever LAN. I mean, it's all new. It's a new or RLCS LAN.
Yeah.
It's a new experience for so many of these players, Endpoint included. You can see on the left there, Metsonoris.
Oh, no.
Calm.
He's a veteran, though.
Exactly.
He's a veteran.
Calm.
He knows
fist bump.
exactly how
He knows.
this goes.
Yes, I mean, speaking of veterans, Vitality. Where do they go from here, Turtle?
That is such a painful loss because now in the back of everybody on Vitality's heads, they're thinking,
O2.
We're O2. We have no other safety net, Cole. This is potentially the end. We have to step up now in the Swiss stage in every single series, win 3 in a row just to make it to the playoffs.
It's a long, long way away. Over on the B stream, Complexity have just won their second series against Era Eternity, so they will be feeling a lot happier as well. But over here on the A stream, it's all about Team Endpoint. They're our winners, and we'll talk all about it after this break.
Take your time. You light the sky up
All right, what's going on? Standing here with Wave after this amazing series. What made you come out on top here? 3-1 versus Vitality. Thoughts?
It was a really fun series. This time I actually got to play on my settings, so CJ, you got lucky. But yeah, no, Vitality, we got to play on main stage. It was a lot of energy. We just had a lot of fun with it.
You mentioned the settings. How important is it to play with the right settings that you have at home to on LAN?
Oh, significant. Like it was massive. I could not play very well yesterday. It's like Renegades got the better of us, but I can't lie. But settings is a huge thing.
The overall setting here, obviously there's cameras, there's lights. We're doing an interview right now, which may not be maybe the norm when you're playing from home. But kind of the LAN experience versus playing at home, how different is it? Does the nerves ever get to you?
The nerves got to me at the start. It was like pre-game jitters. But the further you go on, the less nervous you get. You get concentrated into the game. You have a lot of energy.
So does that mean it's nothing but wins coming up here? Is that what I'm hearing?
That should be the plan, yeah.
That should be the plan. He sounds... I want you to say with more confidence, that's the plan.
That is the plan then. Very well.
See, there you have it. How do you like your RLCS LAN experience so far?
Oh, it's great. This is great. It's my first ever big LAN, but just all the preparation, everything that Sandrock has done for us is absolutely incredible.
So for the new players at home, okay, we have a lot of new fans of Rocket League that are playing for the first time since the game went free to play. Sideswipe is now out. For those players that are looking to take their gaming to the next level, what does it take? What would you advise them to do to kind of upgrade and, once again, go to the next level?
The biggest tip I would give is to watch the pros, try and pick up on what they do. If you can't do that, practice things where you can or you cannot do. Aerials, backboards, all the essential core things you need to be done will be the best. Grinding, you can grind, but in this game, you don't actually need to.
How many hours do you think you're grinding per week on Rocket League, just to kind of stay afloat or stay on your grind, stay on your level?
Since becoming pro, probably about 30 to 40 a week, maybe a bit more. But when I wasn't pro, when I was doing school stuff, I only did about 10 to 20.
10 to 20, but you would say, what should the players be at?
I reckon a good estimate is to be around the 30 mark every week. That is a good goal to aim for.
All right, well, you heard it here first from Wave. Congratulations on winning your match. We're going to send it back to the desk. We got more to talk about. More games coming up. Guys, please, take it away.
Thank you so much, Orb. Love hearing from Relating Wave, one of the rookies here planning his first event, and he sounds like he's having a great time. First time I've talked to him since WaveCon too, which we haven't had since 2019. So, I'm honestly, this was crazy to watch this match go down, to hear him say there was a settings difference, there was a mechanical situation difference between the first match he played yesterday and the match today. Higher stakes environment, higher stakes opponent when he would say, and completely different results here.
Oh, it's awesome as well to see Relating Wave take down Vitality. He was part of that wave of RLCSX where it all of a sudden took down all these veteran teams, and now they are the best team of RLCS 21-22, taking down the champions of RLCSX, proving that this is the new era.
A new era indeed. Okay, well, they're gonna roll some highlights here. It's just all gonna be. It's just a bunch of Seiko. It's a bunch of Endpoint stuff. What is Vitality? Okay, Gregan, I asked you this beforehand. You used to coach this team. You coached this team to a world championship, and now and many people, that's what they know Vitality as, a world champion team. They are the reigning, defending RLCS EU champions right now after RLCSX. What is happening?
Well, he stopped coaching them.
Well, that's not the case. No, Matt's doing a fantastic job. These guys are the kind of players who keep getting doubted as to whether they've still got it. I mean, we heard Nolly, after winning Regional 3, he made the bold statement that KDOP and Ferry Peak are washed, but they keep coming back. And that's because they know how to prepare. They know how to turn themselves into champions. And I'm concerned they haven't done that for this event. Back when I was with Vitality in 2019, we bootcamped for 4 events. And those 4 events were the only events we made top 4. Including the 2 World Championships that we made the finals of. And the RLCSX Championship, we saw them playing from Stade de France, and they looked incredible there. The only regional we've had in this full split of this season that they did well in, they were playing from Stade de France. They know how to prepare, and I'm concerned they haven't done this here, because I look back to see what KDOP was doing about a few days before they traveled out to Stockholm. He was playing Sideswipe on stream. now that's not a problem, but I would hope to see him in Stade de France playing Sideswipe on stream, you know? So my questions are around, have Vitality prepared properly for this event? And will they get better as the event goes on? Because that preparation will become natural through the event.
Is this strictly a mental problem then? Strictly a drive and preparation problem? We're not seeing these players fall off.
Hey, look, they just had to play against the #1 seed from Europe, who also had problems around getting used to the LAN environment. So it was a tough battle to come out after just losing. Now, they could very well reverse sweep the whole Swiss, and I think that is a very real prospect. I do think Vitality are always going to be questioned. Do you still have the ability to beat the top teams around you? And they keep coming back and showing it. And maybe this is one event too many where they haven't got that level they need to step up.
And there was a few points in particular. There was that one play early in the series where KDOP and Fairy Peak they weren't on the same page, and it led right to a goal for Endpoint. And you know, that type of mistake you don't expect happening at this point in this season. You know, we're sitting here at the Fall Major. This is when you should be at the top of your game, and to make a mistake like that, to go 0-2 now, they are going to be in a horrible situation. They're going to have to do what they did in this whole split. You know, they started poorly and finished strong. Well, they're going to have to finish pretty darn strong to even have any hope of a top 8.
Is this what it takes to unlock Landop, though? For to go 0-2, to run it all the way back? Well, we'll find out here in just a moment. Meanwhile, at the same time as our match of Endpoint versus Vitality, we had Furia taking on G2 over. No, that's actually what's coming up next. We had Complexity taking on Era. I'm good at reading. It was right there in front of me. Complexity did, though, manage to get their win, now 1-1.
Era Eternity looked good, and they looked good against NRG, but it doesn't matter when you're up against Complexity. They just look so much more steady, stable, and confident, especially on that defensive side, because even though Era Eternity seemed really confident as LAN rookies, it doesn't matter if you've got Complexity playing as solid as they are.
See that own goal just there after a flary play. I think that's the key with the South American region. We know they have the flair, but it's the errors that seem to hold them back from taking series. That's what we really want to see from Complexity. Have they nurtured that errorless, flary play style whilst being in North America?
I am loving that both the SAM teams, or all the SAM teams we see, look really confident on the attack. It's still that same case. However, we still see a little bit of weakness on LAN in defense. But we know in scrims, Furia themselves were really stepping up that pace in defense. They just need to convert.
And you look at that old saying, sometimes the best defense is a good offense, and that really has proven to be the case, especially against G2. You look at what happened in the Sandrock series. G2 completely shut down on the scoring end because of how fast Sandrock was playing. And when you look at these SAM region teams, very similar. Incredibly fast pace.
Yeah.
Who needs to make saves when you can just be attacking the backboard, getting all these 50-50s, keeping G2 in their own half, keeping them low on boost. So, you know, maybe they won't even have to play.
I mean, I love Era Eternity just constantly challenging in that series.
I'd say Complexity developed an errorless play style there. Hey,
we love it.
They're telling me I have to stay. Okay. Yep. Let's so that was round 1 here. Let's take a look at the schedules here for the B stream. We just saw Complexity take on Era Eternity. They'll move on to Ground Zero versus Tokyo Verdy. We'll see that one there at twitch.tv/RL Esports. Head over there for that match. Now, here on the main stream, we will be watching the next one, Furia versus G2, to round out our round 2 of the Swiss, and then we will update the schedule with round 3 matches, so don't go anywhere. Furia taking on G2, one of the Titans coming over from the South American region, taking on a team that struggled against another team, against Sandrock Gaming yesterday here. G2 not having the day they wanted. Let's talk about Furia first.
Okay, well, I was going to jump in on G2, but you're 100% right, Wave. Furia, they looked really good against Semper. They had a few mistakes on the back line, which caught them because they are trying to play so fast, but every single one of them a threat. Jan, don't let this guy be in a 1v1 situation up in the air in front of your net. You're going to be shaken.
To me, this is the super team. The last super team, the best 3 players from a region, was that OCE Chiefs team who made it a top 4 in RLCS Season 6. When they pick up Jan, they become the best 3 mechanical players from South America. Kaio and Card have been here for a very long time. They've got the experience as well to back it up, and I think this is the event for them.
They do look so mechanical. We've seen them in the preparation for this event, in scrims, in the skirmish that Rettel's put on. and they looked incredible when they were on. The concern is, as we always say about South America, do they let themselves go and release a few goals through mistakes? And I think that's going to be the real question. Will G2 try and fight attack on attack, or will they look to punish those mistakes from the South American team? But they have looked so good in the air with those flip resets. You will see an exciting goal throughout this series, 100%.
Well, we've met Furia, or seen Furia here in person for some of the first time for some of these players. Let's meet them.
A Furia vai ganhar o Major. Mas se a Furia não ganhar, a NRG ganha. A gente está muito feliz de estar aqui, né? E estamos muito confiantes também para esse campeonato, que a gente melhorou muito. Teve a troca do nosso terceiro também. E a gente está muito confiante para essa LAN. Eu acho que é só nós jogar o nosso jogo desde o começo, que nós vai muito bem no campeonato.
Mas agora sim, o Card chegou, deixou pra cá e o jogo vira, não tem ninguém lá na frente. E por enquanto a Fúria segue com 1 a 0. Esse tá agora, Card mandou direto. Direto, golaço!
Eu acho que a nossa maior esperança nessa LAN seria pegar um top 4. Seria muito bom pra nossa região. Eu acho que as outras equipes deveriam ter medo de nós, por causa do nosso playstyle, e que nós jogamos muito rápido também. Com certeza eu estou aqui para vencer o campeonato. Nunca entro num campeonato pensando em perder. Então, com certeza estou aqui para vencer.
I never get into a tournament expecting to lose. I love that mentality here from their roster. On the other side of the pitch, though, it's going to be G2. G2, we saw some highlight moments, particularly from Drees in their loss yesterday.
I'll correct you, Wave. We saw a highlight moment from G2, and it did come from Drees. Drees, he was the only person to score for G2. G2 came out so flat due to how well Sandrock was matching up against him. But Drees, I love the composure. And if he's playing well and JNAPS in Chicago can play to their potential, this really is a dangerous team. But Drees, he was the only shining light that G2 had yesterday.
They did have to fight against a pop-off series from SRG. However, we haven't seen that knapsack factor that has been there in the past. This was one of the most successful LAN teams of all time throughout kind of that end of 2019 era, always getting just so close to winning the entire event.
And this is Chicago, the lead goal scorer for North America, a big goose egg against Sandrock Gaming. This is where they have to turn it around, especially against this Furia squad. Furia, they're going to be a tough battle, but this, you talk to any NA fan, me being one of them, this is a series they got to win. Yes, you haven't learned by now.
So I mentioned, Greg, like I feel like we're seeing the exact same energy, at least in that little video piece from Furia, that we were seeing from Sandrock, right? Utter confidence from a team coming in, going up against a squad that everyone is going to obviously expect to take down. Everyone expects G2 to win this series. Furia has completely other ideas. Is G2 shaken? Like how does G2 approach this match?
I mean, G2 have had a tough schedule in the sense that they've come up against the two teams from the newer regions who are expecting to do the upsets that we've always hoped for from the newer regions. Sandrock looked incredible. Furia have looked incredible in the build-up to this event, and I really want to see them do that on the big stage because they are more than capable of showing up North American and European teams. And I think G2 are going to have to step themselves up, which is incredibly tough to do on LAN when you're expected to do well. To come into a tournament like this, and especially with a new player, a rookie, hopefully they feel confident in Drees after the way he played against Sandrock, and that will bring that confidence up in Chicago and JNAPS to come out and show the kind of performances those guys can do under LAN pressure.
And this matchup's going to be really interesting. I mean, just looking at some of the more obscure stats, boost per minute, Card, despite being one of the top scorers, consistently the lowest boost per minute in all of South America. And one reason why that can be concerning for a G2 fan is it doesn't matter if you're stealing a lot of boost. If they're still able to work with that small amount of boost and put up big numbers, then this G2 defense or this G2 attack might be in trouble.
I always knew you were super smart, James, and they are also some of the biggest boost stealers too. So G2 may struggle on that defensive side at the same time.
Yeah, we're consistently seeing these kind of stats from the newer region teams with a high win percentage in their own region, but they're coming here and having to battle against these new, stronger opponents that they've not come across against on the same ping. And I'm really excited to see how G2 and Furia match up.
Well, you've heard what we think about these teams and their matchup against each other. Let's hear what they think about each other.
the best team between us and Furia has got to be us.
Eu acho que a gente vai destruir eles porque com certeza a gente é bem melhor que eles e nada vai impedir que a gente ganhe isso.
We're better than Furia because our teamwork and our tough competition that we always play against at NA has molded us for this moment.
Com certeza a gente vai ganhar. Tô bem confiante nisso. E creio que vai ser uma vitória suave.
Both teams ready to go. Both teams confident in themselves here as that match is about to get underway here. Now, we did see a lot of people in black t-shirts swarming around Drees. So it seems like there might be some sort of technical issues he's having to deal with here. We heard Turtle's perspective yesterday on how to keep your mental proper when there is some delay like that. That's you're trying in these environments to keep yourself in just your normal state of flow, and I think that takes you right out here, Greg. And from a coach's perspective, what were you doing in those moments with your team?
Yeah, I mean, Sathu behind G2 there is going to be trying to keep them calm, keep them focused on what they need to focus on, but not too over-prepared, because what can happen is these players get psyched up for that moment when the go starts, and then they have to wait, and then they have to wait, and then they lose that adrenaline rush. So right now they're going to keep calm, probably keep themselves moving in free play, keep their hands warm, and then when that moment hits, that's when they switch that focus, and that's all down to that coach to build up, or maybe even a captain role, right? Yeah. Like a experienced player in the team to build up that energy level. And maybe it's even to bring down the energy level. Because
maybe even just helping them keep their mind on something that they can control, rather than the things that you can't. Because we've seen it before with players. Sometimes they get in that situation where they're frustrated at something outside of their control. Exactly. They stay in that mental, and that can bleed into the games and have serious repercussions.
And there's huge problems with overthinking. If you're sitting there for a very long time, you're going to start talking about your opponent. You're going to start introducing so many variables. And often the best way to get into a high-pressure match is to just play how you like and then adapt as the series goes on. If you introduce, we need to play like this, that, and go for challenges, then all of a sudden when things do go wrong, you don't know what to fix.
But what you said there about not focusing on things out of your control, that's something they need to have come up against before this moment. Because if this is the first time they've ever experienced it, they're going to be hyper-focused on it. And it's something I used to bring up in practice all the time as a coach. There's a famous example in sport of swimmers turning up to do their swimming training, and the coach has taken all of their goggles, destroyed their trunks, and then they're like, what are you going to do? How are you going to deal with this? And that kind of thing happens all the time in esports. Tech issues can happen at any moment, whether it be lag, whether it be the hardware that they've got. And in those moments, those players need to just go, this is happening, I can't change this, and try and work out what they can change and what they can focus on. And right now for Drees, he seems to be just chilling there.
Yeah, and kind of reminds me of what Relating Wave said too. Sometimes CJ will just get lucky because the settings don't matter. It doesn't work.
Well, JNabs and Chicago are the two here most experienced of, and Jarzo, their coach as well, really helping out in that regard. They should be able to help Drees and make this work for them.
Well, the teams, while they're preparing this, there is a B stream happening with another match, the last of our round 2 matches here. Ground Zero taking on Tokyo Verdy. Game 1 is over, and it was 4-1 in favor of Ground Zero. So wow. Tokyo Verdy definitely with their hands full, a second series in a row.
Tokyo Verdy, I think that's going to be one of the better matchups that they're going to get as well. And so it's going to be, and for Ground Zero, it's so tough to tell though at this event. It's you expect what we've seen in the past, OCE really struggling the last time we saw them at the live event, but even Ground Zero, they took it to Envy. They maybe even could have won that series. So, for Tokyo Verdy, it seems like no matter who they get, it's going to be a tough trip.
But APAC to OCE is the same as OCE to NA a few years ago. APAC are kind of the younger brother of OCE right now. Another isolated region with much less experience, who actually sometimes get to experience those matches, usually on about 100 ping. And they are a couple of steps behind. I've been casting APAC all season long so far. They have really good mechanics. That's their big saving grace right now. Mechanically, they look up to form, and I think it is going to only be a matter of time before we're expecting to get these wins.
I mean, when you're relying on Doomsy as your RLCS veteran to come over and improve the experience of your region, there's something a little bit worrying there. Doomsy, obviously an incredible player in his time, but it's been a while since that happened. This region have got a lot of growing to do, and coming to events like this is where the most growth is going to happen. And I'm sure you felt that when Oceania started traveling along to these events.
Well, it was the first 2 events as as well for APAC, they looked so nervous. And I was really, really worried about them. They weren't getting better over the first two in terms of their nerves, and that's what got Doomsy the second place in the first one. But thankfully, they all got a lot better.
They did.
Doomsy started getting creamed left, right, and center, and they couldn't get that second place once again. And either way, it wouldn't have mattered because Tokyo Verdy were just clearly the best team on that region, in that region by a far margin.
Sure. Well, let's bring things back to our main stages. Our players are getting ready. They're in the test lobbies here. We've got G2 taking on Furia. It's time to put some predictions on the board. Chat, I want to know how you feel this is going to go as well. Use hashtag FUR in chat for Furia and hashtag G2 there to support G2. We'll start on the end of the desk. James, I feel like this is a tough one given how we saw these teams perform yesterday.
This is really tough, especially because when I'm watching G2 succeed in NA, a lot of it is due to their demo game. And Kaio is one of the most demoed players in South America, and they're still crushing it. So they're used to that. Just looking at some of the stats and seeing how G2 likes to play, I think this could be a really tough matchup for him. And, you know, Chicago, even in his interview, said, NA has trained us for it. But so far, NA has not really been living up to the hype.
Yeah.
But I think this is when G2 comes alive. JNAP's a top assister in the North American region. Chicago, the top scorer. Dree's already playing well on LAN. I think this is the series where they wake up. I'm going with G2.
Okay, so this is JNAP's in Chicago.
This is when they start, yes. I think when you are playing that day one, you're going to have those jitters. And if you look back at that series, Ahmad was insane.
He was.
I watched that save from his perspective. I still don't know how it worked.
For me, it's not the fact that Sandrock Gaming beat G2. It's the fact that it was a 3-0 that makes me go, what's going on here, right? Versus Furia going 5 games against Semper. Where are you leaning here?
Well, I was thinking that Furia were going to come top 8 when we entered into this one. The context of their match against Semper, I think that was actually a good result for them given how Semper have continued through the bracket. I'm going to be backing Furia over G2 here, and just to be a little bit more bold, because you guys have asked, G2 will eventually get eliminated out of the top 8 by another newer region team afterwards.
Okay.
That is a bold claim.
Maybe not in the next match, but later on.
So you think G2 is going to lose and still make top 8?
No, they won't make top 8. The third team they lose to, maybe an OCE, maybe another North American team as a newer minor region team.
What a world if CJ can knock out G2. That would be like that would be pretty.
He could just retire.
I'd be down for that. Okay. we got to move on here, Gregan.
I think G2 and Sandrock was one of the highest skill games we saw of two teams battling it back and forth. Even though it was a 3-0, I believe there was a few games in there where G2 probably should have taken it, but it was just the finer margins that Sandrock came out on top. And so I believe G2 are one of the higher performing teams at this event despite that first game, and I think they're going to really show it here. I think Furia have a lot of potential, but this is their first time in the hype chamber, and I think they've got a bit of growing to do. So G2 take this, and it's going to be a close one.
I think your point about time in the hype chamber is actually a really, really good one here. I'm going to go with G2 as well on this one, but it is narrow. It's narrow. How does chat feel, though? How close were they? They were 50-50 Vitality Endpoint, 64% supporting G2 here. G2 Army is pretty strong. Let's get over to the hype chamber. Let's get over to Mansfield. Let's get over to the Ford Skybox. We got Dazrin. We got Jorby. Not Dazrin. His name's Achieves. I'm looking over there. I can't even think right now. I'm excited, though. This game's going to be great. Let's get on to Mansfield for one more match here in round 2.
The South American super team up against a North American powerhouse, and I can't believe Wavepunk disrespected you like that. You think your duo would know you a little better.
It's max respect, though. If I just became Daz, I just got a whole lot cooler. So that's totally okay with me. But I think Gregan summed it up pretty nicely. Lots of potential here for Furia. They do have a lot of pieces of the puzzle that can match up quite well against G2. It's just a matter of do they actually have the execution to make that happen.
And there isn't really a question at this point. Everybody has seen Jan pop off. This guy is a mechanical monster for Furia, but you can't forget Card, King Card. He has looked pretty solid so far this weekend. G2, though, taking the first shot in front of the box.
And another thing to make sure you keep your eye on, Furia, that defense will be tested to be sure. G2 certainly quite an aggressive team from North America, and no strangers to putting a lot of pressure on net. So you need to make sure you keep control of your corner boosts. You got to stay disciplined and make sure you don't get in each other's way. Great clear from Jan to get it out and force G2 to reset.
Also collected some boost on top of it. Actually wins the ball in the corner. G2 trying to find a way out, but Kaio's got the pass to Card, and it's a wide open net. Furia get the first.
It's classic G2 here. Yeah, we're going the other way. Cool. And both Drees and Chicago, you cannot fathom why Drees thinks that that's his ball to go for. You should be able to see Chicago coming up with you from that line. Straight bumps into him, gives up an open one. Classic G2 blunder. They give a free one up.
Definitely a head scratcher, and not how you want to start out if you're G2. Here's another shot denied. A little high anyway, Card takes it out. And much needed early confidence for Furia. The desk talked about, the hype chamber experience leaning towards G2, but Furia already with control, got the pop over another one, forced the third man Drees to pick up the save. Kaio, another shot, bounces off the post on the roller.
Gotta love the pressure from Furia whenever they've gotten the opportunity. Able to squeeze one by. That's a big miss from JNAPS. Forces Drees to kind of just dump it off, and somehow Furia were not able to gain clean possession, and G2 have rallied from a poor position.
But it's Yan behind the ball on the dribble, gets underneath the defender. Drees is able to clear it away again, but it's going to be Card giving Kaio a chance. Pops it back over to Drees. And Furia need that 50 in midfield. They get it. Kaio's first behind the ball. Air dribble towards the box. Can't get a shot on target. Yan finds the ball for free. Nobody from G2 able to challenge.
And they're all kind of up here staring at this air dribble from Kaio. You see Drees is the one rotating back post. He goes all the way up the backboard, and unfortunately JNAPS is rotating in from the other corner, and they both kind of stop in the same spot, expecting Drees to be the one to come up with that clear, take it away off of that final touch. He just comes up empty with it, and everyone on G2 stopped thinking about playing defense, and no one rotated out the opposite side of the net.
It feels like everything that could go wrong at the start of the game is going wrong for G2. A couple of misses, and then that open net earlier, and Furia are in front again. This time Chicago's able to clear the ball out, but yeah, Yan pops it over one. He's got the ceiling and still control, but he actually lost it. And now a chance for G2 on the other side. Drees shot off the post and bounces out, and they somehow don't get a goal.
I thought for sure that was going to be a goal. They had the 2-on-1 pressure going. They were putting the guy in the worst position possible on defense. Another demo comes through for G2, and welcome clear for Furia. Kyle going to go steal some boost, and gosh, that's a head scratcher how G2 just didn't get that one in.
These touches from Furia in G2's corner too. You saw Yan do it earlier after he stole the boost. He stole the ball away, but hang on. Oh, a save off the crossbar. Somehow Kaio comes up with a save.
See Card as well. He's not really thinking about whether or not G2 is actually going to be there, but he knew he would be first to it, and he would rather take his chances again, popping it straight off that backboard as hard as he can to try and take it away from anybody on G2 who may or may not be right behind that ball.
This is a good look for JNAPS. Gets underneath Card. Kaio comes right in across the box to take out the opportunity. And look at the space Kaio has underneath the ball on the air dribble. Forces the next man up to get the ball. It's JNAPS. Pass in front. Cut off, and G2 are going to have to work for this in the corner, but they can't win that 50. Card gets it away from him.
Wow.
And a beautiful follow-up from Yan.
You gotta love the intuition from Yan there to cut across the pitch, cut inside the rotation of his teammate, because he knows he's going to have a better line for what G2 plans to do with that ball. Breaks him out of what could have been a potentially awkward spot, as again, Card rotating back to net, able to tip one out.
The G2 are getting shots. They're coming, but somehow Furia are always ready for a save, be it bang it off the crossbar or just be in the right spot for it. G2 cut off again here in midfield. Card with control. Card underneath it. He's got Kaio waiting for it, and it just bounces around. G2, quick transition, hard shot. Nobody's back, and G2 finally on the board.
They finally catch Furia one step too far forward. Card kind of caught out there at the midfield line. Great dump from JNAPS to Drees, and boy, he put something on that one. Card was actually on his way back too, but 123 kph. I mean, he smashed that thing.
Gonna be hard to get back no matter where you were. Pop up high for Card. He's pushed off on the 50-50. G2 get behind it again, but Yan's behind it. G2 are forced back to the corner. Another boost steal for Kaio, but he loses the 50 this time, so G2 can break out. But Yan getting that ball back up for Kaio. It's knocked away again. G2 winning the last couple of 50s here to try to push towards Furia's half.
Oh, great dribble from Card coming off the backboard there. I mean, you had to work your way around your own teammate. Yan under pressure, able to deflect another shot from G2. And that one as well. Card putting on a defensive masterclass this game.
Oh, every time he's coming up with a save in traffic as well. Card still on target, but it's taken away. A nice bounce for G2 for the tie. JNaps challenge in front. Card puts it down. No, it's still in the air. Popped up. Can they get the shot? Furia will take game one.
That was the question for me. You knew they were going to be under pressure. Can they handle it? Absolutely. Well played game one from Furia. You can see there the save column. That's 10 saves against the 12 shots from G2. And certainly not an easy game, and they capitalized on the few opportunities they did get, if you want to count 8 as few, or 7, excuse me.
Just a couple. I mean, Furia were doing such a good job just handling the boost in the G2 half, but for G2, just struggling to get those consistent clears, and it's been difficult for them to handle the ball. They got that one hard pass in front of the third that led to a goal. They caught Furia out of position, but that was the only time Furia were out of position. Card so many times in traffic, someone trying to bump him, made a lot of incredible saves.
Yeah, excellent showing from Furia. The question is, can you continue to afford that level of pressure from G2 against you? Yes, you can play well, but the consistency required to continue to keep that up, as James said, you'd much rather be the ones driving pace of play, putting the shots on target. I'm a big believer of offense is more valuable than defense as well, as awkward start to game 2 for Furia, but they, again, turned G2 aside. And that's really what you're looking for here. You did a great job in game 1. You stopped a lot of what could have been very dangerous, and you just need to find a way to create more of your own offense here if you're Furia.
JNaps up high, sets up Chicago,
Oh
and
my
Card
gosh.
was in the air already, covering the other option. Card, hello? That was crazy.
That's one you got to ask him about. I mean,
what were you doing there?
What defensive manual did you go and read? Because it must be a brilliant thing.
We play in the same version of Rocket League. I'm not sure. Jan steals the boost away, and G2 will be able to flip it out this time. Quick pass in front, but Card is there again. Jan able to push that ball forward, and G2, they've tried to get those passes in front. They've tried to get more creative. Chicago punches this one high, and again, Card gets in the way, but here comes another shot, and it's in for Drees.
They finally cracked Furia on defense. Card, this is a great first save. Great touch from Chicago there to take it away from Kaio, and Drees just had a thin line to get that one inside. Card was defending the wide part of the net. He's jumping out to where the easiest shot to place that ball is for Drees from that angle. And in that regard, he played that about as well as you could ask. But Drees, picture-perfect shot. Nailed the short line to the net.
That was like the third different look G2 gave Furia on offense as well. You had JNaps earlier try to take that high pass off the backboard with a quick shot in front of the box, but Card was able to block that. And Card was just blocking any kind of opportunity that they had. So, you know, but G2 get enough of them, they'll finally find the back. And Furia up in front of the ceiling here. Kaio kicks it above Chicago, but don't think this is going to be a play for Furia yet. They do retain midfield.
Kind of thought that was going to be the opportunity where Furia really needed to score, believe it or not. No, they left it open. They thought they were going to get away for free here, I believe. Drees is kind of just waiting on JNaps to bring the ball back down, and no one notices Chicago in that back corner getting the bump on Jan. They think, yeah, someone's back there, we're going to be okay. And then just like that, the ball's dished down in the middle. They get beat to it, and no one's back there to save them.
G2 finally able to convert on a couple of these opportunities. Ones that they did have in game number 1. Furia just making fantastic saves. This time, Furia's defense crumbling a little bit in game 2. But look at Jan. Jan almost got the goal, saved, and is taken back to the corner. Still going to push for Furia. Drees misses the ball. Kaio wasn't expecting it, and Card can't get back.
I mean, the dribble on the first attempt was brilliant. They just mis-executed the flick. And the second one, they catch him on an open net. That one doesn't get a shot put on target either. And that was kind of the big thing. It's like, Furia, you got away with it in the last game. You could afford to play defense because you had the lead. Here they have nothing, and they're not even converting the chances. And surprising to say the least.
Well, Card just gave that one right back to Drees. Kaio gets over him, and quick from Jan to get that ball back to the corner. Trying to reach Chicago's touch. He loses that one. Kaio will win the 50. Bumps Chicago out. And G2, they're in a perfect spot to be able to retain this lead. Push the ball forward, win your next 50, and waste a little more time on the clock. Furia just trying to dump the ball away, but they keep being met by orange cars.
They really need to have a higher degree of control when they start getting these touches, and that's a great bump from Kaio going forward. Card trying to convert it into the top left corner. Watch G2 here as they try and defend this. They all bite on Kaio. You can see them just redirect right there. JNAP is trying to adjust for Card to be the one to go and get it. He gets smashed out of the way, and Card somehow able to turn in a second touch to beat 2 defenders. I don't know how they pulled that one out of the hat, but what a play from Furia.
That was good stuff from Card. He gets that just a little bit of space. He didn't need a lot of it. Like you said, just that bite that G2 gave them, that inch, and then all of a sudden, it's in the back of their net. Excellent job from Kaio and Card. Card back into the corner. Gonna push this one back up. And Furia all of a sudden back in it. JNAP's trying to fall back down onto that ball. He will keep it away, but
great
Jan
challenge.
Able to kill the ball in front of the corner. And like you said, a good challenge, but Furia can't really progress forward. In fact, G2 have control. Light shot should be turned away. Jan able to push it back out.
How do you handle this if you're Furia? We've got 1:20 remaining. Still not really having the degree of command that you would like to have on the offensive side of the ball. Again, you're just looking for them to find some touches more in the realm of approachability even for Furia. I don't think the dump and chase is really going to get the job done versus the G2 defense, because G2 really only gets caught out leaving the net completely open when a challenge goes like horrifically wrong for them. They're thinking, cool, it's time to go, and they just get caught out because it doesn't work out.
Yeah, and it's not even how Furia want to play. They don't want to dump and chase. When this team is at their best, they're passing the ball in the third.
Exactly.
They're finding the weaknesses in front, but they just haven't been able to do that. These challenges have been difficult for them to get by, and that's credit to G2's defense, able to kill these possessions that they've tried to put on.
Ooh. So aggressive from Kaio there. They had the initial second man of the rotation get bumped out, and they know they have to push if they're on Furia, as again, Jan is able to stalemate one. This is a tough one to ask for, and straight down into Chicago. JNAPS cuts back in and gets the nice long clear for G2, clearing a lot of space. JNAPS is going to follow it the length of the pitch, turn it in, and Furia probably looking at a tied series.
And that was a tough one for Kaio to handle. He was already so close to that ball. He had to try to at least put that ball or take a shot in front of the box, and that challenge went the worst possible way it could have. Furia weren't ready for it on the rotation, and the third man just keeps getting caught out, whether it be from a bad 50 or just not seeing one player on the pitch. The awareness from Furia has been suspect on Forbidden Temple. Now G2, it's a good return to form for them in game number 2. Card going to take this one up, but G2 have Forbidden Temple squarely in their control. Chicago putting that one up, and this ball touches the ground. We'll head to game 3.
I love it. Okay, I thought Drees was maybe going to be a nice guy. Let him put that one in. Anyway, great show for you here from G2. Nice early lead, had no troubles hanging on to it. And Furia just need the, it's like, refinement of any good thing. It takes a little bit of extra time, you think, and that offense started to get going a little bit there towards the end of game 2. But they just need a little more precision in terms of their approach. I mean, it's really all about that first touch, I think, for Furia going into the remainder of this series. If you can start keeping that a lot closer and give yourselves the opportunities to let your mechanic shine, things are going to be looking a little bit better for them over on the offensive side. And for those of you who may be wondering, unfortunately for Tokyo Verdy, they were swept in their B-Stream matchup against Air Eternity. So it's not looking good for them, but I'll tell you what, let's go ahead and find out what Orb just found out in the Swiss Abyss.
All right, well, I've taken a seat, okay? I've taken a seat. Jorbian achieves. My beloved G2, they're doing this, right? My beloved G2 is doing this. Carlos has told me that I have to root for G2 openly and proudly and loudly, so that's what I'm here to do. I have now been told by admins to please keep your mouth shut until it's my time to go. That was a sick goal from JNAPS, okay? This is what I love about this area, is that you get to enjoy the B stream, the 2 teams fighting behind me, and you get to enjoy everything that main stage has to offer. Don't forget to tune in for the B stream, my friends, all right? Twitch.tv/RL Esports. I know we're just pacing now, and ready to get back into the next game. So, casters, I'm going to throw it right back to you, okay? Please take it away. Let's do this.
His beloved G2.
Thank you so much, Lord. He's chilling back there, and why not? G2 looked pretty clean on Forbidden Temple. For Furia, it almost feels like it's a reversion for them. Is that a word? Reversion?
A regression.
A regression. Yes, thank you. But they were so much better on defense, especially watching them in scrims, even against Semper. Their defense wasn't as suspect as we saw here against G2. Even in game 1, like Furia sometimes let that ball slip by the third man. So they have to find a way to shore that up.
And perhaps I was a little too harsh on their offense. They did have a couple of great chances. I mean, I completely forgot about that dribble where all they had to do was flick it into a different place and they were going to score. And then immediately after that, they had another open net that they apparently just couldn't reach. So be interesting to see if they continue to get quality opportunities on net like that as Chicago dishes one to Drees, and he comes up empty. He still leaves it for JNaps, and Jan has had all the time in the world to reset himself on the goal line and has no trouble kicking it down the length of the pitch.
I love seeing the levels break down when players are expecting 1 or 2 touches. Oh, hang on. G2 Chicago somehow squeezes that one in. Oh, 1-0 G2.
Hello, Chicago. Welcome to Sweden. There's quite an opening goal you've managed to put up there in Game 3. Tight angle right above the corner. Yes, you can have that. You deserve it.
And Furia having to fight from behind again. This is what they're going to constantly be up against when it comes to international competition. We talk about these North American and European teams all the time and their ability to adapt. That's what makes the top teams in the world so difficult to beat. They're going to have to learn to adapt on the fly, and they're absolutely capable of doing it. We've seen this team do it, but G2 is constantly going to challenge them in that respect. They're constantly going to give you different looks. G2, no chance there. It's going to be pushed back out to the side, and Jan will carry it out.
There's a little bit of a defense or mechanical, mishap from Jan, unless otherwise intentional, to allow his teammate to come forward. And you could see trying to get so aggressive there and just beat the G2 defense. Now it's JNap's turn looking for a double tap, and Card not even going to let him think about it.
Oh, Jan, hard touch. Kaio actually wins it completely. And G2 get tied up in the corner. That gives Card a free look, and he hit it right over to JNaps. Kaio trying to trip him up. But JNaps looking a lot more solid than he did in game number 1 after those few key misses that he had. I don't think he's missed one since. Oh, Kaio, just a little too much juice on that pass.
Oh, but great bounces for him. Not done yet. Card indeed is going to capitalize on the second chance. You can see it was all about how this touch bounces out of this corner here, goes straight back to Jan. And talk about the early read. That man was up so early. And I don't know how he made that look so easy, because when that ball's traveling horizontally across your plane of vision, to understand how that's going to kick out of that corner from that line is just nuts to me. I mean, that's gorgeous from Jan.
And a quick save as well from Jan. Taking that ball away as well. JNaps loses the 50 to Card. But Chicago keeps it locked down. Drees, nice catch, nice pop. Chicago up for it quickly on the back wall. Chicago, no! He can't get it on target. Card takes it away. Furia looking for a quick transition, but Card takes too long. JNaps is all over him. And Jan trying to keep that ball close and away from Chicago. It's good enough for Kaio. He can recover after that first 50, but G2 went in front. Chicago scores in front of the box.
G2 holding the high ground on 3 challenges in a row. You see Chicago get above, Drees gets above Kaio, and then one more time, Chicago is able to outpace Card to the ball. Not to mention the fact that JNaps also dunked one on the sidewall before that replay even started. Just a great sequence of challenges.
It's been so hard to shake G2 off the ball. Here they come off the kickoff, and the 50 can get Furia reset, but the 50 game has been squarely G2's. Here's another pass in front, but too much on it. JNaps keeps it away. Card wins the 50, but then gets bumped down by Chicago. The rest of G2 retreating, Drees waiting, and JNaps able to come in and win the next 50. JNaps lobs this one up, and Furia have had difficulty getting up in these passing lanes to these high balls to be able to challenge them and put them into clearance areas where G2 have just been swarming in midfield. It's been difficult to get by them. Here's Chicago, nice little flick, but Card's right on top of them. Back over to Kaio.
Gotta love the control from Chicago there, trying to waste time off the clock, and it's starting to feel like Furia, the only way that they're gonna find themselves outpacing G2 on offense, it seems, is to start making nutty reads on the ball. And that's a tough bar to get over consistently.
Just haven't had that power on offense that we're so used to seeing.
Oh, look at it. See, he's going for it.
He wants it.
He just jumps before he even sees which direction Chicago touches that ball, just to try and be the first one to it, to give Furia a chance to be on time for it.
Card picking up a demo, trying to give Furia an angle on the counterattack, and they have the ball here, but Chicago's ready for it, kills it back in the corner.
Oh, gosh.
Oh, just a lot of physicality from G2. Bump back and forth, Dree still gets the clear.
I mean, that's the thing. You see that bump on Chicago, and he's still able to recover and just stick the challenge. And how about G2 going to turn in another one?
Chicago picks up the goal here. JNaps gets a great catch that first touch. Dion is frozen on the back wall, and he had no clue where to sit on that challenge. JNaps puts it right over top of him.
I mean, that extra touch from JNaps that just pinches it straight across net. You thought for just a moment they were going to make it up in time to find the clear off the backboard. Just snapped right over their head. Great execution from JNaps.
The struggles continue for Furia. Jan trying to find Card, and the positioning of the second man from Furia, they just haven't been in a position to contend with G2. It's always been a clean touch from G2 right over a Furia car, and they're forced to go back quickly. Kaio's got a little bit of space, forces one off the ball, and the shot right on was Chicago to make the save.
It's great understanding from Furia. They realized, let the first man go by the ball, your second man's going to pick it up, and your third man's in charge of the follow-through. Unfortunately for them, Chicago had enough time to piece it all together, make a nice stop.
Well, after a rough series yesterday against Sandrock, G2 look much more comfortable, and Drees with a big save, but Card puts one on the board and pull within one.
Certainly doable, 8 seconds on the clock. That's a lot of time to let kickoff go and settle, and Drees really not playing bad defensively there, just kind of following the ball across. Just so happened the shot happened to be slightly behind him, so he couldn't take it with him across the net. Furia right there for it, and they give themselves a look.
8 seconds, but they're not there, and that one straight off the post, and Card puts it in for Drees, and that one just might do it at the end of game 3.
Oh, it pops up like that, and they miss the bump on Drees. That's the thing that whole kickoff hinges on. Since they both follow up on the kickoff, and Drees isn't able, or Drees is able, excuse me, to get out of the way, put the pressure forward. Tough break for Furia, and they're still trying to get it with 1 second on the clock, but that one stings a little bit if you're Furia. You know that G2 is definitely outpacing you, definitely out-challenging you, but you are still keeping it a perfectly winnable game. And when it just comes down to the matter of, okay, they pulled a couple of nice goals out of their hat, it's tough when you know you're playing well and you just don't have enough.
They just don't have the pressure on offense. Like game 2, I felt like they had some quality chances in front of the net despite the loss, but they didn't really have that many breakout opportunities. G2 closed them down every time they tried to break out.
I just saw that 86 score.
Yeah.
I mean, what?
That's not gonna get it done.
I didn't even realize that. Like,
I mean, they were so flat. They were so flat on offense in Game 3. Like, they didn't have any real quality opportunities in front of the net. And if you're not forcing G2 to make saves and use boost on their own half, a team that's already good on low boost on defense, you're not gonna get anything done against them.
It's true. I'm just surprised. I didn't realize that Kaio just didn't have that much influence on that game. And in a weird type of way, that almost gives me hope, considering that...
that's a weird one.
Well, it's like...
Explain that one.
Well, like in a 2-4 game that felt very manageable, like if Kaio is sitting there putting up 86 score and only registering 1 shot on the scoreboard, and it's that doable, you can feel kind of good. It's like, okay... If we
just 2 more shots and you're looking okay.
If we just get a little bit more out of Kaio, maybe there's something else to expect. Yeah, oh my gosh, Jan gets caught on the post. You've got to be joking.
Oh, that's a heartbreaker.
Look, he rotates back. He's like, okay, got to dodge a demo real quick. Almost made it back. Oh, that's tough.
Well, it's good from G2. Just Jan has to account for that attacker in front. He knows he has to avoid him, has to get over him and try to make that save as well, because the ball's already hurling towards your net. And G2 continue to push Furia back, who struggling on now both ends of the pitch, really. That one just wide, and JNaps kicks it back out to the corner.
Jan trying to figure out the best place to put that ball. Drees gives Card space, and it's going to pop high above the net. Chicago's errant touch mercifully off target. As here comes Kaio plus the demo. They're going to equalize.
Yeah, that's a good one from Kaio, but really that touch from Jan was so hard, and it kicked. Look at the kick here off of the back wall, and no chance for Chicago to get that one. That's a tough read, and the demo on top of it ensuring that ball was going to go into the net.
They might have made it if that demo didn't come through. That ball was well placed, but I think they were about ready to get up for it. Either way, one way or the other, Furia find themselves in the enviable position of equalized, and this is a tough one for them.
Furia, they've had a lot of tough games, individual games against Semper and now G2. They were able to go get 5 against Semper. They're going to need to go 5 here against G2. Here comes a quick one from Kyle, hard off the backboard, but no problem for Dries.
It's a lot to ask out of your South American regional #1, and Jan will deliver. Things are looking up here in Game 4, and the last time they held the lead, they were able to fend off G2 and find a win. That's exactly what's so important for South America throughout the major. Again, if you perform well here as a region, or as one that doesn't have as many slots as other regions, it's very possible you could earn your region an entire other slot going forward. So a win here against G2 puts them in a great position to try and accomplish that task.
They're certainly up to the challenge. I mean, so many of us were so high on Furia coming into this tournament. It's been a tight one against G2. They're now in position for Game 5. Here's Card off the back wall, and no, he can't. It's bounced off the post, and he could not deliver off the backboard. Here comes Dries on the counterattack. Got the 50 over Jan. Kaio. Oh, that's a tough touch in front of the box. Chicago wasn't ready for it, but JNaps is there. Jan doesn't need to save it. The post does it for him. Card flips it over, and Furia get out of a tight spot.
Just awkward enough for Kaio there to find that awkward back flipping, or backward facing, front flipping, weak touch over Chicago. Just surprising that it even got that far. He must have really hit that as well as you possibly could. Almost able to turn another one in out of the corner is Jan, and Furia slowly but surely starting to sink their teeth in on offense.
Light touch, and Card's able to handle it. Can't get back to that 50 on Chicago. JNaps up quickly, but Jan's the faster Card. Card in front, got it against Dries. Kyle keeps
Great
it away
idea.
from Chicago. And Furia, they're still gonna have to work for this.
reset.
Jan underneath, he drops out.
I thought he had that flip reset, and if he did, it could have got real dangerous real quick for G2, and thankfully get a chance to break themselves out, approach the defense from a position of strength. Card has no chance at a double tap. Dries is looking for help. That's a nice give back from Chicago. Unfortunately, he missed the boost on the way, and that's going to waste a few more seconds, but plenty of time here. That's the open net, and Card will deliver.
Card makes sure that one goes in, and G2 can't even break out of midfield. That one cut off by Card again.
What did we say, Jorby? G2 only leaves the open net when a challenge just goes horribly, horribly wrong?
Well, there it is.
There it is. They just tip it forward, and they're like, cool, here we go, and oh, we lost it. That's not good.
Game 5 looking likelier. Likelier for
More
Furia.
likely.
More likely. Well, here's a chance for Dries back over to JNaps, and he couldn't put it on target.
He's playing the block there on the clear, not necessarily thinking that he's going to have a free shot on target. That's why that ball gets shot offline.
Kyle kicks this one up high with control, gets over Chicago. JNaps has to get back quickly. Card has a look. Card back over to Kaio, and Furia take over Game 4.
Tough one to handle for G2 on defense. Now you see JNaps overcommitting. This isn't an open net because a challenge goes wrong. It's an open net because they have to get aggressive. They have to find 2 goals inside of 90 seconds. That's why they're willing to be more aggressive. And this time, they get a great touch out into the corner. Takes a favorable skip for them as well. The follow-up is there. The lead extends, and Game 4 looking done and dusted.
Good recovery from Furia. You were really starting to scratch your head at the end of Game 3, wondering if they had a chance to come back into this. And, well, they've had a dominant performance here in Game number 4. Now it's just about closing it out and moving on to Champions Field for the final. Kyle setting this one up, Card pulling off. And G2, quick counterattack. It's not quite over yet. Here comes Dries, and it's saved, pushed again over to the back wall. G2, what would have been the start of a comeback, is denied.
Really great attempt there from G2. Nice couple of moves to get the ball past the midfield line. JNaps' only option towards net. The defense already in position. Furia doing a nice job to make sure to keep G2 at arm's length here at the end of Game 4.
Very fast up to that. Look at Jan go, but he just misses the goal. Card 50 by Dries, and it's taken back to midfield. It was a close one, and Furia are looking pretty good here near the end of game number 4. Jan cut off by JNaps in front. Chicago pushing it out, and now you start to ask questions about G2. They have to adapt back to Furia as we likely here head to Champions Field achieves. What are you seeing on G2, the number one thing? Give it to me.
Well, the only thing that was really going in the favor of G2 that you think about the earlier games in the series was 100% the challenge game. Absolutely dominating in that regard. Here it kind of starts to equalize out a little bit. Is that necessarily Furia definitely outplaying G2? No, not exactly. I think it's really just Furia managed to get themselves out into a lead, didn't have to take as many chances, and then they were able to capitalize on a couple of more opportunities that came their way while keeping G2 out of the net. So, I mean, if you want G2 to be successful in Game 5, you really just have to get them out in front on top of Furia's challenge game, and to me, that's it. I think if Furia gets out-challenged in Game 5, they just lose, because they just don't have the ability to really press when they need to press, because G2 knows that they don't have to stretch too hard if they get out in front early.
Yeah, I mean, G2 have been good at killing those 50s when they have won them, and so many of these games this week so far have come down to 50-50s, because we always talk about players' mechanical ability or players' ability to pass the ball, team synergy, but none of it matters if you end up losing your 50s. And each one of these games, I feel like we're saying, oh, they got out-challenged, and that is the sole reason why everything snowballs, and then that team wins the game. That has been this whole series so far.
It's because they're both so willing to be aggressive, and when you're trying to stretch the possession as far as you possibly can, as we get into Game 5 Champions Field, driven by Ford, we will see if that's going to find itself into the back. Kaio's going to turn in another one.
Kaio puts this one in the back of the net, wins a massive 50. Card gets another 50, and Kaio is ready for it in front of the box. Top corner for Furia.
Wow. Hello. 8 seconds in. Wasn't ready for that. I needed a moment to sit down and settle in for this one, Jeremy. That one came at me too fast.
Two solid 50s from Furia, and the ball's in the back of the net, achieves. That's been the story of this one. Champions Field. Here's Drees. Cards flips that one underneath, and trying to beat JNAPS to the ball. A gritty series so far. JNAPS trying to get around Jan, but Jan gets the touch. No one around Furia. They can't follow that one up, but Card is right on top of it. Now, how does Chicago keep this ball away? Well, he gets over Kaio. JNAPS wins the next touch forward. Can he get one out in front of the box? He can't get a pass. Card stays behind that ball, but the 50 is Drees'.
Now, here's where it gets interesting. That's what? Whoa, oh my gosh, everyone comes up empty. I would love to see that from Card's perspective if he just absolutely faked out Chicago right there, but I only
riskiest fake of your life.
I only get one look at it, unfortunately, as a second shot from G2 turned aside.
Well, yeah, your Card didn't intentionally fake it, but, you know, that's still, you hold your breath when that ball is sailing across your box like that. And G2 gonna push again here, but Kaio able to throw that ball high into the corner. Drees is ready for it, and Card gets the save. G2 not done yet. JNAPS gets around this ball in the corner, flips it around Kaio. JNAPS still in control. JNAPS, big muscles for Chicago! G2 get the goal!
This is great challenge game from Chicago, but you can see the overextension from Jan just a little. He overjumps that so high as JNAPS is bringing that ball around the corner. And if he doesn't go up so much as he goes out and challenges JNAPS, that probably doesn't happen. I mean, it's a small thing, but that absolutely let him just muscle that through the line.
Those small things add up, and in a game like this where you're talking pixels of a difference between winning a challenge and the ball being in the back of your net, that kind of difference absolutely matters. Furia losing the ball here. G2 got a shot, and it's off the post. And G2, that's a massive opportunity to take the lead.
Trying to place it in the optimal spot, takes a hard ricochet off the corner of the net. Devastating for Drees, but still plenty of fight in G2 here. That was quite an attempt from Jan there, going for a worldie of a redirect.
Here's Card. Only JNAPS just trying to keep that close, but he has to pull out of the rotation. Drees next up, and he's got the touch underneath. Here comes Drees, he's got the boost. Underneath, can't get the 50. JNAPS pushing this ball again, but Jan takes it away from him, gets it back to Card.
Great pass, but too far. Chicago well aware of how that was going and the pressure on Jan, looking for the demo. JNAPS not able to get the touch he wanted towards net. Well in time was Jan on defense, and Furia gonna have to readjust. An awkward accidental double touch from Kaio in the G2 corner.
Next up is Jan, quick off the sidewall. He goes for the bump, and Kaio's in front. Kaio gets the goal. Furia on top.
Furia says, Chicago, we see what you're trying to do, and we'll show you how to do it. Jan, get out of here, J-Naps. Opens the door wide. Kaio to deliver, and pressure on G2 here.
Well, we have had 5 solid rounds of boxing between these two, and it really is a scrum in front of the box to get these goals. There are no freebies. There's no chance for style in this game. You gotta win your 50. You gotta force that ball in, but you also gotta be careful. Both of these teams have let one slip by their third man. They gotta make sure, Furia, they have a chance at this. They gotta make sure that third man is clean. But here comes King Card, and he just can't get it. It's a good save from G2. Kaio gonna flip it back across. He's gonna get a boost steal on top of it. Actually, he's gonna take it himself. Card comes out of the rotation, and Drees will pull the ball away.
Like that aggression from Drees to get out there early, force Furia to show their hand. J-Naps trying to go for that bump and open up a little extra space for G2 to operate. Errant pass from Furia, though. They definitely need to take a little extra time to reset here, but they end up just giving the ball away to G2.
Good pop for G2.
Oh,
They're past 2 defenders. Here comes J-Naps. One touch, 2 touches in front of the box. Chicago can't get there in time. And Drees pushing that ball up to the side. And he's able to keep the push alive for G2, but they're waiting beyond midfield. Chicago, aggressive positioning, and he couldn't get around it. Now Kaio's got a chance, and he... Well,
not a bad touch, actually. It's towards his team. It's awkward, and the bumps on J-Naps. Unfortunately, not able to take him across the net or remove him from the pitch entirely. There's an awkward line as Card down into his own corner, looking for help. It's not going to arrive in time. Chicago turns in the equalizer.
Oh, Card in the corner here. How does he see this one? He jumps up early for the read, and that's not the best touch for Kaio. He wasn't ready for that bounce, and Kaio has to make that touch, but wasn't expecting that kind of touch from Card.
Awkward to be sure. Not the best touch from Card. Not the worst. Could have just popped straight back mid. Definitely gave his teammate a look at it, but you're right. 100% awkward, and G2... they are given one to let them back in the game as Kaio here in the one-on-one. Great pass to Card. He's so close. And Drees, perfect read.
Oh, Kaio gonna have to pull out. Here comes Chicago down the field. Jan needs a good touch. He gets one. Back over to the side. G2, J-Naps, hard shot off the crossbar. Chicago got the boost, got the catch, but can't win that 50 against Card. Here comes Drees to support. Kaio flips that one back around, forces J-Naps to go lateral. Jan forced off the ball as well, and Card gonna let Kaio take that.
Smart. They are well aware that despite the pressure you'll find yourself in as this one's going to kick down in front of the net, there is Kaio trying to muscle it home. No dice, and this is a race back for Furia here.
This game is speeding up. Card stays in front of that ball. Dangerous to take it across the box, but not many options. End of regulation looming. Chicago in front, and Kaio gets the ball. G2 forced to play defense at the end. Drees gives it back over to Kaio. In a tough spot, and it falls in front of the box. We're in overtime in Game 5.
Oh, G2 gave me a heart attack. I was like thinking, how can you just let that one go across your net for free? The kickoff for OT going to favor Furia, but can they hang on to the ball?
Downfield, here comes G2. Drees pops it up high. This is a chance, but Kaio's there. Card gets it back over to the corner, but the double commit might put Furia out of position for a little bit. That touch actually gives Card an angle out. J-Naps gives Drees the angle back in to go to the blue half.
This game is all about the misdirection at this point. Both teams trying to jump up in the air, make it look like they're attempting, see if they can get the defense to second guess themselves, and let a second teammate come through for a chance. Kaio dished out for the middle. Yo! Cannot convert!
That's the biggest chance you're going to get against G2. You have to convert that. If you're Jan, they have to try find a way to create another opportunity now. Here's Jan again. Going to push that ball out quickly, but a massive opportunity blundered by Furia.
They missed the bump as well, and G2 cannibalizing the space, and that forced demo on Chicago will give it right back in favor of Furia. Drees just going to stick one in the corner here and hope everything can settle down for a moment.
Nice pass over in front to Card. Forces J-Naps to make the save he can. Card steals the boost away, and Jan takes the ball. Kaio's got the shot! Furia have done it! They have won in Game 5! They take down G2!
What a show from Furia. Difficult and sticky. Would not go away, and they finally find retribution in Games 4 and 5, converting a gorgeous opportunity in overtime after devastatingly giving up what you thought should have been guaranteed. And what a well-deserved win for them. We wanted a little more out of Kaio from Game 3 where he gave us 86 score. How about a Hattie in Game 5 and 650 points?
Oh, man, Furia, they got to be elated right now. After a tough series against SMPR, it didn't go their way in 5, and they had to go to Champions Field again. This team has withstood tons of pressure. They're sent into the hype chamber this time. Their first time in the hype chamber in Game 5. Nothing but fist bumps and good energy from Furia.
And you got to think for G2, definitely a couple of their own chances just off the mark in that Game 5 as well. It was pixels, the difference between victory and defeat here. And that's a tough one to lose.
G2 have really had a rough day so far at the Fall Major. They've lost to Sandrock, and now they drop to Furia in 5. The Swiss Abyss continues. Who's our next encounter? Well, we got plenty more action after the break.
It's me, hero of horsepower. Make way for our all-electric Rocketeer, top-tier tactician, elite rotator, all-star muscle car, your champion.
focus scanning to the sky. You can't believe your senses. You think you've seen it all until you open your eyes. I never wanna be alone. This place is cursed. I want you to never leave my side. I run away with you to see some light. When ashes dropping down, we step aside. We dream of feeling something. I want you. I know we both escape to lose the ground. The world we used to know is burning down. We're always strong enough to build our own. We've been running for ages to search some light. I want you. I know we both escape to lose the ground. We've been running for ages to search some light. We can feel that we're there after running for nights. We feel so I run away with you to see some light. When ashes dropping down, we step aside. I run away with you to see some light. When ashes dropping down, to build our own.
I can feel this tide choke my neck and I just wonder why I'm buried in a suit I'd never buy, a suit I'd never buy. Cufflinks on my wrist, I can't act surprised when the shovels hit dirt in the earth. Did they start to die? Since I was 17, I've been looking for a place to make me be complete. I've been looking all alone out there for anything to make me feel alive. Bring me back to life. Cufflinks on my wrist, I can't.
All right, we are back from the break. Now standing here with Mateus from Furia. How do you feel? What went right against G2? You beat my beloved team, but you guys did it fair and square.
Already said sorry to you, man.
I'm really sorry for beating D2, but it was hard. I felt like it was like same for yesterday. We started slow, then we adapted really well and managed to close it out today.
How important is it to shake off that rust? You talked about the SMPR series. That didn't go your way. How important is it to kind of, I don't know, warm up, get situated in a tournament and a LAN like this?
We are doing the same process as we do at home at SAM. We started screaming before, and like we are basically just telling each other how is the game plan and how we can adapt ourselves for the opponent. Like SAMPR, we did something yesterday, and G2 today we did something different. So have different play styles, and with that we can manage to win like G2 and perhaps our next enemy. I don't know who it's gonna be, but it would be a hard time for sure.
Is there anything in particular you tell the players when it is a best of 5, it comes down to a wire, maybe there's a couple of overtimes along the way. Is there anything you tell them, or do you just kind of, is there a pat on the back? Is there any encouraging words, or are you just kind of hands off with the players, letting them do their thing?
I just tell the boys that if you play our game, we win. That's it. So it's pretty easy for me.
How has your prep been for this LAN? This is your first RLCS LAN as a coach. How is the experience and how's the prep been for the team?
The prep was pretty different. Like it's our first season with Furia, and the support, it's been amazing. We bootcamped in Brazil for the regionals 1 and 2. We bootcamped here as well, alongside even G2 in the Inferno online bootcamp. So the support is being there, and we are trying to make Sam really proud here. So it's been an honor.
Going into the specifics of the prep, you talked a little bit beforehand here, just before we came back from break. It's not just gameplay, right? It's the mentality as well. Has that been a big focus for you guys heading into this LAN?
Yeah, like if you saw our record in the original 2, we got top 8. It was not a great result. And after that, we even did before, but we improved it a bit better in terms of psychological. We have someone in Furia that helps us a lot. We also do exercises when we are in boot camping, and that really helps the mind to be like pretty clear to play the game. So that the supporting game plus the support like from ourselves, the team as a whole, it's helping a lot.
How has it been competing on this stage here? Do you feel, I'm assuming you feel more excitement than at home, obviously you're sitting at your PC, but how's the experience been competing on in our hype chamber that we're calling the main stage?
Like I never experienced a LAN before from RLCS or any game at all. The boys that are veterans, like Kyle and Card, they say that the crowd is a big difference, but even here, like the pressure is on, you gotta keep your head focused, and like winning is good, but if you lose, you can always learn from that.
That's right, we can always learn from our losses. Final question before we go. Your thoughts on Sweden? I'm trying to just get everybody's opinions about their overall opinions about Sweden so far. How's it been since you guys landed?
Well, we landed before. We managed to eat not the hotel food because...
Did you guys have Swedish meatballs?
Yes.
What did you think?
Like Card eats it all, so for him doesn't make a difference, but for me, Kyle and Jan, not that good.
You know what? Swing and a miss. You can't win them all. Great chatting with you. Okay, we're going to let you go. We're going to send it back to, I believe it's the desk. So desk, please take it away.
Thank you so much, Orb. We will absolutely take it back. Doesn't like Swedish meatballs.
Unlucky.
That's not I feel like that's not that hard of a thing to like, but each to their own.
I mean, apparently Card eats everything, and he's devoured North America's chances yet again.
Oh,
very good, very good. I had to get one going just to lay the first punch.
You never take shots at anything, so I love that. That was great.
Unless there's bad wordplay.
I'm a huge Mateus fan, though, after that. He spoke so eloquently as a coach there about what they've done, and it sounds like Furia have supported that team amazingly. And they are the team we've wanted to watch at this tournament. They are the team we've expected to see upsets from, and we see it there in what we can say is probably one of the closest games we've seen so far at the Fall Major.
This was a crazy one. A back and forth to Game 5, overtime, with so many people's hopes and dreams hanging on the line ultimately achieves. We're seeing Furia come up on top, though. G2, I mean, this was both the series we've seen from G2. G2 has not looked bad, but they're 0-2 right now.
Yeah, G2 played overall, I think, an excellent series. It was just a matter of early on, they struggled to get past Card, and then later on, Furia, like they said, they started slow. Then they started getting more and more offense going, and past that point, it just became became the game of can you win the challenges? And Furia overall edged them out of the game with the pressure and turned in a couple of really nice goals.
What I love from Furia as well is that in the middle of that series, they kept giving away early goals. There were 2 or 3 maybe games where they would go 2-0 down really quickly, and then finally they get back into the game, they'd score their goal and just not have enough time. And then suddenly when they got an equalizer, they scored, I think, 4 blitz goals in a row. And from there, it seemed that they ascended to that next level within that series, and they were going to do it.
To use the turbo analysis earlier of scoring more goals than your opposition, now, it may seem really
Very
obvious,
important.
but there is different ways you can do that. We see some teams go, well, you're not going to score on me, and then I score maybe 1 or 2. That's my way of winning. But we can very clearly see Furia's way is, I'm going to score more goals than I will give you a few. You know, it's like, if we win 4-3, we back that you won't score 4 goals on us. And that's their mindset right now, and it seems to be working for them.
That's what we want to see as well. That's entertainment when games are 5-4 instead of 1-0.
To be fair, though, I think that's only a product because they play a team like G2, where you do occasionally have that massive breakdown on the defensive side of things. I mean, it's tough to expect that, if we score 4, you won't score 4, because I think other teams might.
Beating G2 in a shootout, though, that's not something that happens every day. They should be proud of themselves for taking that one down. Meanwhile, over on the B stream, we had Tokyo Verdy taking on Ground Zero. Tokyo Verdy still looking for their first win here. Ground Zero also, that's how Swiss works. Actually, they're both looking for their first win here. Ultimately, though, 3-1 in favor of actually 3-0, excuse me, 3-0 in favor of Ground Zero.
Yeah, I mean, you'd expect Ground Zero to be able to take this one. They do ultimately have a lot more LAN experience, the individuals and the region as a whole in OCE. But Tokyo Verdy, I mean, they're coming up against some players whose mechanics are unlike anything they've faced before, and they are getting closer. The first game was 4-1. That's what it started off with. Then after that, a 2-1 and another 2-1. And you can see here in Game 3, Tokyo Verdy had a lead. That may well be the first lead they have had at this major, which is a huge moment where they had something to defend. They proved to themselves that they can come up here against these teams and bring the fight to them. So it's just good progress for Tokyo Verdy.
They only managed to score 1 goal in their first series. Here, they're on the board every single time, so already market improvement there, and we'll see them play in round 3 there. Hopefully, they're able to get a win there and extend their chances there, but they're in round 3. That means someone's going home there.
Yeah, we've also got to appreciate that regions, as they get added into the RLCS, it's very difficult for them to compete with the teams that have already been in RLCS for a while, except for the teams from Middle East, because they get a chance to compete with Europe just about with the ping difference. So most teams, especially the landlocked regions like APAC is and like Oceania is, as soon as they come in, they get hit by a massive skill difference. And this is only going to be positive for the players from APAC as they go back, show what they've learned, take on new experiences, and come back even better next event.
I have just been given some word, though. The Mustangs are in the shop. This is the Turok League Championship Series Fall Major, driven by 4, the Mach-E GT, the 350 from 65 in the shop right now. Go get it.
The fact you didn't have to write that down is a huge indication of how much of a Mustang fan you are.
Now, I remember your trivia. The other one is the NASCAR car. I was listening.
That one's also great. You can also go. I don't know if that one's in the shop still right now, but if it isn't, go get that one there. Big fan. Anyways, let's talk about what's coming up next. We got round 3 of the Swiss. Let's take a look at the schedules. What's going to be happening on the B stream? What's going to be happening on the A stream? We'll break it all down for you right here. So we got all these. Look at them. Hey, it's me and the matches. So I think it says Ground Zero and Renegades. Gonna have a regional matchup there. I think that's what that said. I'm excited to take a look at that schedule again here in just a second.
This is exciting.
That's what happens at this stage of the tournament. We start to see the regions come up against each other. We saw it last round with the European matchups. And now we're going to start seeing more of these regions taking each other out of the tournament. And that's so important for the world spots. These teams are all competing for their region as well as themselves.
It's a really good chance to just settle the LAN nerves a bit as well. We saw with Endpoint earlier on against Vitality. Yesterday, they were atrocious against Renegades. They come up against Vitality, a team they have history with beating, but just history with in general. They know how they play, and it can just take away one unexpected factor so they can just sit down, get used to their gameplay, and play their regular game.
And at the same time, though, I think you effectively, by Game 3, I think you do run out of excuses at that point.
True.
Now it's people we know. And we've played twice, so I can't just be like, ooh, I'm nervous. Ooh, I've never played these guys before. If you lose, it's kind of on you at this point, I feel like.
You're targeting someone there with that comment. Maybe.
No one in particular.
No one in particular, but it is true. We're starting to see these teams settle in, get used to the environment, get their settings sorted. We heard from Endpoint. Just being on the LAN, they might forget something, right? You might forget to walk out with your controller and you have to play keyboard and mouse. It's very unlikely to happen.
That's experience.
Would that stand?
I think at that point, that would be when we'd take a technical pause and say, let's find this man a controller.
If we didn't do that, the L would be on us. pass. If we were like, sorry, no, there are no controllers in this entire building. You're
Rules
gonna
are
have
rules.
to use just a mouse.
Rules are rules. It'd be cheating if we let you get a controller mid-match. Well, I think that one would be okay here. Well, I think we're ready. I think we're ready to show them the schedules here. That should be happening here. So, okay, well, let's talk about the teams actually for the first match. I'm going to give you a spoiler for round 3. We've got Dig taking on SMPR here for the first match of round 3. This one is I believe this is a 2-0.
2-0.
This is 2-0 match.
Yeah.
Yes. So, the two battles of I was going to say the 2 yellow teams from Europe, but there's actually 3 here.
There's a couple, yeah.
Not even. Can't even narrow it down like that. Let's talk about SMPR here, Cole.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a really tough run for SMPR so far. They start off up against Furia, which, as we've just seen against G2, is by no means an easy victory to take, and they had to take them 2-5 to do it. I think in the end, they had a lot of comfort on the pitch. Furia caused them a lot of problems, but they just about managed to keep them at arm's length. And that man there, Archie, he is, of course, whenever SMPR play well, at the heart of everything. Although in their first series, it was a lot more shared, the experience. They were sharing the goals around, the assists around, pretty even. Then after that, they came up, of course, against SRG. And again, they managed to face them fairly well. 3-1. Cassio there, he gets so many assists, so many passes. He's just linking the play for everything they do.
You just mentioned their 2 opponents there. It sounds very familiar. Another team also had those same 2 opponents, and that was G2. They went the other way, though. So very impressive for SMPR to come out on top against those 2 teams. And it's good to see here Cassio. He's grown up so much as a player. He came in as a massive prospect in Europe when he first started playing in tournaments. And it was him and Alpha around the same time started forming their pro career. For a long time, Cassio has been that almost at the top player, almost breaking through, and only on this team with Archie have we really seen him shining through and taking lots of regionals.
It's kind of interesting to think about what SMPR is capable of at this point, because I would say that they have done better than I thought they would do at this point, but at the same time, you kind of want... Hi, Shasset. Nice thumbs up.
Nice to see you.
Yeah, I think you kind of run into a brick wall right here. And I think this is very likely the first hurdle that SMPR is really going to have to contend with as they move into the remainder of this tournament. And I'm actually a lot more curious to see what they do after this round.
You know, Johnny Boy in between the games was giving me a bit of copium saying, by the way, I think G2 had the toughest schedule. The toughest schedule of any of the teams here, right? They had to face off against Sandrock in round 1 and then Furia in round 2. Like most of the teams, they had one strong team and then one not so strong team. G2 had a really strong schedule, and then you completely destroy that by being pointed out, oh yeah, SMPR did the same thing, and they're 2-0. Oh, let's meet SMPR.
The team spirit is good in our team right now. I think we're all happy to be here. I think we've got a couple of goals to reach, but other than that, I think we're playing good right now, so looking forward to it. Our minimum goal is top 8, but I think we can go further than that for sure, because we have great communication, and also our motivation is really high right now. Yeah, it's pretty important to have a good mindset. I mean, I'd say if you have a bad mindset going into a series, you've already lost. You can come back from any score, unless it's like ridiculous, but like before we've come back from 2 goals down with 4 seconds left, so it's definitely possible to always come back.
We're at 2 each. Endpoint could be a goal away from giving themselves 3 series points. Right! He scored! Here's his last hit. And that's all it took.
I think we're slept on a little bit. I'd say no one's thinking about us making top 8, top 12 maybe, not even top 8, but they should probably fear us coming into this LAN, definitely.
It's going to be SMPR's first time in the hype chamber. But on the other side of things, we have Dignitas here for their second time.
Yeah, we just heard from one of the most confident players in EU, but there he is, the most confident player in Europe. Scrub Killer has been the name that resonates with the European region ever since the start. The youngest world champion in history, has had a little bit of a pause during the online era, but has found his team here on Dignitas. He has got so much respect for his teammates, and it makes him seem so much more comfortable on that stage, and he has a history of popping off on LAN.
And I mean, the reason he is so comfortable and so confident right now is due to his 2 teammates. There's apparently Jack in the center now. This man not only is one of their star players, he's also their tactician, their coach, their confidant. If they are struggling, they will turn to him and say, apparently Jack, what is it we should be doing differently? A rare double role at this point in RL Esports, but apparently Jack does it perfectly.
And I find it quite difficult to find an answer here for SMPR. I think there is a significant mechanical gap between the 2 teams, clearly. And I feel like overall you have enough or almost an overwhelming defensive capability for Dignitas as well. So I feel like there's a lack of ability to break down a team like Dignitas and a lack of ability to stop Dignitas for how well Dignitas are playing at this event. So SMPR, I really think, got their backs against the wall here.
Well, we actually got to sit down and talk to Dignitas coming into the event. Let's hear what they had to say.
Here comes Joreus, has some space.
Free shot.
But it's wide. Another comes through from apparently Jack.
My teammates are obviously on a different level. Jack and Joreus are the strongest duo in the game. Absolutely. They really like bounce off each other really well. Even anyone that I've played with before, I've not played with anyone on their level.
The boom ball, here's Joreus with the flip reset and the dunk. Dig up by 3.
You beat one opponent in the midfield, get the flip reset, and then why not throw the dunk on top?
Like, I seen Rocket League when I got released. I seen like a montage. And like, he scored all these goals. But I was like, I'm not impressed with these goals. So I was like, I can just be better than this guy. So I just downloaded the game, because I just knew that I could be better.
Dignitas, they are connecting everywhere.
But we actually managed to win a regional, and we finished top 2, which is really, really good as a first team. We've been working with like a sports psychologist. He just tells us the way to go, you know, and exercises you can do and like sleep schedules and stuff like that. He's very, very good. If you come to the major and you don't expect to win, you shouldn't even be playing in the first place. Like, you gotta want to win.
I think he was. I thought he had a stone cold face there, but you were clearly still smiling, Scrub. I will say he did a higher pull up than K-Dop did in his video, though. So.
How many? We don't know. It did look good.
That is true.
He was holding his legs, pushing him up. Maybe apparently Jack and Joreus.
There's the stats between these two teams, obviously in the same region. So this is meaningful here to see. I feel like a leader in every category is Dignitas.
Yeah, I mean, the demos is the big scary factor right here. Dignitas love to run through and get those demos, open up the space, and these players, when they've got space, are some of the most deadly in the game. All 3 incredible 1v1 players. Very excited to see that.
Well, let's take a look at the schedule here. I can finally show you this crap. I've been waiting to do this. On the B stream, we got Ground Zero taking on Renegades. That's going to be crazy. An inter-regional battle there. Endpoint's going to take on NRG. Envy's going to take on Complexity. Other regional battles as well. That one should be crazy. And then Sandrock taking on Furia. Man, the B streams, if that's a B stream match, just wait till you see what we got on the A stream for you. We got SMPR taking on Dignitas. BDS taking on FaZe. Oh my goodness. And then Era taking on Vitality. Tokyo Verdy taking on G2. So we'll get to see all of those matches happening today. That is the rest of our schedule here, and I believe we're ready for SMPR versus Dignitas. So let's get into the predictions here. Chat, let us know who you think is going to win. Use the hashtag SMPR for SMPR and use the hashtag DIG for Dignitas. We'll start in the end. Cole, who you got?
Now, my only worry for Dignitas is that up to this point, they haven't really been challenged enough. Their first series was against Tokyo Verdy, a series we all expected them to win, and they did comfortably. Then they came up against Envy, who should have been a good team, but weren't a good team against. But was it because Dignitas were making them look bad? Yes, probably 70%. But there's still that 30% where I think that Dignitas need to be pushed in this environment. And maybe that's where SMPR, who've had a really tough opening to this, can strike. That's my angle for SMPR. However, as I think it was you, Achieves, was saying, I do think that Dignitas are just the better team, and I think they'll show it. So Dignitas is my prediction overall.
Yeah, he's right. Put me down.
All right.
Respect, Achieves.
That's 2 for Dignitas.
Thank you.
It's a tough old one out here for SMPR, isn't it? No matter what they do, everyone seems to doubt them.
Yes.
They can go 2-0, they can look good, they can have a tough schedule and look good, and everyone goes, no, you're not going to win it.
They said that in their interview.
But for many of the matchups here at this event, I would back SMPR because I do believe their playstyle will work on that. And I was speaking to you before the event achieves about how I think Archie as a player is the reason they win, but can also be the reason they lose when he tries to dominate. And I think being around his teammates is going to allow him to settle in and be more of a team player, set up those boys and get them looking strong. But I do believe Dignitas are one of the few teams at this event that I would put above SMPR, and on this occasion, I'm going to say Dignitas.
Poor SMPR. You go the Johnny Boy patented toughest schedule you could possibly have. You win both of them here. You take out Sandrock Gaming and Furia in 5 games, and still the desk won't predict you. SMPR, I'm predicting SMPR to take this one down. Dignitas has had it too easy for too long. They haven't lost a game. They don't know what struggling's like. Yes, Scrubskiller's going to lose game 1. He's going to be like, what is happening here? He's going to tilt out out of his mind. That's how Semper's going to take this one down.
Man, he's got a sports psychologist.
Chat's got my back, right? Chat, you got this here. No, okay. Wow, that's actually the worst.
That is the most
one-sided it's been up until this point.
It's not just us. It's the chat as well. Think about what you're doing.
Nobody likes them. I believe in you, Semper. You got this one. Take it down here. Let's get over to the Ford Skybox and see this match go down. Manfield Knights, the setting for our games here between Semper and Dignitas. Let's see it happen in the hype chamber for the beginning of round 3. I'm excited. One of these teams moving forward here. This is going to be crazy. Let's get into it.
For all the talk about tough schedules, one thing is undeniable, and that is whoever wins this gets the day off tomorrow, Johnny. After all of this, we keep going about how intense this is supposed to be. Someone's about to have a great time.
Yeah, Swiss is a tricky format. You're looking great, Semper. You're looking great, Dignitas. And I'm looking forward, of course, to see you, Semper, in the next round, should you be there. But this can go downhill very quickly. At the same time, teams like G2, Vitality, who are currently 0-2, that can turn around as well. You need to win that third series, and sometimes that's the hardest one to win. In this case, it should be, because these two teams have been on fire this weekend.
We're going to see off the backboard immediately. Very good offensive attempt there by Semper. We did hear an awful lot of talk about how Archie is kind of the paladin of this team. We're looking to try and see whether or not he can step up to the plate. He's going to have to, because there is a trio of superstars. One of them right here off the backboard. Apparently jacked off the wall.
What?
Well, they've gone high, they've gone wide, they've done everything but hit the target. But Josette will show them how it's done.
Well, Abjack shaking his head after that one. He's just completely missed. It's not wide open as a net, but it's got, a lot of open corners. And then Jarius playing the ball on the backward rotation. Probably shouldn't be doing that. He really wants to be going for the player there, because the own goal is possible. That's something we used to see back in Season 1 and 2 a lot.
I don't feel like it's too harsh to say that there wasn't very many other ways to play that worse, necessarily.
I would agree.
That's going to be the infield, and there we go. Right through the middle.
Abjack making sure to miss that post this time.
Just staring at him as he does the pass.
Well, Jory is... if Jack missed this, Jory would have definitely been thinking, what have I got to do? What have I got to do to get you to score, man? Like, these are some brilliant assists by Jarius. He's dismantling Semper, and it really could be 2-0 right now. Dignitas, untested when they're in defense. When they're not scoring on themselves, just Jarius a problem at both ends.
You'll get to see more of that as well from apparently Jack. Dignitas not afraid just to jump to give an angle, give some sort of doubt to their opponent's defensive.
Ooh.
That's back into the midfield. Archie lays it over to his teammate. Scrub Killer challenges Cassio to a mid-air duel. Just over a minute down. We're still at 1 each. This is the first of quite a few inter-regional matchups. Johnny, we came all the way here. Looking forward to seeing some of these international matches. I didn't expect to be casting Europe versus Europe this early.
Yeah, it was inevitable at some point we'd just be stuck with EU versus EU when all the NA teams have decided to go nearer to the airport. But like you said, round 2, we didn't think it was, or round 3 rather, thought this might still be EU versus NA territory. Apparently not. We'll get one of those after this
I'm not taking part of this. I've got James joining me after this series. I'm not getting on his bad side.
James, who is right now at least the biggest FaZe fan I've ever met. NRG as well, of course. Another chance for Dig, and it's wide open for Jarius. 2-1. They have been creating chances really well in this opening game. Just completely beating Semper to the ball.
Yeah, I don't know where Josette was off to. Semper earlier on seeing that Dignitas couldn't score in the open net. Doesn't mean you're supposed to challenge them to do it 2 more times. 2-1 to Dig. Looking very comfortable thus far. I've got my first one of those out of the way. Here comes Jarius over to the far side, and Jarius has got his first one out of the way. Flip reset. Annihilates everybody.
Jarius has pretty much caused every goal here. He's scored an own goal, and now he is absolutely ripping Semper to shreds. Archie needs to pop off. Josette needs to show us some of that LAN glory from the past. Cassio needs to show why he has been one of the most consistent players in the modern era. Oh, look at this. That's actually on target. What a pinch by Archie. Oh, that didn't take long.
And that was necessary as well. Jarius scoring almost immediately off the kickoff. Archie, right down the middle. You can't ask for any better placement than that.
Off the curve, he actually pinches it downwards because there's a Dignitas player coming in right in front of him. If he pinches that straight towards the goal, it probably makes contact with the Dignitas player, but because he's gone downwards into the curve, it actually goes past that player. Unbelievable placement by Archie. It's a long way to go in game number 1.
Apparently Jack will give chase, realizes that it was pretty much a losing battle. But again, Dignitas, get used to seeing this from them. They're very good at making you think that they're going to commit and then go off, steal some boost, demo a goalkeeper. They like to leave their options open for as long as possible. See, apparently Jack wait all the way at the back. He'll be called into action. Shot set, putting him under some pressure. Straight into the corner. Dignitas, never in a rush. Always back themselves to try and win that midfield challenge. This might be a good opportunity though for Semper to try and put some bodies forward. Not able to do so. Now Dignitas, how many people have they got to choose from? Does he scrub killer? Look to try and add a little bit of support, but again, Jack's going to be stuck by himself. One-on-one against Archie for the time being. Archie playing for pace. Wants the rest of the recruits to turn up. And this is starting to settle into more of a Dignitas sort of pace. With them the lead, they'll be very happy to do that.
Yeah, definitely Dignitas the better of the two teams so far. It's worth mentioning Semper beating Sandrock Gaming actually coming into this made me, have a little bit more hope for them against Diggs. Dignitas have been strong in one of the aspects. Sandrock were really strong against G2, and that's the 50-50s, the challenge game. They've been really destroying EU this season in that aspect. Only Endpoint really able to contest them. Oh, what a shot that is. Oh, it's gone in. Castillo lets it rip. Top shelf. Infield pass, quick as you like. And it is a tie game off Archie's pass to Castillo.
Well, you don't hit it much cleaner than that, Jorius. Try as you like. Wasn't getting anywhere near it. Tied game. Heard Cole say he'd much rather see a 5-4, a 4-3 than a 1-0. Cole will be very happy with what he sees so far, and so will Semper. They've got themselves back into a game that they have looked second best in.
Oh.
That was, however, very dangerous. Now the pass. Chaussette doesn't look like he quite had the boost to follow. At least the pass didn't have enough angle for him to feel all that inclined to do so. This is where Dignitas are so dangerous. And the issue is that will develop throughout this series. On occasion, you'll see Jack go solo. On other times, you'll see him go for the infield. He's very difficult to figure out what he's going to do until he does it.
That's the danger of playing against a team who can solo play this well. We're seeing a lot of players with 1v1 history do really well on this LAN. In fact, probably Semper are the team in the top 4 at the moment with the least 1v1 experience. And they're trying to hold on here against Dig. Fighting back. We asked Archie for that pop-off. He delivered immediately. But still a tie game.
Archie again asking questions of the backboard defense. Jorius wants to follow, cannot do so. Chaussette off the backboard. Who's there first? No real attempt to stride forward by Archie. Instead, he's going to wait for the pass back. Same way that they managed to get the third goal. And able to do it for a fourth. 10 seconds now. Archie, does he want to commit? Again, Semper, defensive focused. And this is why, because they're scared of the breakaway. And there's the shot! There's the goal! Hat-trick hero for Jorius!
Oh, what a bump by Jack as well. Clapped turbo with one of these yesterday. Now we've got Chaussette just helpless. Nothing he can do. As our Jack hits him on the rotation in. 2 seconds to go. What a heartbreak for Semper. They fought back bravely, still trailing to Dignitas.
They've got 2 seconds to find something. It's a good pop for them. Need to be able to get the follow-up, but it was off camera, but Castillo was getting bullied on his way for it. Oh! How have you done that?
Archie once again, look at the back post approach, giving him the biggest possible angle. Castillo keeps it up.
Where's he come from?
An orange trail. And for Archie to catch that before it crosses the box is phenomenal positioning.
Well, he's not an online warrior anymore. Archie has stepped up, as every player has, to the LAN plate. Oh, that's so dangerous. It's cleared, and Semper fight back yet again. Apparently Jack's got loads of time. Goes straight for the backboard. Castillo booming clear. And that will be pretty easy to catch. Once again for Dignitas, they look to launch yet another attack.
You got to remember, Archie pointed that out in the interview before the game. Never give up. They've come back from 2 down with 4 seconds left. What's 1 goal in 2 seconds? Nothing to these guys. They've got all the evidence you need here. This is going to be a close series. Both teams looked good yesterday. They're looking even better today.
Dignitas doing a really good job of catching the third man on rotation back, hitting them with a couple of bumps. And Semper needs to keep eyes open, make sure that does not happen yet again. In the field, Castillo, good job on the challenge. Chaussette had a little moment there where he wanted to move forward. Cassio should be able to claim that ball for his own. Still, SMPR under threat. Cassio breaks away. Scrub Killer's attempt at a challenge, not quite strong enough. Joria straight on net. Hat trick's not good enough for him, and that's why it hasn't been good enough for him. He needs to keep that going. Cassio is the midfield option.
Really good by Scrub. Pressure in again on the recovery. He's not leaving his goalkeeper alone there twice in a row now. He's making a beeline straight for the ball. Another bump attempted by Dig. SMPR well aware of that strategy. We actually saw Apjack practicing that in the warm-up lobbies. Warm-up lobbies never indicative of what you're going to see in a game. Here's Jarius. Tight angle. Drops down. Shot gets goal side.
Got to figure out whether or not it's on net as quickly as possible. Off the backboard. Is anyone able to get there in time? Off the crossbar, but the goalkeeper turns it into their own net. And Dignitas made to fight for it, but have got game one.
Oh, it's a bit careless by Cassio and Shosette there. They're both caught a bit flat-tired in the net as the ball goes into the backboard. Cassio, clean beaten to the ball. We saw that a lot early in the game by Dig. SMPR seemed to speed up and start to even out that pace difference. But right at the end of the game, it comes back to bite them once more as they just get completely beaten to the ball by Apjack. And Shosette outside the net instead of on the inside of the goal line, unable to get on the right side of the ball.
What a first game this was, and we could potentially have 4 more of those coming our way. Yeah, you know what? You'd think that, you know, two games to nothing or 2 matches to nothing in the Swiss, you'd be a little bit more calm about it, but no, you still want to get all of those. You were still getting the pop-offs, and it has been fantastic to see. I've been waiting so long, man, to see all of these pop-offs, and with these 2 teams, not going to get anything else.
Well, you know, you're talking about potential tournament MVP players. You know, what's the list looking like right now? You've definitely got to throw Ajori's in there. Just the pop-off potential he's got. Shosette meditating at the moment.
Shosette's getting in the zone. That's the Zen mode right there.
Definitely one of my favorite players to watch between games. You know, whether he's having a 1v1 with a can that he's unable to open, or whether he's just, you know, just really just trying to calm down that breathing. It's a good technique, you know, to just try and get that heart rate down low, the slow breathing. And these teams, they've got the not just the coaching from SMPR, but also that psychologist as well. Really helpful.
Well, Shosette throughout his entire career has not ever really done a middling result. He's either popped off entirely and annihilated everybody at DreamHacks, or you get results like that Season 8 over in Madrid where they came in, #1 seed for Europe, didn't perform to the standards we expected from them. What version of Shosette are we going to get this time around? Off the backboard, might get ourselves a goal.
Okay.
That's the version of Shosette I want to see this tournament.
So he's managed to manifest Dignitas completely whiffing the ball. Scrub Killer Jari is just floating in that play. Apjack completely missing. So whatever Shosette did between games 1 and 2 clearly worked. I just imagine he was thinking really hard about Dignitas whiffing the ball, which, you know, if you've watched a lot of Scrub Killer stream, is actually not that hard to imagine.
No. I like to imagine that Shosette is completely aware when the camera is on. I mean, he just looks tame when the camera is on. The moment the camera is off, he's staring directly at apparently Jack. Dare you to miss that ball, mate.
SMPR always trying to be behind the ball in defense. Dignitas a bit more willing to go out and meet that attack. Low shot, defended well. Dignitas definitely showing a lot more respect to SMPR despite that game 1 win than we saw in the very beginning of this series. They were just all over them, especially Jarius. But now, after being hit by the counterattacks and the passing plays, having to sit a bit further back in their half.
This is where Shosette does his best work. Forcing players to come in on the timing, what he lacks in maybe 1v1 mechanics. He's so good at figuring out high-low angles. Just blasting through those challenges. Called into action against Jarius. Archie taps the ball on. It's going to be a bit difficult to read, but wasn't enough power to truly threaten Dignitas. Scrub to Jarius. Jarius to Scrub. Scrub, can he take it the whole way? Shosette sees a three-way passing play. Very relaxed about the entire thing. This one will have no such outcome for him. Jarius adds more to the tally.
Great passing by Dig. SMPR caught a bit on top of each other at the near post. They needed somebody pressuring the ball. Well, you know, when everybody wants to be that goalkeeper, be that last man, ball pressure comes to a bare minimum, and you're wide open to these options that Dignitas are so good at exploiting. The passing plays, the solo plays these guys are capable of. Just threats coming in from all angles.
Dignitas I've got so used to them controlling the midfield in a bit of a way, but throughout this series, it's been more the counter-attack from them when they get their very short opportunities with just one player in net. That's when they've done their best work. Shot set, straight for net. You'll always be aware that, at least defensively, Dignitas very happy for a cheeky double commit.
Well, they recover so fast that
it's worth it.
Their double commits that sometimes don't really matter. As long as you've got 2 players landing on a wall somewhere after committing, you can get back in the game so quickly. The boost management's phenomenal by Dignitas, and they're really growing into that as they get more experience on the stage. This is actually open for Scrub if he can find a way through. Double tap off the backboard, does get denied. Awkward shot was a bit too difficult for Scrub Killer on that occasion.
Well, even on the setup, we just saw what makes Dignitas so threatening.
Wow.
They're always involved in plays that you think that they're out of. By the time they reach the ball, Jorius self-set off the backboard, looks for apparently Jack. So is Chaussette.
Yeah, these teams looking scary at the moment. Bit of a loose touch there, but Scrub Killer is actually able to catch up to it. SMPR are being boost starved. Cassio and Archie both have 0. Chaussette gonna need to do something with this, just sends it long. It's not a bad idea because now it gives time for Cassio and Archie to run around. Cassio gets the shot on net. Archie grabs a 100 pad. That's why that hard clear is just being sent away. Chaussette buying his teammates some time as much as he'd love to do something a bit more creative with that perhaps. Archie now makes it 2-1. First touch was perfect and the second was undefendable.
Just seemed to come straight to him, and yeah, you're not going to get anything better than that.
Wow. It's like when you spawn and the ball just hits you and goes in. This time in a good way.
It's the only time that has ever been a positive factor in a game of Rocket League. And SMPR finally have got themselves a lead. They've been fighting for this. They've been scoring plenty. It's the first time that they're going to be the ones under pressure to hold on to it. Chaussette used all the boost to find that shot. Scrub taking his time.
Oh my goodness.
Gonna have even more of it. Charging at SMPR. Finally has support arriving off the backboard. One more chance for them. Where is the third? Jorius couldn't get there. I think he was being bumped.
Yeah, he's looking for a clean run. Oh my goodness! Oh, that looked like it was gonna get clear to safety. Scrub Killer's got other ideas. What a block. He actually got one touch forward and denies Chaussette's clear, which looked like a pretty good attempt by Chaussette, to be fair. I mean, now he wishes he hit it straight up in the air, but what a play by SK.
There's some sort of clairvoyance for the Scotsman. What a hit by Scrub Killer. 50 seconds left, another tight game. Although Scrub Killer might have yet another opportunity to add to Dignitas' tally. More boost steals, those back corner boosts becoming such a point of contention on both teams. This is what SMPR have done well, where most teams up against Dignitas do get stuck. They're just booming the ball. They're finding the off angles. That was a very crucial touch from Cassio. Still might not mean much because Jorius cannot miss.
I mean, these guys are putting some insane plays on the board now. Jorius up so early for that read. Chaussette wasn't slow to it, but he still gets beaten to the ball. Dignitas are outpacing a fast team by such a large margin that SMPR can't even get a glancing blow.
It's like a 100-meter dash, but your opponent is already left 2 seconds before you. Dignitas, so quick. Such incredible game IQ for players that are so young. Now Jorius, can he get another hat trick? 2 games in a row, 2 hat tricks for Jorius.
Oh man, look at the face cams on the Dig boys. They can't believe it. It's just too easy for them. You know, Archie a bit left alone at the back there, and Jorius is probably the absolute worst player in the entire world to be left alone against when you're up against a full boost and ball under control player. Surely that's it, even for SMPR, who don't know how to give up. I've got, faith in them to make this a series from 2 games down. But they're going to need to do it from 2 games down. Time's gone. And Scrub Killer trying to add insult to injury. He does! 5-2. What a statement by Dig.
This is some of the best shooting that we have seen from any of our teams. Dignitas proving themselves to be... Well, they're not in the hype chamber. They are the hype within the chamber right now.
I mean, if they went into an empty chamber, it would become a hype chamber. Merely by their presence at this rate.
Dignitas on top at the moment and looking unstoppable in this series. And SMPR, they're not playing bad. They're getting caught, absolutely. But that seems to be what's happening to everybody. We were wondering, you know, what level really is Dignitas, because they came in, they beat Tokyo Verdy. Envy didn't look great in the series before taking on Dignitas. This is such a telling series, and I want to hear more from our lad known as Orb.
Thank you so much, guys. Impressive close out there from Dignitas. I'm standing here with the content lead for Dignitas. That's what I love about this place. You don't know who you're going to run into. You're going to run into players, coaches, and also there's a bunch of content teams running around trying to capture the amazing content, the most amazing content they can for their teams. So how has the experience been? You definitely caught a lot of good shots earlier, right?
Oh, I mean, how can we not? The boys are on fire, almost undefeated so far, and for the content, we're like the only ones doing content out here right now. So of course, gotta make sure it looks good. Gotta make sure it looks good.
I mean, asking you if Dignitas is gonna win, of course you're gonna say yes. I'm gonna switch the script on you, and I'm gonna ask, what does SMPR have to do to beat you guys?
I think they're gonna need to stop looking over at their monitors at our team. Obviously, best looking team can be kind of distracting. So, you know, yours is beautiful eyes, Jack's beautiful chain, and Scrub obviously has the best haircut. So, I mean, keep focus on the monitor and maybe you'll actually hit more goals.
It's getting very essential down here. I can feel the energy just heating up. We're gonna head back into the next game, guys. Please take it away.
I want him back. We need more content managers, apparently. That was incredible. And I'll tell you what, Orb did not do a half bad job himself, as is the team. Dignitas are living up to the hype. They're only one more game away from getting their day 3 off.
They've done so well. They really have. And you know, my favorite thing about Dignitas so far, and all the tests that they've had, hold on a second, Shawset's trying to double. We've got to pause and accept that fact. Good save there on the follow-up shot. Okay, now that SMPR have calmed down, I was going to credit Dignitas' ability to handle those, you know, bad moments. They've been scored on. SMPR came back from 2 goals down, put in some great goals. Don't worry, that's not in. Nothing to worry about. But, you know, in those moments, Dignitas are all smiles. They know that you've got to stay positive. There's really nothing to gain from being too upset about that. You know, you can be upset for just a moment, get it out of your system, but then when you get into the next play, you've got to be positive. You've got to have each other's backs, and it's something that a lot of teams have really struggled with this weekend.
I think it really helps when the person that is pretty much coaching you could probably take you in a 1v1.
That's true.
You're not listening to him thinking, what do you know, mate? You can't do what I do. They'll just take you to Manfield Night, score 8 past you, go and do your job.
Well, that's a crazy thing. You're talking about AppJack. He's kind of like the in-game coach for this team, and the IQ that just breathes knowledge every time he speaks in the team comms. But I'd say Jory actually takes him. You know, Jack's probably going to beat anyone else in the world. I'd say he's going to beat anyone else in the world. Okay, maybe 50-50 with Khaled. Hopefully we'll see him at other lands this year. But Jory is that one guy who just always has a way to beat anybody on the field. He'd probably clap Scrub, though.
Don't tell Scrub that. I feel like no matter what part of Scrub's career we get him to, he will always believe he can beat anybody and everybody. Scrub's undefeated in best of ones.
Scrubs, you know, he's had a great line as well so far. He's had so many questions asked of him, so many failed teams ever since he left Vitality years ago now, and so many people questioning the validity of this transfer that Dig picked up. But, you know, I backed him. I've got to back my countrymen. Oh, look at this from Archie. Mind game does go wide. Love the creativity from SMPR, but that final shot has not hit the target just yet.
It's probably the biggest compliment we can give to SMPR as well, is that whilst a lot of teams that we have seen in this environment have kind of frozen up, gone to foundational Rocket League, SMPR have not done that. They're still testing. Shawset, drop down past to Archie, stuff like that. Where you're just asking the question. Scrub Killer continues the hunt over in the background, but Archie has taken over. 0 boost. Quite find the challenge that he was after. Just taps the ball on. Shawset looking for Archie. Not quite the angle you would have liked, but still can keep moving on with Cassio in support. Doesn't need that support. Archie gives SMPR the lead.
You know, AppJack was back there, but it looks like he wasn't quite ready for this. Archie with an extra touch on the ball there goes past Jorias. And 1-0 SMPR just past halftime in game 3. Might be the start of the comeback that they have definitely got on their minds.
None of these games have necessarily been blowouts, so that challenge could have gone anywhere. Just over 2 minutes left in game 3. Archie, he wants to try and add to him. Off the backboard, Castillo jumps. Can he get there in time? Oh, what a save! Jorius keeps it to only 1.
That's a phenomenal save. A couple of great saves by Dig in this game. Quiet in offense compared to games 1 and 2, though. Demos continue to look effective, however. For Team Dignitas, Team Pinch. Tempted by Archie and Castillo there. Love to see that. The creativity for Semper has been phenomenal in game 3. They've got to keep that up.
The comms have been so good thus far. Able to just keep on top of one another, make sure that they do not hand the ball away to a very lethal Dignitas squad. Top corner!
Scrub just drills it, and you can tell a lot about how a player's feeling and how confident they are, or just simply how hard they hit the ball when it's coming towards them like this. Scrub Killer did not miss a beat there. That's about as close to as hard as you can hit it. Accuracy as well, on point, and comparing that to how a lot of teams looked yesterday on the stage, it's night and day. Power shots absolutely flying into the net from Dig.
Maybe one of the better bounces that Semper could have asked for. Keeps it out of the danger, at least for the time being. Jorius, no boost. Also no support over in the midfield. Might have liked somebody just to redirect that on to the orange side of the field. Jorius also just holding back, along with Scrub Killer. Realizing that they're on a little bit low boost, and Scrub's missed the boost.
It's a good touch. Just lofting the ball just slightly out of reach so nobody from Semper can get quickly onto it.
That was a very quickly abandoned Rule 1.
No surprise under these circumstances.
They just start shining the lights on you at that point.
Dignitas still quite happy to just sit and wait for that mistake. Wild pre-jump by Archie there. Now he's dissuaded Dignitas from attacking them with an air dribble, but didn't get a lot more than that. Chaussette, clean pass 1. Well, it will actually end up in the middle here. Jorius is there for it. It looks like it's going to deflect to safety, but Dignitas still press back, looking for the counter.
Apparently Jack want to put directly into Archie. That's an awkward bounce. There's the follow.
Save.
Another huge save. Scrub Killer with the third. Still can't turn the ball in. Dignitas have been the more clutch of the two squads. They need to add the third clutch to their names. Might even get it before the ball hits the ground. Castillo, will he want to go the whole way, or does he want to just take this to overtime? That was maybe the worst of the two decisions. Almost dropped it straight over to Dignitas.
Yeah, good cut by Chaussette though, and we will end up in overtime. Semper really need this. Those game wins can be huge. Dignitas win-loss is impeccable at the moment. Can they go perfect throughout this entire Swiss bracket?
9-0 is looming for Dignitas. Huge demo. Castillo sets up Archie to go on the chase. Archie still wants to hit. Jorius can't do so. Infield pass out of reach for apparently Jack. Backboard bounce. Chaussette has to hold the line. It's going to take his time. Well, about as much time as Scrub Killer's going to allow him. Reset for Jack. Doesn't look like he quite got it. Jack looks for Chaussette. Oh, they don't need to hit the ball all the time. They just need to make sure they get your car.
And those bumps have been huge for Dig. Demo coming in as well. From game 1, they've been just absolutely farming Demo, something that can be really hard to pay attention to. They're still going. Semper, I've got to be on the lookout for these. So much harder to do that when you're surrounded by the lights. There's another big bump. The ball's just lingering in front of the net. Semper, get rid of it. Chaussette might be onto this, actually. He's going to try. No, instead, tips away for the boost steal.
What's more demos? Got all the fireworks, apart from the one that they want, the goal explosion. Drops. Apparently Jack gets rid of the danger. He's going to be the first to follow. Jorius daring anybody to come and challenge. Chaussette picked up the gauntlet. Scrub sets up off the backboard. It's dangerous. Nobody around. That's where Semper need to be worried, because they are crowding up on the goal line, and those demos, as you can see, still very much in play.
Yeah, being in the goal not just giving you a better angle at a lot of saves and a lot of clears, a lot of interceptions, but also just makes you a bit harder to hit, because these players running across the box have to turn around that post to get to you. I know with Semper sitting outside the net as often as they are, often sitting ducks and unable to avoid Dignitas despite the strategy being quite clear. There's another sweep across. Shot follows. Saved by Semper.
Brilliant comms yet again because Archie was in peril. And Chaussette spotted it, came to help out. Casio wants to find the challenge. When it comes to the 50 games, though, Dignitas finds no challenge. They simply tend to win them. 2.5 minutes of overtime played. Semper looking capable of a reverse sweep. Dignitas have always found a way in these situations to get the big play done. Casio, that's a good challenge. That's an even better recovery.
That's the thing you got to worry about with Dignitas. You might think you got the ball past them, but do they have a flip? Do they have a way to get back to it? They're always able to get those quick recoveries and get an extra touch on the ball. If you fully commit, you're out the game. Semper, 3 minutes into OT, still standing strong, despite the Dignitas violence has been seemingly effective against them.
Casio takes it as far away from Scrub as he can. Fair play to Semper just to weather the storm and force Dignitas to go back to slightly more traditional Rocket League. Demos not as in play as they were earlier on. That could have very quickly been very dangerous. Archie able to find a second challenge. Apparently Jack leaves it. Saw the jump from Chaussette, thought he might have already caught him out. Casio with Archie. Team pinch! Oh, apparently Jack not fooled at all. Team pinch. Still not good enough to take on one apparently Jack.
That might be the best save, and we've had some brilliant saves. Definitely want to take another look at that one. How did Jack see that coming? A perfectly executed team pinch by Semper. Still, Dignitas deny it. Whoa, oh my goodness, that's not open enough apparently. A quick recovery from Dig makes it into a 2v1 at the other end, and it's now wide open, and then it goes! Dig sweeps Semper and advanced undefeated to the playoffs.
Of all ways for that overtime to end, it ended up being an unfortunate, I'm not going to call it an own goal, it was a deflection. There's nothing you can really do at that point.
Hard to see it coming.
But Dignitas, 9-0. We hyped this up so much about how this was going to be the most difficult journey in the most difficult style of tournament, and Dignitas quite literally can sleep in tomorrow.
Oh, Chaussette's devastated. I mean, they had a couple of unfortunate touches, and I think they were punished for sitting outside the net often by Dig, who were just rampant with the demos. I know, you know, they said, Shogun, you can't have too much mechanics in one team. They're all going to go for the same stuff. Nah, 1v1 doesn't help. Doesn't transition to threes. Well, Dignitas trying to prove that wrong. Well, trying to prove everything wrong here. And all their doubters wrong so far. 9-0. Started off with the 3-0 against Tokyo Verdy, but since then, sweeping Envy and Semper, that's some impressive results. And in style, that save by Jack is next level, and they had another one following it as well. Archie just had no way that he could stop that flick, and poor Chaussette with the clincher. Scrub Killer absolutely thrilled with himself. Congratulations, Dig, on advancing as Semper. Because they haven't taken a game here, they've got some really tough opponents in that 1-1 waiting for them. They would have much preferred to take a game or two here.
Well, Dignitas able to speedrun through the Swiss bracket. Now we're going to see who is going to join them after this break.
It's me, hero of horsepower. Make way for our all-electric Rocketeer. Top-tier tactician, elite rotator. All-star muscle car. Your champion.
to the show and we'll fly. You don't have to feel like you're on your own. No one should have to dance alone, not tonight. For somebody to make memories in a bank forever in time. There's no reason to be hard to find, 'cause we've already lost our mind. You and me, we're gonna write a little history. You and me, just show me love and then you'll see. We make, they are never gonna fade for a lifetime. We
All right, and just like that, we are back standing here with the champ himself, Scrub. How are you feeling? Semper 3-0, amazing save there by Jack in the end.
Yeah.
What went wrong for Semper for you guys to sweep?
I mean, we just scored more goals on them, like Turbo said, but we outplayed them. We had good challenges and stuff. And Jonas played really well. I was a little bit shaky, but it's just warm-up. The Swiss is warm-up. And then on the Saturday, that's when I actually play good.
So what is it that sets you guys apart? You guys are now done. You guys have the day off tomorrow. What sets you guys apart? What made you guys go 3-0 here?
I mean, we just got the team, we got the synergy, and like Jonas is really making demon time, you know. But Jack made that unreal save, and like I felt pretty good. The first game I was pretty nervous, but I got like a
let's go.
I got like a dunk goal, you know, when I dunked him. After that, I felt quite confident. But like I don't play that good in Swiss. I'll actually start playing good this weekend. And then that's when.
So this is just a warm-up. That's what you're saying. This is just warm-up.
Oh yeah, I'm just warming up.
It's just warm-up. So what are you guys doing for you? You guys, like I said, you guys got the day off tomorrow. What do you guys got planned? You guys scrimming? You guys sleeping? You guys eating? What are you guys doing?
Jonas isn't going to play the whole day. He doesn't play. It doesn't seem to matter that much. Me, I was sitting in free play today, sitting playing ones and stuff. So I've got to grind, but probably like go to the gym or something. I don't know.
Is there anything you do to get yourself ready for tournament matches? Like, is there music? Do you want to wake up at the same time, have the same food? Do you want to have like a treat of a snack? Just to get you guys in the zone.
We do like, I do breathing, right? I do like...
You do meditation?
No, in for 4 seconds, then breathe out for 6. That's what Big Lenny was teaching us. Jonas listens to music, but I don't like doing that. But it seems to work for him, so I mean...
How has the prep been for this line? I mean, you are no stranger to the lights and the stage. You've been here before. You are a previous champ, after all.
Yeah.
How good does it feel to be back under those same lights?
It feels really good, you know, like it's been a while and there's no crowd, so I think it's good to like sort of get yourself back into it. Although I felt definitely a little bit nervous, but my team said they didn't feel nervous and we're really relaxed. Like if we score or something, like whenever Semper scored, they're like, yes, because it's a big deal for them. But for us, it's just like another day at the office. And
so do you guys want to kind of keep it under wraps, like not too much explosion of energy? You guys kind of want to keep the lid on.
The job's not finished. You just got through Swiss. It doesn't matter. Swiss doesn't matter. You could go 3-0. You could go 3-2. It really doesn't matter.
I had a few words with your content lead for Dignitas, Caleb, earlier. He was almost getting sensual explaining the camaraderie there between the team. Is that important for the team to be able to joke, laugh, like have a good time, spend quality time outside of the game?
You got to have that chemistry on and off the field, you know what I mean? So you got to have that team bond and team synergy.
Team bond is important. I think that's got to be it here from the Swiss Abyss. Thank you so much for joining us here. Congratulations on making it through.
I'll see you Saturday.
Let's go. We're sending it over to the desk. Guys, what do you got for us?
That might be my new favorite one. We'll see.
What?
Please never change, Scrub. Please never change.
I don't even say about that.
Regan, how's it feel to see your boy all grown up?
I mean, we've seen him grow up from a very young age. I mean, back in the day when he first was old enough to start streaming on Twitch and, you know, seeing that famous moment of when he was like, right, ready for the cam reveal? And he's got it on already and everyone's like, we can already see you. And it's like seeing how far he's come, both as a content creator, a player, and a personality. If I could tell you now, if he'd said, oh yeah, I'll go to the gym on my day off back when I was coaching him, I would have been like, sorry, what? Are you sure? And so it's great to see that, you know, he's growing up and doing so
I'm
well.
sure he's so tired of us talking about like, oh, we've just watched him grow up. He used to be so small. It's Scrub. It's never going to stop, okay? Just hope you know that's your entire career. You're the 12-year-old of Rocket League who's just elevated here. Now on the main stage, a former world champ. And you heard him say it there, Johnny. He's like, Semper's popping off every time they score. Like, we're just like, whatever.
Well, you know, I feel like it's still great for Semper to do that, but it clearly shows that they're not bothered by that. Some teams get really upset, or not upset, but they get, you know, a little bit annoyed, or, you know, it does distract you, and the other team's making a lot of noise after scoring, because you're obviously not feeling too happy about that. But Dignitas, they don't mind. They're just having a great time. And, you know, like I said during the cast, I'm really impressed by these guys' ability to just roll with the punches, because they have conceded a fair bit there. Yeah. And they don't really seem to be bothered by that.
Well, okay, so let's talk about the actual match here. Okay, 3-0. Dignitas did not lose a game in the Swiss. They went 9-0 across 3 matches. And in this one, this was interesting because Semper definitely, they got here. They were 2-0 as well. in the 3-0s, 2 overtimes, both of them ended in own goal. What do we make of that?
Rough, isn't it? You know, I mean,
Dazerin's probably the expert on this one because that probably happens a lot in NA.
Okay, no.
Okay, now
first of all, we're not choking like Choke said.
Look,
okay, that's all I'm saying.
We got a lot of mistakes. Own goaling's not really one of them.
Thank you. I need some backup here, okay?
I got you,
That's
I
all
got
I'm saying. Yes, NA's doing poorly, but never to that point here. I think Dignitas are playing really well. T-Bates has been convincing me on them all season long since the start, and they are playing up to the level that he has them on, that pedestal, and they continue to do well like this. No, he is. He is. He is. Like, he's got the black profile picture right now because he knows. But I think for Dignitas, they're a problem. No one's been able to stop them, take a game off of them, and they look like they're in prime form to take this tournament, actually.
I think I'm kind of scared for whoever has to take on SMPR next here. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, we have the battle of OCE going down. Renegades taking on Zero Ground Gaming there. Ground Zero Gaming, excuse me. They're 2-0 right now.
How many grounds?
No grounds. No grounds at all. They are currently 2-0 in the series. Their game is still ongoing. Ground Zero up over Renegades.
Oh, it's tough for these guys. They have to take each other out of the tournament to an extent. Obviously, we're in Swiss. They do have opportunities in the future to both make it, but to take out your own regional brothers is pretty tough at this point. But I'm sure they're having fun playing against each other here on that.
Yeah, the players might not be too excited about this. They come all the way to the other side of the world to play the same team.
To play the same team.
You know, the region's probably thinking this is great because if an OCE team, just one, can make top 8, then that's phenomenal for those auto-qual spots for Worlds. It doesn't matter who it is. And one of them is guaranteed to get that 2-1 score, so they got 2 shots at getting top 8. Massive for OCE. Same thing's happening with Sandrock Furia. You know, if one of those teams going to be on 2-1 with 2 shots to get that.
We just had that with the 2 European teams. One of them's guaranteed to be 3-0. So when we do have those regional matchups, there is a positive and a negative side to the story. When
I
those
feel like
guys
for minor regions, that's great though. You want that because that in Swiss is exactly. I don't think there's any world where they both. Well, maybe there is that they both get top 8, but I think realistically they're all hoping for one.
Exactly.
Well, and this is a 1-1 matchup there in the middle part of the Swiss here. So neither team going home here. That would be tragic to have this match at a 0-2 situation where they have to knock each other out. That's not what's happening. So we'll get to see both of them play at least one more time here. But let's take a look at the schedules that we have for the B stream as well as the A stream over at twitch.tv/RL Esports. You can see these matches happening. Endpoint versus NRG going to be the next one that comes up after Ground Zero versus Renegades concludes. Again, that match still ongoing. You can check that out over on the B stream. Here on the A stream, though, we just concluded Dignitas versus SMPR, which means we're moving on to a doozy here. BDS versus FaZe Clan, then Era Eternity, Vitality, Tokyo Verdy, and G2. Those will be the rest of our matches here. But got BDS versus FaZe coming up next. We've been talking about it all day. There's so many stories. There's so many rivalries coming in, but none as big as Europe versus NA.
Well, because there's no lands and stuff, it's like the divergence is like an all-time high.
Gergie gets the redirect and Squishy gonna finish it off.
BDS at 0 seconds are unbeatable.
Oh, and a double tap from Chicago.
I think it's awesome, the NAE EU drama. It's been so long forever and I sort of go back and forth trying to debate, you know, play styles, this and that.
You've basically summed up the thoughts of all the North American players who are watching EU Rock League these days. You're thinking, do we even bother going to Sweden and is this such an inevitability that we're going to get clapped?
Honestly, I cannot stand the NA versus EU, you know, debate or whatever.
I think EU is the best region because we keep pressure, we have maybe a best defense.
I'm 100% sure NA is better than EU.
I'd say 100, but I'm probably 1,000% sure that NA is better than EU, to be honest.
The NA guys have just got big egos and they think their region's bad.
I'm not gonna say anything on EU versus NA until the major is finished.
NA versus EU, this LAN is gonna be actually so entertaining to watch, and it's just finally being decided.
100%. I think everyone's looking forward to see who comes out on top between EU and NA. It'll be fun to watch.
EU team's gonna win the major.
I personally think NA has more teams that can actually take the tournament.
From scrims and everything, I think EU is the best region. But we'll see.
I think a lot of people waiting, yeah. I mean, it's been 2 years, so we don't really know what to expect, but I'm trusting Europe.
If there's a region I'm most keen to beat, it's definitely NA or EU, and make as many fans mad as possible.
Oh man, I was so eager for Torsas to pick one and say which one he wanted to beat there, but he's like, nah, both. It's like, okay, fine, fair enough there. Honestly, after watching that, I think we're gonna see BDS versus NRG in the finals. The teams are like, nope, not thinking about it, not talking about it. We'll just make it happen on the pitch. That was a fun video.
Oh, that's awesome. I love this. But when it comes down to it, there's always somebody who, I think in every team really cares about that, no matter what they say. I don't fully believe Garrett G there when he says he hates it. I think, there's got to be some upside to that. He's probably sick of hearing it because he's the only player who's been here for all 8 seasons.
Yeah.
But, well, up to more than that now. But, I think he can enjoy it at times, especially if they get a big win.
I mean, at this point, we're sat on the desk with 2 of the most extreme opinions of the talent team. with Johnny very much
We're very
backing
cordial
Europe.
right now, but we haven't gotten to the matchup yet.
And Daz, you're back in North America, and I think for you, going to this next match, we've definitely got one of your best hopes with FaZe.
Oh, I mean, you're talking about the best hope. I mean, we are talking about one of the best players in North America.
I thought you were about to say the only hope there.
Oh, no, not the only hope. I'm not there yet, okay? I'm not that down bad. I still think there's a chance. We're in the middle of day 2. I'm just going to keep referencing the days until the teams are actually out. But for me, I think that when you talk about hope and North America and the way FaZe are playing, especially when you look at First Killer, that's going to be the big thing on this match. We're going to have 2 Titans in terms of First Killer and Monkey Moon going head-to-head, and that's what I'm most excited for.
Well, let's get the teams out there and into the hype chamber. We got Team BDS taking on Team FaZe, a 2-0 matchup where neither of these teams has taken a loss yet, and the winner is into the playoffs and gets to skip tomorrow. They join the likes of Dignitas there. This is going to be crazy.
Yeah, I mean, BDS is the team we all wanted to see on LAN throughout the RLCS X season, and there is one player we all wanted to see in particular what he could do on the LAN stage, and that is Monkey Moon. He is one of the most phenomenal players. When he's playing his best, I don't think there is a player out there as efficient, as effective as he is around the pitch.
How many people do you think moved their monitor a whole meter closer to their faces after seeing how close the GOAT's got it? Look at him. He's at 1 with that thing, but it seems to be working for him.
Hey, hello, Extra.
He doesn't know the camera's coming to him next, right? Like, you get it all to yourself here.
Yeah, wait.
Stop talking about my teammate. Give me some time.
He is the 5th member of the desk, so this is his home as much as it is ours.
That's true. I feel like he's a little bit sad. I think given the protocols we've had to take due to the pandemic, I don't know if we're actually going to get him on the desk at any point, but I would really love to, and he's feeling good. They're warming up to the camera, too. I remember that one of the most dominant teams in Europe here, Dazrin, but LAN rookies.
Yeah, LAN rookies, and that's going to be the biggest factor because we've talked about it. They've wanted to prove themselves in this environment. You see marked by 8. He's even been playing boot camping with the team. He usually plays at home when it's online, but they're taking extra steps necessary in this particular matchup.
Yeah, we speak about LAN rookies, but there is one player on this stage who's had a bit of experience, and that's Extra. A few dream hacks during the 2019 season, and he's definitely one of the few players who I've seen flourish in a LAN for such a rookie in that environment, definitely overperforming at both of those tournaments he went to, and I'm sure he was telling his teammates, trust me, it's amazing. We're going to have the best time ever, and I think they seem to be having a lot more fun here than they seemed to when they were on boot camp, popping off when they were scoring way more than we've seen from them before.
They had a bit of a shaky start here in Sweden, but they are 2-0. They have yet to drop a match. So we'll see how they do here. Are they able to knock off America's strongest hope at the moment? We got FaZe Clan here, Dazrin.
That's right. FaZe Clan getting ready here. And man, as you go down the list, every single one of these players is going to be one that has that potential to pop off. I mean, you look at AJ. We see him here right now. Everyone talks about First Killer, always being that man with the free ball, but AJ is a next player that's just as dangerous. When you see him with space and boost, he can dismantle any team on the roster. He's so good at being able to follow up and work on the fly. I love seeing AJ on the field.
Yeah, he's been the player to watch that most of this season, just pipping First Killer to the post, in my opinion. It's been, an opinion that's definitely not popular, but I've loved AJ's performance on FaZe. They are showing up huge here. I didn't have a lot of faith in them because they seem to be on a downward trajectory coming into the LAN, now they're right back on top.
Speaking of your opinions, Johnny, you're definitely a big EU fan, but there is one thing you are a fan of, and that's teams that contain 1v1 players.
Oh,
but
yes.
this man here is the lesser-known 1v1 player. He doesn't really play too much as far as I'm aware. And Lucian has been the glue to hold this team together. When they're playing well, he's the one who's cleaning up around his teammates, opening up space for them when demoing, and has been the addition to First Killer and AJ that they needed throughout the season. As they definitely have a tendency towards chaos and creating that fast, unstructured gameplay, but that's what makes them so dangerous.
Yeah, I'd love to see them whip out that 2v3 strat against BDS. I don't know if it would work, but definitely want to see it either way. But
oh, man.
What about this guy, Daz? I'll let you have the mic for this
I
one.
mean, look at this. This is that guy. This is that dog. First Killer. When you see him on the ball, watch out. You don't know how. It doesn't even matter. You talk about boosts with players. Doesn't matter at all. He can dismantle any team single-handedly. He's done it with most of North America. You saw it in that video where EU versus NA. He wants to perform here. He wants to show the world that he is one of the best. We've seen it yesterday when we were doing the match against Vitality. They're loud. They're here. They're excited. And that man right there is leading the charge for FaZe.
Yeah, looked really good when we saw him playing yesterday. 1v1 plays looking solid, some great aerial plays, and as we've mentioned before, the mechanics seem to be the most important factor at LAN. Those players who've looked good online and not looked so good here, the biggest factor is their mechanical decision making, whereas these guys have had fantastic mechanical decisions throughout. And BDS, we saw them doing that against NRG for the first time at this tournament. But let's have a little look at these stats. Those win rates. That's not looking so good for North America there, guys. I chose one stat. You can choose any other one.
I was going to say, like, it's a little bit skewed here. We got literally everything else in favor of FaZe Clan.
But remember the regions that those win rates are in. You've got to account for.
What did BDS do last season? Coming into this?
BDS came into this and went, third place is a bad season for them. These guys compete in the toughest region in Rocket League and come in third place and say, my goodness, that wasn't great.
The debate remains strong between us here on the desk. How do the teams feel about it?
We never played FaZe before, but I think if we play like yesterday against NRG, I think we can do it better than them.
We're going to try to do the same against Vitality and just try to control the boost game and solo play a lot and see where that takes us.
I think FaZe has less experience than us as a team.
Even though we're new, we can counter any team, I think.
If we're on a good day, we're definitely better than FaZe.
I think FaZe will be like the kryptonite for BDS.
Extra just said we're better than FaZe 3 times in a row. He's very confident here, and he's got a reason to be so. Let's get some predictions out there. Chat, use hashtag BDS to vote for BDS. Use hashtag FaZe to vote for FaZe. We'll start with you, Johnny. Who's taking it down?
Well,
oh no.
I feel like there's only one way that this can go, Daz. I mean, sorry, just give me a second. It's quite hard with this headset, but there's only one correct prediction here. And although I'd love to give the minor regions a shout and get a undefeated run through to the playoffs, that would just be, I think, a bit disingenuous of me. So getting up to just go BDS comfortably.
There's no way he just said that in my face.
He did.
There's no way. You know what, Johnny? It's funny that you got those glasses on. You're going to need them to block out this beautiful jersey right here because you already know DeBab is going FaZe. We're phasing up all the way. They might even do it in 3, make it easy for you.
Oh my goodness, that jersey does scare us a little bit in Europe. FaZe, one of the only teams I would say that look threatening to Europe right now. But, Europe is the better region as we've discussed. Right now we can say that. Obviously, we still got a little bit of time left. As Scrub did say, it's just the Swiss right now. There is still time for North America to come back. But right now, I believe BDS will be the better team. But it is going to be close. It is going to be close.
It's going to be very, very close. I genuinely don't know what to do. I want...
You should know what to do, Wade. Why are you confused?
I'm sorry.
I need help here.
Here's my problem.
You are the only other NA person on this desk.
Okay.
Exclamation point help in the chat.
We're going for FaZe. We're going for FaZe. They're going to take it down. It's going to happen. No problem. Dazzler's convinced me. Chat, how do you feel about it? I want to know what as chat is split as we are up here. Pretty close. My goodness. Barely an edge there for BDS. But let's stop talking up here. Let's let the players decide on the pitch. Let's head to the Ford Skybox. We've got Shogun. We've got James Bot. Do you need 2 better voices? I don't think so. Let's get into the field and see who's going to win it. Game 1 starts now.
Well, the benchmark has been put down by Dignitas, but we're going to get another team to join them 3-0. Shogun here joined by James Barr. We've had a lot of talk about EU versus NA, but right now, from what we've seen so far, James, everyone's kind of playing catch-up to Dignitas. Both of these teams need a big performance.
Oh, no doubt, and this would do wonders for NA. They're taking a beating everywhere. But Team BDS, can they hold off the beating that First Killer and FaZe Clan have planned for them? They have been a team that have major jaw drop back in the first regional, taking down NRG, and now an early goal from Illusion, and FaZe Clan 9 seconds in, take it.
I thought this was supposed to be the player that's not the ones player on this team. Illusion, you're right, he doesn't play 1v1, he plays 1v3.
And you know, they're going to need that help. FaZe Clan, the sole representative for NA right now. That's the way it feels. You heard Dazzler, and he says he needs some backup. Wave fortunately had it for him. But right now, Illusion is leading the Vanguard. No backup needed.
There's been so many matches that we've been waiting to see. BDS versus NRG was one of them. We got that dream match. At least the peak of it. I'm expecting to see more of that coming very soon with them playing NRG. But this is one that I've been looking forward to. First Killer and Monkey Moon on the same field.
And that's the showdown that I was expecting. First Killer, we've been watching him for quite some time. He's made a believer out of many. Johnny Boy said he didn't have much faith in FaZe, but FaZe have so much potential. Their skill ceiling is so high, and it's all thanks to not only First Killer, but players like AJ. Daz said it, you give him space on the ball, and he can make plays.
Yeah, it feels like two very different styles clashing here. See a player like First Killer, see a player like AJ on the ball, you get very scared. You see Monkey Moon, if you don't see Monkey Moon at all, you become even more scared because that means he's down your side of the field. He can pop up from anywhere. Extra. Gets a good challenge, Monkey Moon on target. BDS, so good at controlling territory in these games, getting a hold of your boost, and just forcing you to commit in positions that you don't really want to. It's going to drop down for Extra. Booming clear from him. He's going to get it right back. Here's Extra. Ooh. And First Killer. Happy to at least get rid of it for the time being.
Smart hits from BDS. You saw Monkey Moon had to challenge back in his own corner without getting the boost. Stayed upfield and almost got that pass through. And that's a nice defensive touch from First Killer, taking this safely up the sideline.
That might be one of the sort of wrinkles to FaZe Clan's game that was going to help them so much. Is that backboard defense. They don't like to commit too early. And when BDS do control the midfield, that backboard, you ain't got a boost to get all the way up there. It's kind of half the aerial done for you as Extra pops the ball up. Who's there first? Mark by 8 off the backboard. He's going to require some help, but you're going to see from Monkey Moon too far away. BDS will not let this position go without a fight.
Oh, you see Extra even grabbing that mid boost on takeoff, gets bumped off the ball, but this is smothering play from BDS. A nice backward pass. Extra couldn't get that double tap ball or the pass, but look at how much pressure BDS has been able to put up.
They're not quite out yet. That's going to be good enough, finally, out of their side of the field. A huge moral win there, I think, for FaZe. A position where so many European teams have crumbled. They face it, and they don't panic at all. Instead, they're getting their own opportunity. First Killer realizing the shot was not on. But it will be for AJ. He's got First Killer in support. Didn't need it. 2-0.
And you know what else? He didn't need any boost. 0 boost play. AJ taking his time, squaring up, and perfectly timing it. Mark in an awkward position. Needed to get up into the left, but you saw he was taken off with his back facing the shooter. It's going to make things 10 times more difficult. And FaZe Clan standing up to the BDS assault and now getting that second goal. That's going to do wonders for their confidence.
It's not only standing up to kind of the signature playstyle of BDS, but coming out of it with a goal. Phenomenal statement of intent from FaZe Clan. And might add another one to it. These solo plays, the air dribbles, just gaining so much for FaZe. I think that's going to be one of the big differences that you're going to see between these squads. One team, probably the best at coast-to-coast clears. The other one of the best at air dribbles.
Oh, yeah. And you better be talking about FaZe on those air dribbles.
Oh, yes.
Man. You already saw what Illusion did in the air. And AJ and First Killer, that's where they live, is in the skies.
Oh, Monkey Moon.
Out of boost.
Yeah, just Would have preferred that one to be a straight-up infield pass.
And another bump on Extra. We've seen that a few times, but the dunk from Mark by 8, that puts BDS within 1.
Well, there's one other thing that BDS do well. It's sending Mark on a bull chase.
First Killer teed it right into him. And Mark, you said it. That is his trademark play style. He's not afraid to quickly turn, stay in the play, get in your face, and make something happen. And he made something happen for BDS.
It's the time that they needed it as well. 1 minute left in game number 1.
Can he do it again?
Oh, he would have preferred some support. Extra, just too far behind. That one's played directly into Illusion, who didn't get the best first touch. 50 seconds. First Killer able to recover that play. And a third touch. First Killer left to right. Dancing his way across the field. And this is just time off the clock. Drops down. Illusion fakes him out. Monkey Moon is going to have support with Mark. He doesn't want support. He doesn't want the ball over here. He wants to get to the other side of the field. Extra. Daring first Killer for the challenge. It's off the backboard. AJ, he's actually missed it. And a crucial interception from Illusion. He's going to leave this at a 1-0, but for how much longer? 15 seconds on the clock.
And Monkey, you see him getting harassed. Not an easy line to the ball. Now last second chance. Extra. I like that flip reset play, but it wasn't enough. Mark out of boost. That's all he can do.
One more chance.
How
Mark
did
by
that
8.
stay up?
Off the backboard. First Killer. That's good enough. He can follow as well. Monkey Moon. Where's the support? There's the support. Mark by 8. Not the best shot from him. That will drop down. FaZe Clan have got game 1, but BDS, you could see the gears turning as time went on.
And unfortunately for them, FaZe threw a wrench in it, but BDS, that even on that last play, that ball, I swear it was at 0 seconds for a long time, and it still gave them the bounce. BDS at 0 seconds, we've seen them do magic before, but couldn't do it right there. However, FaZe Clan, we talked so much about First Killer. AJ and Illusion, they were the ones putting the goals in the back of the net. That first goal by Illusion, that was a thing of beauty. And then AJ, 0 boost to still blast that past Mark.
Yeah.
FaZe, they came to play.
For me, that second goal is the most important factor there. Not necessarily the way it went in, but the play that led up to it. But the one thing you can expect from BDS is that they start to narrow in on small weaknesses with your clear game. You know, if you go to the same well too often, they are getting much better at getting there in time. What worries me is that usually when BDS play, I expect them to win the challenge game. FaZe Clan, they've got very good challenge game on their own side.
Oh, I mean, you saw what Illusion did at the midfield, faking everybody out, taking that ball downfield, almost setting up another scoring chance for FaZe. But BDS, Shogun, is there a team that is better at making adjustments throughout a series?
That's what we've been claiming for them. Well, don't adjust your screens whatsoever at home. AJ is putting the series on his back. I think he's a bit annoyed at the Mark by 8 dunk goal earlier. He's just like, go and get one of his own.
That's revenge. And you mentioned it just moments before, the challenge game. Well, a challenge cannot go much better for a team than a 50-50 goal shooting right into the net.
BDS seemed like they entered their own form of play at the second half of the series against NRG. We might get the same here. The way things are looking, they're only going to be 2 down by the time they do it. Off the backboard, Extra still rotating back. He's not quick enough! First Killer rockets the ball right into the net.
What an entrance from First, getting bumped, holding on to that air roll, getting his wheels under him. Not much boost, but enough. First Killer, he is a speed demon.
2-0, straight from the off. FaZe Clan are making their mark in this series. Spoke about the statement that Dignitas have made on this Swiss. This will be quite a statement in itself. As well, I wonder if they're confident in James.
It's honestly, it's oozing out of the tailpipes for FaZe, and that is not a good sign for BDS. BDS constantly low on boost. You see Monkey Moon 12, Mark by 8 picking up small pads as well, fuming. Meanwhile, all of FaZe sitting up in the 80s.
Boost efficiency becoming a major statement for BDS. Here's Extra. Oh, he didn't even need the challenge! Took it the whole way!
Extra, this is a massive stabilizing goal. Reading that bounce, waiting to use the flip. You see him getting that first touch off the wall in a very awkward situation. That was excellent poise out of Extra.
We're not seeing huge build-ups to the goals that we're getting here, James. It's about who can catch the other out. That one,
And
as close
sometimes
as you can
just
get.
some lucky pinches, but they'll take it.
Monkey Moon, brilliant double tap off that wall. First killer has support. AJ recognizes that he was being very quickly blitzed.
And another demo from First Killer, and everyone talks about Illusion's demos, but First Killer also able to make that demo game.
That's not a good touch from Monkey Moon. Should have been punished. FaZe will know that that should be 3-1. Illusion with First Killer waiting in the midfield. He's got the second chance. Monkey Moon knew it. Huge respect being given by BDS on the defense. Only a goal away. Giving themselves much more time this time around. Try and get that goal back. Just look at the spread of the players over on FaZe. Do not leave any easy angle. Very happy to commit multiple players if it means that they get to maintain the pressure.
Oh, and another demo out of First Killer. In the third regional, he was actually #1 in demos. Illusion, you expect that out of him. Oh, and a miss. Illusion does get the nice touch to the corner, buying so much time. But those demos from First Killer, you wonder if they're going to finally pay off.
Midfield.
Oh, miss.
Oh,
that was open.
Well, both teams now have had goals that had to go in. So they're pretty much even for that at the moment. Less than 2 minutes left. FaZe Clan on the verge of triple match points. That's beautiful from First Killer, forcing two players to be at least utilized to get rid of that ball. First is everywhere. I'd love to see his boost usage because it is boost to boost. But he's at least maintaining relevance to the play.
Using all that boost to get the demos. And honestly, Shogun, once you get that demo, especially on the attacking half, that opens it up for you to get a boost steal on the other end. And you just keep that going. Get the demos, get more boost, get the demos, and it's a never-ending cycle. And First Killer, he's gonna go coast to coast, stops the shot, and takes the goal.
Well, that is what we like to call an overcommit. All three players forward, look for the demo, maybe a bit of frustration from BDS. The fact that it keeps happening to them. FaZe Clan 3-1 and hurtling towards triple match point.
Oh, Shogun, I did not expect this. You know, Dazzard said he wasn't down bad just yet, but NA fans losing hope. Well, this performance so far by FaZe, it's going to give a lot of people a lot of hope, but it ain't over just yet, Shogun.
What people remember as well is that it's not the amount of teams that you send to that top 8, to the grand finals, to top 4. It's about who wins it.
Yes.
And right now, FaZe looking as worthy to win it as anybody else. First Killer chasing it down. Mark Baye happy that you want to at least see a challenge. Maybe an opportunity. Oh, AJ! Far too quick. And once again, a clear from the goal line gets all the way to the BDS back corner without any blue card to intercept it.
And BDS, they're getting looks. They're just not finishing. Even in this game, Extra, I don't even think he realized that the net was so wide open on that one play. And now another chance, and Monkey Moon hit that ball so hard, the first touch getting away from him. And what we saw versus NRG was an unstoppable Monkey Moon, and he side flips! Disaster for BDS! Oh, I can't even believe what we're seeing, Shogun.
Well, BDS, I have no idea what's happened to them. FaZe Clan have got 2 in a row, and they look so good. There were so many worries about this team after pretty much peaking in that first regional tournament. And then we just didn't see the same level from them again. But they are re-peaking at the exact perfect time against Team BDS, who still have questions about them. There's questions coming in. There's, no matter what the result here, there will be questions coming out of this match. I think the main question for us right now, James, is how did some of those shots not go in? Monkey Moon had it staring directly at him, and he couldn't find the angle. I want to find out some answers to this. Maybe who Orb's talking to can give us the answers.
Shogun, you know I got the answers. Whatever you want to find out, whatever you're looking for, I got the answers. Sitting here with Torsos, this is what I love about the Swiss Abyss area. We can just sit back in the chairs and just watch great Rocket League happen in front of us, and we're also hearing shouting and chanting behind us from some B-Stream matches going on. Speaking of the B-Stream, Torsos, you guys just beat Renegades. It was a sweep.
It was.
Yeah?
It was so easy. Like, I can't say how easy it was. Perfect sweep almost until we got it off. The only way they could score is when we got off our computers and stopped playing at the end, so...
Fighting words. This is what I love. I gotta say this. I've been hearing more chants and screams from the B-Stream area than I have from main stage. I don't know. Maybe it's the extra lights on main stage that's making people, you know, they gotta stay locked in, stay focused. But, so what was it against Renegades that just clicked? Or was it just business as usual?
Well, in our first series against Tokyo Verdy, we 3-0'd, but it was kind of rough on our end. So we had a bit of a chat. Jim, our coach, had a big debrief with us. We talked about all our problems. And I think we almost played like the best we've ever played as a team against Renegades. So, well, it felt that way at least. So it was quite good timing to get our first win of the split against them.
One more to go then.
Yeah, one more.
Looking at this FaZe BDS situation here, who out of the two teams is going to qualify first? You said you think both of them are going to make it to playoffs, but out of this series right here, who is the one that's going to come out on top?
I mean, FaZe is 2-0 up, right? There's no way they get reversed.
Safe bet.
No way.
All right, well, let's see if Torsos is correct or not. Is FaZe going to make it? Guys, sending it right back to you.
I love after all of these regional matchups, James. EU versus NA, how about how Middle East is going to be able to do against EU and NA? OCE cares about not any of that. They are only out for themselves.
I mean, maybe for Tortos, especially. You know, the hyper carry coming out of OCE, and he carried that interview as well. Orb is good, but man, Tortos.
Torsos has maybe been... We spoke earlier on about how Scrub has grown. Torsos, I think, has really found his own voice over the last few years.
I mean, he's had a lot of practice. He's, you know, essentially the Garrett G of OCE.
Well, he's definitely been at the forefront of everything for the region, all the hopes. And so there's going to be a bit of hope. Monkey Moon, typically the hope of Team BDS, and he has got himself a goal.
And this was a shot from Mark. And that save from first, I mean, it bounces right out to Monkey Moon. Monkey Moon covering the angles, but you're seeing how hard BDS has to work.
This is what BDS has got to do, though, because so rarely are you going to get the clean shot to go straight past FaZe Clan. You've got to figure out where that bounce is going to go. Make sure you are there for the rebounds. Very difficult to just get nice and easy, move the ball straight through, although Monkey Moon might have something else to say about that. AJ charges him down, no fear.
AJ, he's not going to hesitate. Smart player, fast player. FaZe has been choking out BDS these first two games. BDS playing for their series life. FaZe might sweep them.
It's important to note, once again, both these teams 2-0. Also, maybe even more important to note that seeing teams go from 2-0 to 2-3 is, well, more frequent than you'd expect. For anyone maybe seeing a Swiss bracket happen for the first time, you have to get this over and done with as quickly as possible.
Especially with a team like FaZe. I mean, just watching their performances, coming out so strong in the first regional event in North America and then cooling off. They are a momentum-based team, a very emotional team. And so if they can ride high into the playoffs, they have the skill to take it all.
Monkey Moon want to find the challenge. Didn't get any contact, but I think that's what you would have liked anyway. His first killer up against Extra. He's only got a little bit of time to play with before Monkey Moon joins, but he's done good enough. 1v2, first killer opens up the shots.
AJ finishing this off, but look at the play from first. Jumps, and he says, I'll let you hit this into me, and we'll get a nice clean rebound out into the middle.
FaZe Clan are unrelenting right now. BDS, first time they've looked like they were at least taking a little bit of control, and even that didn't last all too long. Just finding good angles. Monkey Moon. Like to see it back. Oh, that boost turned up at the perfect time. AJ to Illusion, redirect, picture perfect.
Illusion, he started this series with a goal, and he might be ending it. FaZe Clan ahead, and that was a beauty of a shot.
Outpaced every single time. And James, I want to say one more time how good it is to hear just the pop-offs when goals go in.
Yeah. I mean, you hear the excitement, the energy just getting released in those moments, the pressure that these players are under. Especially in these moments, a hyped up match. BDS, the best online team we've ever seen, winning every single RLCS X Major. And now on LAN, they find themselves one game away from losing out on that playoff berth.
I think the pressure is the best way you can describe this, because for a lot of these players, it was pressure that was put on them rather than them really bringing it on themselves. BDS became the target of their run of dominance against Europe. First Killer became sort of the player that everyone showed up as. Yeah, Europe, you can't do this. We've got First Killer. You know, wasn't necessarily bringing it onto himself in those situations. So how good has it got to feel to not only live up to the hype, but just get to live in this sort of environment?
I mean, living up to the hype is good, but that victory, being able to, once all that pressure is gone and it's replaced with elation from getting that win, that is the feeling that all these players are chasing.
2 years of dreaming of these moments. Finally, everybody getting an opportunity to act upon those dreams. First Killer. That's not a good touch.
But they retain possession. FaZe, no, they're struggling a bit. And marked by 8 threads the needle.
Well, you're not going to very often get a complete misplay from First Killer, and you're going to have to take advantage of it.
Oh.
And Team BDS did exactly that.
You saw First Killer creeping out. He says, no way Mark is going to go for this angle. He's probably going to hit this off the backboard, try to pass it out to the middle. But no, Mark has another big-time goal. He's keeping BDS in it.
Another series where BDS start to find their form in the second half of the series. Does make you wonder how they would look once they get those best of 7s to work with, but you got to get to that point first. Marked by 8. Can't get over the top of AJ, but still, Monkey Moon with the shot. Very comfortable for Illusion to take over on. Get high this time around. As always, backboard covered by First Killer. Now he is actually an option downfield. Mark Bay became aware of that, made sure he got the hit on him. 50 seconds left. Awkward. Ooh. Oh, for everybody except Extra.
And you saw Mark, a little bit of a panic flip there. The late flip from First, who's now out of the play in Monkey Moon. Oh, he teed that up. Fortunately for him, AJ too far out to receive that center.
A couple of misplays on both sides of the field. Neither of them resulting in much. This is so crucial now. Team BDS have to find this next goal. That's going to go over. Monkey Moon wasn't under any real pressure by an orange car. But you don't know that. That bull cam is on. And you just feel the presence in the back of your mind. There could be any FaZe Clan player right there.
Oh, and there's that sound. The sound of the seconds ticking away. The final moments of regulation. BDS, oh, denied the shot. Still on it. First Killer will hit it down. And now overtime. BDS have to stay alive.
Monkey will be so happy to see that. Got a little bit overexcited over in the corner. Almost put his team in dire straits. Back past the First Killer. Monkey Moon, a lot more proactive than we've seen him. Not necessarily all that efficient at times. If he can lock it down, Mark Begay, good challenge. AJ, decent enough challenge to get it over to the corner. Monkey Moon, has he found the angle? AJ had to get some contact. And now we go to the other side of the field. Illusion can't find a way past Mark by 8. FaZe kind of got back down, at least for now.
And we saw multiple team bumps on FaZe's end. That last one almost put Illusion in position to score. The pump,
he's got it!
Double tap is off! Rebound! AJ will opt for the boost steal to keep the attack going.
All First Killer had to do was hit the target, and that would have been series over. Instead, we march on. AJ powers back down to the other side of the field. He's got the boost, he's got a good position, and he's got Illusion in support who can only do a tap back to his own corner. Team BDS need this goal to keep their 3-0 Swiss hopes alive. If not, they will be forced to enter the hype chamber yet again. Maybe one of the only sets of players that would not want to be in that position, as beautiful as it is. Well, team bump now from Team BDS, marked by 8. A little bit too close. Monkey Moon takes his chance, First Killer wins
he's
one
still
challenge,
going.
gets past the second, and that helps his team reposition at least for now, as Illusion pays back that double hit. At least gets them into a position, but First Killer's low boost. Extra got up nice and quickly. First Killer's still on nothing. Everyone else needs to help, but that is what BDS do oh so well. Couldn't get it to work in game 1, have got it to work when it mattered in game 3.
Mark is the workhorse for BDS. The windows so small, but it's not a problem for him. He's been sniping these angles. You even think back to that goal, getting it between First Killer and the post, a hopeless angle, made it work, and then that goal to win it in overtime. And you know, I've been hyping up FaZe Clan. They've been playing really well, but one team I've seen come back when you swear they're down and out more times than not is Team BDS, and they've inched closer to doing that.
This is where you get a little bit of worried. I'm not going to jump the gun just yet, but BDS, it's been mentioned over and over again. I'm sure some of you at home may be a bit sick of hearing how good they are at adapting, but there's a reason why we mention it so much. It's because they're actually pretty good at adapting throughout a series. Now, one thing I am noticing here, James, is this is not the typical Monkey Moon style that I'm seeing, and I feel like I've had to adjust my expectations of him. It's kind of like he's almost switched roles with Mark in a bit of a way, where he's the one that's chasing things up. He's the one that's sort of blasting through boost, and Mark's now become a little bit more positioning orientated.
Oh, and well, Mark, it just seems like he's having to do the job because someone has to keep BDS in it. And for Monkey Moon, whether it's him switching up his playstyle or just not being on this game, it's tough to tell. But I mean, I even think back to the earlier games where Monkey Moon has a ball bouncing right off the backboard and he side flips. How many times do you see Monkey Moon make those types of mistakes?
That's a lot better from Monkey Moon.
Oh!
And marked by 8. Unlucky to see First Killer darting across his screen. Now Monkey Moon back to marked by 8 over in the corner. Very awkward. FaZe Clan. Not First Clan, although I'm sure some people out there might refer to them as that. This has been a team performance, if there ever has been one from FaZe. Illusion. Well, it's already a pre-jump. He's still trying to recover it. Monkey Moon, again, just popping in from the off angle. Definitely, well, hearing a goal from the B stream, which you can check out, twitch.tv/RL Esports. Be sure to check out all the matches going on over there. As we are entering the crunch period of the Swiss. Yesterday, for all the hype, it was also, I dare to say it, the relaxing moments of the Swiss. As Monkey Moon needs to get a second touch. First Killer just sees the ball dance around him.
I mean, we're getting to the point where we'll start seeing those playoff clinches and also eliminations. And with that, the added pressure from the games. First Killer with another demo. That's a nice bounce, and you see the bump coming out from Illusion. Extra with the flick. AJ denies it. That's a juicy rebound, and they
they've got a chance to escape! Huge challenge in the midfield. They had to do that because 2 players committed, and the ball didn't find the net. I was about to praise BDS because I asked for this earlier on. 7 players ready for the rebound. Unfortunately, they took my advice a little bit too seriously. I sent 1 player, not 2.
They sent everything but the kitchen sink at that one and still didn't score. That is not the BDS we're used to seeing, but now they do deny a goal chance for FaZe. FaZe not giving up yet. But that was a tough one to swallow if you're a BDS fan. Seeing them miss that opportunity when goals are coming at a premium in this series.
Well, FaZe, they've been a little bit looser on the defense. The chances have been easier to work for BDS. And BDS need to take those. Already halfway through game number 4. I blinked and I missed it. Unfortunately, so did Team BDS on their previous chance. Extra. Looking for an opportunity. Monkey Moon. Oh, that's very difficult for Mark. I can't tell if Monkey Moon wanted the shot or if he wanted the infield. There was a kind of a middle ground.
Yeah, you were expecting he's either going to go for the pass or the shot, and the pass was too far away, too high off the backboard. The shot not threatening enough. And it's just a few moments where it's been a bit lackluster from Monkey Moon, who against NRG was so deadly. If Monkey Moon can turn it on, there's still time. BDS holding it 0-0, FaZe cooling off a bit. This is that critical point in the series.
Monkey Moon has been in the right positions, just has not had the right play, I think is the best way to describe it. As First Killer Wanted another redirect. FaZe Clan making a bit of a habit of that. Also a bit of a habit of scoring from them. Extra off the backboard. Up goes Mark. Takes his time. Another one far too high. BDS can't afford to be too afraid of just taking the shot on net, knowing it's going to be saved. It's the rebounds that have led to their best chances. First killer takes his time. It bounces back out. Extra on the late rotation back. Over to Monkey Moon. What's his chances this time? AJ. Very well positioned, half rotates and gets in the way of it.
But Illusion dove so hard on zero boost. That was a massive win from First Killer. And he's just going to go for it himself. Rebound out to AJ, and that will be blocked.
First Fakes are continuing to play havoc. No goals for it just yet. 1 minute in game number 4. First Killer off the backboard. There's AJ! There's the net!
AJ again picking up the scraps that First Killer's leaving behind after he eats BDS alive.
Right underneath. Marked by 8 could do nothing but soar past the ball. 44 seconds. Team BDS on the chase.
And this is where we see what BDS is made of on land, fighting from behind. Oh, and that shot expertly handled by First Killer. And a pass up, first the double. It's not gonna hit.
25 seconds now. Monkey Moon with Mark Baye in the midfield. He's gonna have to keep going with that no matter what his boost looks like. Good for Team BDS, it was good enough, but that touch. A little bit of a get out of jail free card for FaZe Clan. Monkey Moon keeping the ball in the air. Mark Baye can't get there in time. Well, the clock is now gone. BDS have to find a play without the ball hitting the floor. Gonna be so difficult from this position. Well recovered off the backboard. Extra to Mark Baye. He goes straight for net, and First Killer guides the ball to the floor and guides FaZe Clan over through to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, they'll go on to the next adversary. Meanwhile, BDS goes end up. In this series, FaZe coming out so hot. It opened up with Illusion, and you could see the disappointment on Extra's face. That is not the BDS that we're used to seeing, Shogun.
Playstyle-wise, I think it was. Execution-wise, a little bit behind what BDS have shown us at this major. The good news for them is they've still got 2 more shots.
They do.
That is the advantage of having such a good day 1. But the advantage that FaZe have got is that it's now time for relaxing for them. They can now watch the bloodbath as everybody else fights through the Swiss abyss. We get a chance to look through some of these highlights. Look at the respect First Killer was getting every single time.
You saw Mark staying on the ground, thinking that First Killer might even go for that double, because he has no idea how it's going to bounce. When it bounces off the arc of the ceiling like that, you just don't know. It froze the defender. Easy rebound for AJ. FaZe looking so good. And like you said, Shogun, they go on 3-0, but it is not over yet for BDS. Plenty of time to make adjustments. We watched Swiss play out through all the regionals, and you can see teams, even that start 0-2, be able to make a run and get it back. So I'm not worried for BDS, but for FaZe, this is such a massive boost of confidence.
And if you thought you had enough Rocket League, guess what? You definitely don't. Over on the B stream, we have got NRG against Endpoint. And when we come back from here, we've got more Swiss Abyss action.
It's me, hero of horsepower. Make way for our all-electric rocketeer, top-tier tactician, elite rotator, all-star muscle car, your champion.
alone. And you showed up under my umbrella. Oh, shelter from the cold. Where do we go from here? Where do we go from here?
Making touch, peering into the soft blue light. This unfamiliar glare blinds me out, I'm blinded. Inspired my efforts to keep you satisfied. I seem to be losing you, it's not worth the fight. So I speak up, I scream into the void. I reach for a hand to guide me through the shade.
through the walls of stone. When I saw you leave, I felt you go. It's the hardest part of life, blinding from a distance. No more resistance. So I speak up, I scream into the void. I reach for a hand to guide me through the shifting land below. I'm running up, the walls are closing in. I feel the cold embrace of dust. We rise and dust we part.
And just like that, we are back from the break, standing here with the first killer. We're talking 3-1, 3-1, and now 3-1 against BDS. Is it time to take a breather now? Are you guys like, you guys are just done? You said you guys are going to win the whole thing. That's what you told me before, right?
Yeah, I think we're going to win the whole thing. We're playing so good right now, and tomorrow we need that break because, like, we know we're playing all day. So, yeah, I think we're going to win the whole thing.
So during your day off, I asked this to the previous one. What are you doing on your day off? Is it more analyzing, more practice, or is it time to, I don't know, maybe sleep in a little bit, maybe grab some, I don't know, some junk food, relax? What's the deal?
Personally, for me, I think I'm going to play free play like a lot in Rocket League, and then I'll probably watch some of the games, you know, like support my Complexity boys, you know, I'm friends with them, and just, yeah, just chill out the whole day.
So you said free play for you. Is that how you stay on top of your game? Swiss Abyss, listen, this is what you're going to get. You're going to get matches in the background. I think NRG just won a round. But you said free play for you. Driving around, is that how you stay, I don't know, maybe not motivated, but stay locked in for a tournament like this?
Yeah, that's how I stay locked in. I just, like, you know, just playing the game to stay, like, you know, warmed up and all that stuff, so yeah.
Is there any special practice you do for, let's say, I mean, obviously RLCS LAN is a big deal. Do you do any extra practice on an individual level besides the team stuff?
You know, besides scrims, I just free play a lot, and then I play some ranked, but that's pretty much it.
Ranked?
Yeah.
That's a dangerous situation. Do you play a lot of ranked?
Yeah, I do quite a bit, like 2 hours maybe a day. Yeah.
2 hours a day. How many hours a week do you play? And how many hours a week do you recommend like players to play to stay on top of their game?
To stay on top, I think a minimum, 40 hours a week, minimum.
Minimum?
If you want to stay on top, minimum, 40.
Okay, we heard a minimum of 30 earlier, so the number is definitely going up here. You said you're making it to the finals. The question is, who are you going to battle in the finals?
Right now, I think Dignitas, if we don't play them earlier, I think we're going to play them in the finals because they're looking really solid right now, and I think they're the best team besides us.
All right. Well, listen, we're gonna send it back to the desk. First Killer, congratulations on qualifying for playoffs. We're gonna see you. We're gonna see more of you. We're moving forward. Maybe we'll even get another interview when he wins the whole thing. But Des, we're gonna send it back to you guys. Please take it away.
Oh boy, does it feel good to be right? Dazrin, how you feel?
Wave. I've been waiting on this all day long.
You've been waiting on this.
I think I've been waiting on this for a little bit, okay? Like, it's looking really good. I feel great. I feel ecstatic.
Wait. You want to feel even better? Hold on, I got something.
What you got?
Here you go.
Baby,
put those on.
baby.
Oh,
You
put
should
those on.
already know what time it is.
Ooh.
It's time to go to work for North America. That's absolutely right. And FaZe stood up and dominated that BDS team that you went for, Greg. And I don't know what you were thinking going into that matchup. I said 3. They made it 4. I'll give you that. But my goodness, those boys are on another level.
Hey, look, I thought BDS were going to do better than that. I don't think that was the best performance from BDS. But you know what? You guys have convinced me. I am now fully behind America. FaZe Clan. America. FaZe
you're
Clan
not.
are taking us to the top. We're going to be winning this whole event.
This is
FaZe
so
Clan
weird.
are our champions that we need, the only hope of America. We have got...
What is America?
Listen,
It's America. There?
I don't know. All I know right now is FaZe Clan, okay? And look at that boy AJ. They were dominating over the course of the series. I got to put my actual glasses on so I can see. You saw Mark. I will give credit to Mark by A. He stepped up so much for Team BDS. I loved watching him play, but it wasn't enough. That angle that he scored right there wasn't enough. FaZe Clan, even when BDS looked like they were battling back and Mark was scoring everything left and right, they came in when it mattered most. Look at the speed. Look at the efficiency. AJ there with the follow. FaZe Clan on another level. This is the pride of North America right now.
I thought NRG was the pride of North America, and they have literally just been beaten by Endpoint 2 minutes into
Don't try to
overtime
take this from
of
us, Greg,
game
okay?
5.
Why you gotta bring that up right now?
There is no reason to bring something like that up.
Europe back on top. We've got
No,
so many hopes.
no. We have 2 teams in the playoffs right now. One's North American, one's Europe. That's all we got right now. That Swiss abyss is still going on.
That is fair. That is fair.
Continues. This is
so much entertainment for
I want to
everybody.
be able to say like, oh yeah, we're the best here because we got FaZe beat BDS, but you just summarized it up. 2 teams in the playoffs right now. 1 Europe, 1 North America. Continues on here. I'll show you the highlights there from Endpoint versus NRG. An absolute banger. Went all 5 games to I think 3 minutes of overtime. We were saying like, oh, the game's gonna be over before we start. Before we get to the desk, and then no, Turtle.
I want to see Game 5 highlights as well, because it seemed like it was really back and forth. We even saw whenever Orb was in the Swiss Abyss, they were just yelling nonstop. And NRG were the people who were yelling, so you assume they're going to take the W, but instead they don't. And here it is, Game 5. It went to OT, and then Relating Wave was the one who finally sealed the deal for Endpoint.
We didn't get to see it there, but there was a 3-second goal by NRG to equalize at the end. We actually heard the screams.
That's what it was. That's what
from
it was.
NRG during the first Killer interview as NRG got that equalizer. 3 seconds left. I heard the scream on the interview. I had the stream up with the delay. I was like, there is no way NRG score from this point. It was 10 seconds left and they took it all the way. It was incredible.
It was wild. Yeah, it was right. I was watching it too with you. I was like, we heard the screams, and we're looking at the gameplay like, what? There's no way a goal happens here. And they did. A battle. 4-3 in Game 5. Game 5s are almost always like 1-0 or 2-1. 4-3. What a battle there. Gotta have the B stream pulled up if you want to catch all of the action. It's craziness on both sides. It is not in any way the lesser games. They're just as good. You gotta have both pulled up. Here's what is on the schedule for the B streams moving forward. Envy versus Complexity. This could be a grand final in a North American regional as far as I'm concerned. Envy, though, with a lot to prove over there. Can they finally bounce back? They've been having kind of a rough Sweden trip so far. We'll see how they handle Complexity. And then Sandrock taking on Furia to round out the day. That's for twitch.tv/RL Esports. Go check it out. That's the B stream. But here for the A stream. We're through 2 matches. We got 2 more to go. The 2 matches we watched were the 2 O's, and now we've got the 0-2 teams. The teams that have yet to win. 2 of these teams are going home. We're going to start off with Era Eternity versus Vitality. And the fact that we're talking about Vitality in this spot, Greg, is just surprising to me still.
I mean, we've got to really look back at Vitality's season. They've not had their strongest season so far. So based off of the results, if you change the name from Vitality and did it just based off the results, you go, okay, this is the 5th team from Europe. They've not looked so strong in the full split, and they're here. But here is a team who's earned their way here. South America really showing what they're made of at this event with their flair. Math has been here before, and we have seen so many great goals out the South American region.
Yeah, and you know, one thing about Era Eternity is they're not a team to be taken lightly. I knew that from day one when they played against NRG. NRG looked shaky in that series, and Era was definitely there ready to punish any types of mistakes that they've made. This is another team that when you talk about this region and how these players perform, anything that you give them, they'll take and push all the way through. You know, you got to watch out for them, Turk.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see right here on the screen, my main man. This guy is going to be doing a lot of work. Astromik, I feel like he doesn't get a lot of credit, to be honest, on the field. If he starts popping off, things could go towards the way of Era Eternity, but you're against Vitality. They're frustrated. They're hungry. They want to get a win. They want to start some kind of momentum here, Wave.
Well, I want to actually hear it from them, and this is the first time we're seeing Era on the stream. Let's get to know them a little bit better.
O sentimento geral da nossa equipe é felicidade e muito ansioso. Porque estamos todos reunidos e então são muitas coisas novas acontecendo juntos e passando por muitas experiências juntos. Então, por geral, muito feliz, muito alegre e muito animado para a RLCS. Como qualquer outro time, a gente espera ganhar o Major.
Também aqui no canto inferior, a partida da Fúria também, Dudes. Olha só que aí, Astromik!
Rocket League é um jogo que você não aprende de um dia pra noite, você tem que treinar, errar bastante, tem que falhar muito, acertar. Então Rocket League é isso, é você viver o dia a dia no jogo, aperfeiçoando até ficar impecável. Vamos treinar muito para que isso aconteça e fazer o possível para chegar lá.
You can't expect to improve overnight. You got to grind and grind, take it day by day. That's Era Eternity's philosophy, and there's no team that's exemplified that more here, I feel like, than Vitality.
Yeah, the French team has always been dominating in the European region, and I guess now is the first time we've really questioned them on the big stage, as they haven't had the best results recently in the full split. But we do expect them to step up eventually here. We've been asking,
how long
when
have we
will
been
it
saying
be?
That? How long have we been saying
be?
that? Let's be honest here. That's literally been the whole story for Vitality. They're going to step up. We know they will. They're on LAN, and it has to come down to K-Dop. Alpha has been playing amazing the entire time, but K-Dop and Fairy Peak, in my opinion, it's just crickets from them.
Yeah, and you know, you talk about that Day 3 K-Dop effect, and he has to get there.
He got to make it there.
He's got to get there. This is day 2, and it looks like he's getting ready to be eliminated from the tournament.
We've never seen day 4 K-Dop because we never had a day 4. And we got day 5 at this event. Please,
Day 5 K-Dop. Can you imagine?
What does that even mean?
He's just 9 feet tall, walks in the building.
He's just, his eyes glowing white, just a singularity field as he enters.
He plays all 3.
We've also got to look at their schedule and respect they have had a challenging run. They had to start off with FaZe, I believe, and then went on to play against Endpoint. And you know, both those teams looking strong. You know, they're going to be coming out on top. FaZe just going 3-0, Endpoint just 2-1. So as they go through the lower half of the Swiss, will they be able to beat the opponents that they should be beating?
And I understand like that, okay, yes, they had a tough schedule, but this is why you're supposed to show up in those regional tournaments. And the fact that they bottled it from the start and had to build their way back is what put Vitality in this position. We can only give them so many excuses until we run out. And for this point, their backs are against the wall. I mean, you even see the win rate, 47% there.
The lowest at this event, right?
And yeah, it's really tough to like root for. I've tried as hard as possible. You guys have seen me on multiple different streams trying to root for Vitality. But even then, with this type of performance here, if they don't come up here, there's going to be so many more questions moving forward.
It's like the main thing for them is the mentality. You know, I understand the point. Obviously, they're going to have a much easier way out, but it's going to be difficult because they're frustrated already. These are teams, regardless of who they're up against, they know in their heads that they have a fighting chance and should perform better.
Well, I actually want to hear it from the players themselves, their thoughts on each other heading into the match.
Eu acho que a defesa deles, principalmente a backboard, creio que se a gente jogar bem individualmente, fazendo plays individuais, a gente consegue marcar com eles tranquilo.
They will chase a bit and their defense is a bit shaky. So I think we need to score a lot of goals and be strong in defense.
Nós somos melhores que a Vitalis.
Confidence from Era Eternity there. They're expecting to win, but do we expect them to win? Chat, do you expect them to win? Get your votes in. Use hashtag Era for Era Eternity and hashtag VIT for Vitality. Turtle, start with you.
Why you always gotta start with me?
The people in the back told me we have to start with Turtle every time.
I've been talking a lot of smack on Vitality, and I do believe a little bit in them, mainly because they're up against Era Eternity. I think Astromik is gonna have a fantastic game, but regardless, Alpha 54, the performance we've seen is enough just to take down this team, in my opinion. He is that good on the field, and because he still looks solid to this day, I gotta go Vitality.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to jump on here with Turtle on the Vitality pick, but I'm not confident. Normally, I definitely don't have the same confidence as I had like with the FaZe BDS. I'll be 100% honest here, and I think that's mainly just because looking at Vitality earlier in this tournament, they just haven't found that thing. They haven't clicked, and for me, like with their backs against the wall, I don't know if they're even up there mentally to be able to perform on this stage against an Era team that's still, even right now in a lower round 3 match, they're still hungry. They still say we can beat Vitality. I don't know.
True.
Yeah, and I completely agree with that sentiment there. I am going to be going for Vitality, but at this stage, it doesn't feel like 100%, and it should feel like 100% right now for Vitality based off of the years and years of data we've got. But it's just due to that underperformance from Vitality. Yes, they've had a tough schedule, but they've not looked the same Vitality we would hope to see. And Era Eternity, and as we've seen from all of the newer regions, have looked so hungry for wins and are looking to steal as many as they can. And Vitality right now look vulnerable as a team that we expect to perform well and one that could be stolen from.
You say that this is Vitality's match to win, and that it is but it's not quite 100%. I think that it would be bad for us to 100% predict them to win on the desk. Then, given also how aggressive Era Eternity has come into this match and how much they don't expect, how much they were not, there's not an expectation on them. They just feel like we just got to go for this. There's so much less pressure, I feel like, on Era Eternity in this match than there is on Vitality going out 0-3 here. I'm going to predict Era Eternity to take this one down. We'll see if I'm right. If not, that's okay.
No, it's not. It's not okay.
It's okay.
It's
okay to be right.
No, we have to be right
lose,
every
okay?
time.
What did chat think? Chat going 40% here nearly for Era Eternity.
That is,
there. They've got
lost
some fans, so people want to make it happen here. Let's see if they can do it. Can they prove them wrong here? We've got Era Eternity taking on Vitality. Let's head over to the Ford Skybox. First team going home. Who's it going to be? Both with yellow colors. Check it out. Hey, Battle of the Yellows. We'll see who's going to do it here. Let's head over to Manfield.
A clash of nations. France versus Brazil. Both teams trying to survive elimination.
They're both just holding on by the fingertips. They've made it through the bracket, but not in the way that they would have hoped. At the first land back in 2 years. It has been a tough battle, but we hope to see both of them fighting back.
And we heard Era Eternity in that face-to-face video. They want to beat Vitality with individual effort and try to break down their impressive backboard defense. Vitality, on the other hand, they haven't had the best go of it in Swiss so far.
They have had a tough bracket, as the Des said, and this is the best chance for them to gain that momentum back. However, you look at the other side, we haven't even seen Era Eternity on the mainstream, but they've been playing incredibly. I've watched them up against NRG, playing fast, playing up in their faces, and not getting the goal here. Team Vitality are gonna score.
Just a lot of shots there from Vitality early on. He got the first 50, and Alpha lets that one go. Then that next 50 from K-Dop gave a perfect chance for Alpha, and Snip just not in position to do anything about it.
Alpha 54 has been massive for Team Vitality, which is impressive for me. This is his second ever RLCS LAN. They picked him up, Team Vitality, realistically, to not only make a full French roster after the upset of coming second in the last one, but also to have a Alpha 54 pop off on these LAN performances.
And I don't think anyone really gave Era Eternity any kind of shot in this tournament, but look at that shot! Astromik makes sure it goes in!
Let's go, Astromik! He's taken the goal. Snip sets him up as well. The double by Snip, and Fairy Peak can't save that.
Well, nobody was giving Era Eternity a chance before this tournament had started.
I was, but you look at the desk, I don't think any of them, other than Wave Punk, is going to give them a chance here.
It's a good start for Era Eternity and Vitality, for that matter. Math, the only player on this team with RLCS LAN experience, but Astromik, you gotta love this player out of Brazil. He can really take over a lobby.
I was speaking with Astromik just after he qualified, and I'll tell you what, they were just hoping to get here to have some fun. His giant goal was to get a photo with Garrett G, and last I checked, Garrett G still hasn't got a photo with him. I don't know what's going on there. We need a photo for Astromik with Garrett G, but they're playing up against their heroes, and they're taking it to them at the same time.
Astromik's got a little bit of space to pop this one over, too. And Era Eternity playing with some power early on, but here come Vitality. K-Dop gonna push it around to the corner. Vitality looking for their second goal.
Team Vitality, who would have thought they'd be on the back foot here? But Era Eternity have been doing it to everyone. In fact, in that series against NRG, I actually felt they could have won that one. Game number 2, they had those look-ins in the overtime. They had an overtime in game number 3 as well. They're so fast, they don't give you any room to breathe, and just as you think you've got some clear room in defense, they're right in your face.
Vitality, they haven't looked the best. They've struggled with getting quality touches out to teammates and just haven't been able to have that same kind of force that they've been able to on LAN before. They're already having some struggles against Era Eternity, who have had a couple of shots on net, but they've been able to stabilize, get back to the blue half.
We have been talking a lot about Astromik too, but Math is the one here with RLCS experience. In the last LAN, it was Math playing for 3 Sins, and he was the best player on that team. Arguably, he got the second most goals per game for any South American player at that LAN.
And back when he paired with Jan, Astromik and Jan were looking to be one of the deadliest duos in South America. Jan moving back over to Furia, we see how well they've been playing so far.
That's a great story. I mean, they were the team just behind True, Neutral, and Furia last season, and they worked hard, and they actually caught up. And just as they did, they got Jan stolen away from them, and yet they've fought back. They've got back into this international competition. And right now, they've had a few more chances, but Team Vitality looking for one of their own, and Fairy Peak, he finds the bottom corner.
That is perfect placement from Fairy Peak. Finds the left corner. Astromik, or actually that setup really from K-Dop is what gets that all out. Bates snip out. He couldn't get there in time. Fairy Peak nails it.
Fairy Peak, we've been looking for him to peak throughout this LAN, and that might be the start of it here for Team Vitality. Again, I think we have to just throw out all this Vitality LAN performance out the window. It's all about the grind right here, all about the power. And if Team Vitality can bring this one back, we may see them make a reverse sweep through the bracket.
Nobody understands the grind, at least you hear them talking about it. Era Eternity just try to take it touch by touch. Here's Astromik on the air dribble, pops it over K-Dop, and Alpha can play it back to the corner.
Era Eternity, this is where they like to be in the attack. Every now and again when they're in the defense, there's a little bit of panic. If they get caught there for too long, you might be able to see them make that mistake, but when they're in attack, they can grind Team Vitality down.
And they definitely got to be careful, because Vitality will smell that weakness and they will pick you apart. Math, another good carry, and Era Eternity doing a good job of getting that ball downfield, keeping it close, and being able to at least generate something when they get to the orange half.
They're keeping it simple for the moment, and that's sometimes what you need, especially against competition that you have a lot of respect for. Just making sure you get those early touches, those solid touches, and then build from there.
Vitality looking strong here in the final minute. Astromik punches this one out to the side wall, but Vitality will keep them locked in for now. Nice high touch from Snip. Astromik in the air, gets a low touch underneath. K-Dop got the save, and Vitality can move back out.
Some good efforts, but you see a bit more than just straight shots coming out from Era Eternity if they want to be scoring against Team Vitality. Team that have been very solid on the defense. Fairy Peak, I don't know what happened with that flip reset, but it went into the ground almost.
Era didn't know either. They weren't sure what was going to happen. They almost ran into each other on the back wall. But look at Snip here move across. He got the 50, a weak shot from Astromik over to the corner.
That was so close, but Team Vitality's now just taking it away. No real opportunity here for Era Eternity. It just needs to hit the ground, and Team Vitality take game 1.
A grind of a game, but Era Eternity had some quality opportunities on the net. In that last minute or so, they could get the air dribble to the orange half, but they couldn't actually trap Vitality in their own half.
Yeah, it was very difficult to do against Team Vitality, but you see those moments from Era Eternity, where they are pinning them, where they're making Team Vitality have to rush. If they can just keep it a bit more clean, we may see Era Eternity turn it around. But at the same note, you still got Alpha 54 playing well. We've seen Fairy Peak now starting to commit.
I like how Math has looked so far. Every time he's been behind the ball, it's been good control. You saw those air dribbles from him to get them out of some tough situations, and Snip as well, cutting off some Vitality counterattacks, but they need a little bit more to get over this team.
We've seen some close opportunities as well from Astromic, but up against Vitality, I don't know where you go there. It's crazy that they have to verse Team Vitality here in the first place. Everybody's expecting Era Eternity maybe in this position against Verdy or one of the OCE teams in this spot, but we've seen the surge of all the newer regions, and unfortunately, Era Eternity left behind to pick up the dust, which happens to be Vitality at G2.
Well, I mean, you know, the desk was talking about how Vitality had the tough draw for the Swiss Abyss, but Era had to play NRG first, and now they got to play Vitality. The reigning
they had
RLCS
complexity
champ, by the
as
way.
well. I mean,
what?
It doesn't get much easier.
The best of North America and Europe have to offer.
And wait, you're calling complexity the best that NA have to offer?
Not complexity, I'm sorry.
I like
NRG
that.
and Vitality, I know, yeah. As they say, vamos. But Vitality, a strong game one victory. Astromic trying to win the 50 here. Math gonna follow up. K-Dop gonna take the ball away from him.
Start here from Era Eternity is going to be important in game number 2. They can't let this one slip. I don't think anyone's going to be reverse sweeping Team Vitality.
Well, there's a pass in front of the box, and Snip dove for it. That's an aggressive posture from Era Eternity. They get punished.
Not too surprising. Era Eternity prefer the aggression, try and score more goals, but Alpha 54 comes through once again, wins the race, and open net.
This is what they have to be really careful of. You heard K-Dop talk about it in the head-to-head video.
He described it a little bit more succinctly, bluntly than I would, but yes, ball chasing, and then the counter-attack opportunities will open up for Team Vitality.
Oh,
what a shot!
That's a great pass as well, and Math puts some juice on it. Look at this from Snip. It's another solid pass for him for his teammates.
Snip's been setting it up, and Alpha 54 expected that one to be shot over to the right-hand side, and that's logical when the ball is sliding across. But nice to get around that, put that shot just to the left-hand side of Alpha.
Another good kickoff, but Astromic a little too hard on the touch. Gave Alpha the ball again. Math gonna kick that one out. A good pass over to Snip, and they call Vitality out. Era Eternity have the lead.
They're doing this against Vitality. Era Eternity, they idolize these guys. They're fans of these guys. Just like we saw from Appjack earlier in the day, they're now starting to beat their idols.
Do you think if they beat Vitality here, Garrett G will finally take that picture with Astromic?
Please, Garrett G, please. We just want a photo for Astromic. I think that's going to happen, but Team Vitality instantly fighting back.
Astromic got bumped in net, but the shot from K-Dop was a little high, and Math just beats Fairy Peak to the ball. Could be another chance for Era Eternity. Math still keeping that ball away, but Alpha picks it up, and Snip is on top of him.
Post opportunity here is Era Eternity holding on the defense. A good pass across to K-Dop, back to Fairy Peak, shot on! Ooh. Nice save by Astromic, but it continues with Alpha 54. Another save for Era Eternity.
2 great saves, and they still have to play more defense. Alpha's got the first look at the ball, but Astromic's all over it and gets it by the entire Vitality team. Can they create something out of this? K-Dop's first to the ball, and Vitality losing their boost on their half, but they push it back over to the blue.
This is a sign that the South American defense is there. People talk about all the time, South America not quite holding defensively. But when they're in the net, when they're there, they can get these clutch saves. They can even pass it out to a teammate and get a quick counter-attack. And that one goes off the crossbar.
I love these passes from Snip as well. Look at the big bump. Math will get the goal, but Astromic brings out the bully.
You legend, Astromic. Don't get the photo with Garrett G. Garrett G should be getting the photo with Astromic.
Absolutely. Astromic coming up big time for Era. Oh my goodness. 3-1 in game number 2.
What a start here in game number 2 for Era Eternity. There's still 3 minutes left on the clock, but they've already got the 2-goal lead.
Fairy Peak demoed by Snip on the play, and Astromic picks this one up. And Yummy, I've been impressed with Snip. He has been delivering this ball on a silver platter for both Astromic and Math for Era Eternity in game 2.
Fairy Peak with the dribble as well. End-to-end stuff for Vitality. they haven't found a good connection. It's usually just a solo play, and it seems Era Eternity pretty comfortable defending that.
Oh, Stromik, another good save over to the corner. A lot of defense, but it's holding up. K-Dop, that's a close shot across the box, but Astromik is there again on the defense. Alpha gonna try, but Astromik is there to push it downfield.
On the defense now is Team Vitality as it's Fairy Peak. He's been making his moves down the pitch, and he's been the main force here for Team Vitality in getting these clears. Unfortunately, there's no follow-up there. It's straight down into a 50-50, and then the possession gets handed straight back to Era Eternity.
Math not giving Vitality any chance to look at it, but a big miss from Astromik, and Math will come there quickly. But Vitality, another quick shot taken away by Snip.
Couple of misses, but it's not punished. And now Team Vitality, yes, head scratching. A minute 44, they did not expect to be in this situation, and that's a great cut in the midfield by Astromik.
And a good demo from Vitality to take that ball right back. That could have been deadly. Alpha 54 underneath. Oh, can't get that ball away from Astromik.
It's been the event of the newer regions so far. And Era Eternity, not too many hopefuls. And yet, this is where the steam starts building.
Oh, Yogold!
Oh, no. You don't want the Yogold, but Team Vitality, they'll be the ones happy to take it.
I mean, you're not expecting him to miss that shot. It bounced right out. He dove for it. And Vitality come within one.
There was a chance for Alpha 54 to finish it off as well. It looked like he had that read. So Team Vitality bring it back to 1, trying to dash the hopes of Era Eternity in Game 2.
They've been speedy, but Vitality have got a couple of punishes on them. Here's Astromik trying to crash into Fairy Peak. Math gets a clean hit. And Vitality, K-Dop slips over one, and Astromik punches it by him, and they're really struggling to win those 50s against Astromik.
Era Eternity, look at how much pressure they're keeping against Team Vitality. And Team Vitality, they normally like to play a bit more aggressive. They definitely do so in scrims and when they're feeling confident. When they're feeling up against it, they stack the net, and that's the opportunity for Team Era Eternity to keep them in an area where they can't get the clear and take away their boost.
And that defense from Era has been so good that no one was ready for that free ball in front of the box that Vitality just were all on the left side of the field. Nobody was able to commit for it, and now it's back in the orange half.
No touch from Team Vitality is uncontested right now. They get right close to that ball, but there's always an Era Eternity member close. But now K-Dop has to score this one. Saved out again.
Oh, how is he coming up with every save? Math pushes this one downfield. Fairy Peak close against the box. Math punches him off the ball. And K-Dop gonna lob that one up. Era Eternity want this ball on the ground. Astromik might be the one to do it. And popped up by Fairy Peak. Snip, but playing that one high, but you got the lead with 0 seconds. And Alpha's given a chance. Here comes Fairy Peak over to K-Dop, and Astromik is there, but the ball is still in the air. Alpha around the corner. Alpha in front, but Fairy Peak is nowhere to be seen. And Era Eternity have taken Game 2.
Woo! Era Eternity get their first game, and they've got nerves of steel. They may not have the most set defense, but their clutch defense has been on form. 9 saves right there against the Team Vitality offense.
We've seen what can happen when a team clutches up on defense like Era Eternity have. That kind of momentum can mean everything when you're in a match this tight, especially when you're trying to survive elimination.
Era Eternity did do this as well to NRG. It was all about the saves. It was all about preventing those goals just on the line. And I think that's really frustrating for any team. It makes you, if you're in Team Vitality, you start taking shots at net, which is not the best way to score a goal. You usually want to be getting those passes, getting those doubles.
Well, let's throw it down to Orb and see what's going on in the Swiss Abyss.
All right, here we are. I am back in the hype chamber. I'm standing in between the two teams. This is a very, very important series, guys. Don't forget, the team that loses this is out. So a lot at stake. We could not have asked for a closer game here. It is 1-1. Things are heating up. Who's going to make it? Who's going to stay? That is the question we're going to answer. Let's set it back to the casters. Guys, take it away.
It really does feel that tight, Yummy. I was curious how Era Eternity would come out against Vitality, and really I was curious about how Vitality would respond to the adversity that they've faced so far in this Fall Major, and they're met with another tough challenge.
There's no freebies. There's no freebies in RLCS. There's no freebies now. This is a new era of Rocket League. We're seeing everybody show up from the old favorites to new. Endpoint taking the mantle of the best in EU. FaZe Clan are now through for NA and are the NA hope. And now we start seeing Era Eternity showing up against what has been one of the most successful teams of all time.
Yeah, it is awesome to see the South American region pop off like they have. We watched Furia
Such a
earlier
passionate community.
today. Absolutely. I mean, these teams are, and you hear them talk about it like in the pregame video. What do they say? Their team is happiness and anxiety, and that anxiety probably comes with the pressure of being in the hype chamber. I mean, I'd be a little anxious too if I was sitting down there. The pressure you must feel.
Well, you have a lot of teams that come here for their first event and maybe don't have the best performance or the best expectations of them. That doesn't seem to be the case for Era Eternity. They are here and they know that they have the abilities to win.
Vitality have always been one of the best teams at adapting to their opponents. It's one of the reasons why they took the RLCS Championship. But this next test for them is important. It has been, the story of this Fall Major has been of the minor regions. And so Vitality, they have to contend with that, and they answer with a goal in Game 3, Alpha 54.
And Very Peak right off the kickoff. He gets that touch. And a nice one off the backboard out to Alpha 54. Team Vitality starting off strong.
And Stromic was pretty close to that one, but that pass was pretty good over to K-Dop, or over to Alpha, excuse me. 6 seconds is all it takes.
I mean, I know you crowd out K-Dop there, and normally we do see a lot from him, especially in that striking ability. So far he's missed a couple of them. Not really expected, and now he's not able to find that one either as Team Vitality. We're looking for goal number 2.
Well, Alpha trying to push that ball forward. Fairy Peak still on offense. And Era trying to find a way out, and they might do it off of that botched play there in the corner from Vitality. They couldn't grab that ball back, trying to secure the boost steal and the ball. Nostromic is taking back control, but misses that next touch. K-Not letting that one fly over.
Team Vitality have been working it out of the defense, but now it's Era Eternity's chance on the attack as K-Dop is the one intercepting. Good shot here. He doesn't have any boost. Snip. No opportunity. And there's double commit coming out from Era Eternity. This is danger as K-Dop has the clear. Alpha 54 in support. Looking for the double. Alpha 54 saved out by Era.
Oh, Nostromic got right underneath that one, and now Math has the counterattack. Slips it right under Fairy Peak, forces Alpha up, and he makes the first touch and the second one to get it over Nostromic.
Vitality have to work so hard for each of these goals. And then Era Eternity are finding some chances of their own. So they're backing each other up nicely, rotating into positions where they can follow up that backboard touch. And sometimes that leaves them a little too close to the ball for the follow-up. But it also makes it difficult for Vitality to find the clears. They don't have the room.
Oh, Alpha, another pass out, but Nostromic,
This is open.
he's got the breakaway. It's an open net, and he knows it. Era Eternity have tied it up.
It's been turned on its head now. Team Vitality desperate for the goal, and that extra touch by Alpha 54. He was looking to land it on K-Dop's nose, and it goes straight past him.
Just too many tries, too many touches, and Vitality get caught out. And giving Era Eternity life where Vitality, now they gotta score again. Here's Nostromic off the kickoff. On the ceiling, Nostromic can't get that ball out to Math. Math pulling out on the rotation.
Team Vitality did get on the grind. Our biggest criticism of them in the online season was being motivation. They haven't been putting in the hours, and we've even heard from the teams that have gone through and from First Killer that 40 hours a week is the minimum you need. Vitality have put it in, but they've only put in that effort in the last couple of weeks on that ranked grind.
And it's surprising, you know, for a team that is as established and has the accolades like Vitality, where they bully them out of the net and K-Dop collects.
They're happy with that one as well. Alpha 54 again leading the charge, gets a 50, gets the bump, and sets it up for K-Dop.
Good return there for Vitality. Era Eternity. See how they do off this kickoff. Nostromic, and Math trying to get that sheet up and forces Snip to get a clear out, but Alpha closes it down quickly, and Vitality starting to feel it here. K-Dop stopping that ball, and he actually scoops it away from Math. Nostromic will punch it back away to the opposite corner, but Vitality are able to just clamp down those corners and really make Era Eternity work for these clears.
You see Nostromic again on the attack as well, and Turtle called him out on the desk before as the player to watch here for Air Eternity, and he's really delivering at the moment, scoring more of these goals. Looking for the pass here, no, for the shot instead.
Good block. Well, actually, it goes straight across, and Alpha does get the clear out. Gives Fairy Peak a chance. Just pot shot down the middle as Stromik lets that one go. Dangerous opportunity there for Era Eternity. If Vitality see another one of those, well, they might commit an extra player next time, but here's a Stromik pass in front. Math can't connect.
Just in front. A good idea, a good pass as well, but not quite executed there as Air Eternity on the counterattack may have been able to find some openings in the Team Vitality defense. Instead, it's Alpha 54. That's a screamer, but it's saved out again.
Stromik, whoops, gonna let Math take that one, and Fairy Peak takes advantage. A couple of these key mistouches, or really whiffs that happen in the corner that give Vitality an extra chance at the ball. And it puts everybody in hurry-up mode in Era Eternity's defensive rotation. Poor touch from Snip, but he made up for it with a save. Math kicks it downfield, but Alpha's there on the rotation.
That's the defensive panic we were worried about, but it doesn't get punished for now because, again, they're so willing to follow up, to go for that extra challenge. But now Era Eternity have 50 seconds to try and equalize.
Tight rotation here for Vitality. Keeping their boost secure. Keep pushing this ball laterally as Era Eternity set up shop in midfield. With Fairy Peak, it's a long clear down the pitch, so Era Eternity got to look again from their own corner.
At some point, the surprise of those quick challenges does wear out for Era Eternity, but they're still getting the passes. And that's been the change up here. They've got 26 seconds. They've had to look in now as Snip gets that ball high. K-Dop can't get much of a clear, but he stays behind that ball and gets it out of defense.
Pass over to Snip from Math, over to Stromik. Snip getting to this one quickly. He does beat Alpha to the ball. Fairy Peak in a tough spot on the back wall, but he makes a solid touch, and Alpha gets a great 50 against Stromik. Math trying to push it forward at the end of regulation, and a big clear for Vitality. Excellent defensive performance in game number 3, but they have to put that ball on the ground. Snip forces it through Fairy Peak, but Fairy Peak gets the last touch.
Once you slow that ball down, there's no chance, and Vitality play it cool right at the end. They take that one-game victory. They're one away from getting back up that bracket.
And these games are close, but Vitality have been poised on defense. There has been no panic from them at all, and Era Eternity just don't have any way to break through them.
Era Eternity are trying to cause that panic too, and all of a sudden we're seeing Team Vitality understand the playstyle, understand the speed, and there needs to be more dimensions out of that Era Eternity play, and we're seeing a little bit of it in the passing play come out, but right now Team Vitality have settled in. They're no longer worried about that really quick attack, and they're taking control of the series.
And I mean, I loved in game 2 what Era and Eternity were doing in front of Vitality's box. They were getting physical. You saw that big bump from Stromik in that game that put Era Eternity on top, and then there were more bumps as well. So if they can find a way to disrupt this Vitality rotation, because right now, they're not going to break through it unless they either get them off on a bump or a demo, or they start winning some of these 50s in the orange half.
Especially if you can get on the attack by K-Dop!
K-Dop has delivered in plenty of lands before, and say what you want about this season, but look at that shot from him, perfect underneath, 1-0 Vitality.
Great start here from Vitality. They're looking hungry now, and it's so good to see K-Dop being the one to step up here. That's the weak connection we've seen so far for Vitality.
Vitality, one away from just surviving, and Era Eternity need this one. Math trying to get the bump on a K-Dop. Stromik punches this out, and Snip, he was not playing that touch from Stromik, and he has to play that back to his own corner.
Math coming out of defense as well, but he is solo at the moment. A great victory there from Stromik on the 50. Almost gets the goal. Oh, saved that again.
And Vitality hanging on defense. And big miss. Snip has got a chance. He got the boost. He's hovering in the air. K-Dop gets it around him. Math shoring up the rotation for Era Eternity. Quickly up to the ball, but can't get to the challenge.
Love watching Era Eternity in the attack, and they continue trying to find those opportunities, but 1v1 plays aren't going to work well against Team Vitality. They have some of the best 1v1 players in the world.
It is going to be difficult, especially with how their 50 game has been on defense. Those solo plays will not work. They got to find more creativity as a team. Those passes back in game 1 and 2 where Snip was delivering the ball with perfection to Math and Stromik, we haven't seen any of it.
Haven't seen too much. Haven't seen the demos either, but Still well within the cards here for Era Eternity. A long drawn-out battle against Vitality. However, in the past, Vitality have loved being in a 1-0 position. They look comfortable when they're on the defense, and look at that from Alpha.
Oh, Alpha is so sick when he's behind the ball. He's got every option imaginable. Will he take that one? No, he'll just come underneath and puts it on the right side. Excellence from Alpha 54.
That's the power of Alpha 54. You see him close to the ball, you think, has he got the musty? Has he got a flick? Where is he going to beat me? And in the end, he just plays it simple.
Astromik behind this ball and just hasn't been as effective, where he was winning a lot of those challenges and making a lot of saves. Vitality have wrested control of the series fully in their favor so far.
They're out from Era Eternity. They're 2 goals down now. It's going to be all about throwing everything in the kitchen sink, and that's a straight shot. Team Vitality always going to be able to defend anything straight towards their net.
I think Era Eternity need a new recipe because everything they've tried just has not worked. Math lets it go for Astromik. Up high against the backboard. Vitality have missed it, and Snip gets the goal.
Very nicely done. They used the backboard. Look at all of Vitality. They're on the ground. They're caught out. A fake in front of the net. And look, Vitality spinning around in circles.
And that's big for Era Eternity. They really were struggling to get anything going, but they're given a great rebound off the backboard. Can that be enough to swing momentum in their favor? Only half a game left to go. Otherwise, their run in this tournament will be over.
That's like the first light on the 5th day. They look to the east, and there's hope for Era Eternity. They've found that small speck of light that might be able to get them a tie up here halfway through the game, looking for that second goal.
Alpha cut off by Astromik. Snip plays it close, and Math is able to get there. He wins the 50, but they have to wait. Math got demoed. Astromik actually coming up aggressive. K-Dop gets the save. And a free ball. It's going to be Maths off the ceiling. Aggressive, but K-Dop was ready for it.
Some close opportunities now for Era Eternity. The confidence has to build, and this is sometimes the beauty of playing from behind. There's nothing to lose. You just got to throw it forward. You just got to play aggressive, and that's the way Era Eternity enjoy playing.
Now they're trying to get those passes, but Vitality cut off the lane again, and a poor touch from Math, but it wasn't the worst. They just have to get this clear out. Fairy Peak gets it back over to the corner, and Astromik was ready for it, so almost disaster for Era Eternity, but they turn it back in their favor to the orange half.
Love seeing Snip so ready for that play. And a fake in front of net. Close opportunity, not quite taken from Era.
Popped up. Math again, Era Eternity in front. Astromik gets the goal! The Brazilians have come to play! Tie game!
Look how close Astromik is to that net!
Oh!
He was waiting for Math's touch right in the middle of all of Vitality. He doesn't care.
Oh, Era Eternity, a big 2-goal comeback with 1:27 left. Well, how about that? Are you entertained?
Are you a believer now, Jobby?
I might be. Here's Astromik off the crossbar off the post. Do they get the goal? Astromik got the bump and Snip can't get the ball. He got frozen. He wasn't sure how that ball was going to come out.
This is getting incredibly close here. Vitality.
Oh,
it's another one by Astromik.
Oh, Era Eternity will not go down without a fight. Look at this from Snip, and a big miss from Vitality, but Astromik's placement is pixel perfect.
That arrow hits the bullseye top right corner. Astromik carrying Era Eternity into this lead.
Momentum has swung almost instantly. Snip in front of it. Math able to put Fairy Peak off the ball, and Astromik is next up. Vitality, they've had great defense up until this point. Era Eternity have sent the house. Now how can Vitality respond?
We're looking towards a Game 5 for Era Eternity. Team Vitality starting to shake in their boots. Some of the most experienced players at this event, and they're starting to look worried. Math as well. He's been working that midfield well, and Vitality can't break out.
Great cutoff from Snip. Keeping Vitality honest on their rotation, not letting them come up too far, having to respect that counterattack potential from Era Eternity.
Chance here again for Era Eternity. The
Astromik.
backboard, Astromik!
Oh, Astromik puts the team on his back with a nasty double tap to put Era Eternity up by 2.
Now I want a photo with Astromik, and they've got the photo finish. finish right there.
I think Garachi's lining up. He might be lining up, Yummy, for the picture with Astromik at this rate. 16 seconds remaining. We might be looking at Champions Field.
Oh, Team Vitality. They had a lot of doubters of their own, and now they've got to doubt themselves. Game number 5, inbound. South America stepping up, an entire region behind their backs.
No time left, and you know what that means. Champions Field is on the way. Era Eternity have made it a thriller.
Game 5. Era Eternity took the fight to NRG. They took the fight to the ex-Sam Warriors Complexity. And now, beyond all hope, they're taking it against the world champions.
It's like they said, it's about the grind. No matter what happens, just take it to the next touch. Take it to the next game. And that has been the mindset that has gotten them to this point. While it's been difficult, they've been drawn the toughest hand. But Era Eternity are making the most of this moment.
As you might say, it's about drive, it's about power. And look, Era Eternity about to devour Team Vitality. I can't believe we're in this situation.
It might happen, Yummy. Era Eternity might actually eliminate the RLCS champions as we head to Champions Field, presented by Ford. I am unbelievably excited for this. The entire week so far has just been a cavalcade of unexpected results, of unexpected competition. Everyone came in talking, oh, NA versus EU. Hello, South America is here. They came to play.
Our gorgeous, beautiful analyst as well talked about putting Team Vitality up against the wall. It does not get backed up any further this. A Game 5 in the elimination match.
Alpha, gonna push this forward for Vitality. Well, Vitality, they need to find a way to stop the fire that's been stoked in Era Eternities. And here comes Math. He plays it slow. Kate up in a tough spot. Awkward. Snip gonna play it over to the side. And that kind of confidence in front of the box shows you how Era Eternity are feeling.
They are playing it safe, though. They could have gone for a more direct line, but wanted to ensure no risk. Alpha 54 with a pre-jump there. Almost paid off.
Kate up, clear cut off by Math. Astromik also got a demo. Fairy Peak, whoops, Alpha's there to clean it up. Oh, good 50 from Alpha. But Snip, not the best touch. Fairy Peak is taking it away. Astromik right in front of the box. That's dangerous, as it's only Alpha behind the ball. Math in net. He's got to watch this as Alpha puts it down, but it's not a good shot. And a tough one for Alpha, but still Snip gets it out.
Did you say only Alpha 54? You put a weapon like Alpha 54 in your team, and you can potentially beat anyone just like that. No, saved out.
Oh, the defense systems for Era Eternity are state of the art right now. Math pushing that one in front, but there's K-Dop and he puts it in the back.
State of art, well, it just started to crack like an old painting. Team Vitality finds the gap. Astromik was looking to turn that into a pass of his own and K-Dop straight through.
Oh, we definitely know that. That doesn't mean anything at this point.
Oh, yeah.
Vitality were up by 2 earlier, and, well, Era Eternity had something to say about that. Plenty of time left on this clock. Vitality, they're gonna need more, because Era Eternity will not stop firing.
Especially if Team Vitality play like they did in the last one, where they got that 1-goal lead and started to relax a little bit. Started to play a bit more defensive, and that opened up the room for Era Eternity.
High ball, but Snip, that's a great catch off the backboard. Putting that one down. The touch got away from him, but Math playing it close. He'll be able to get it over to midfield. Now, Vitality, you're starting to see him win these touches, and it's Era Eternity that are just trying to get the clear, but it's always into an orange car. Here's a nice pass to Astromik. He kicks it high. He wants to take it himself off the backboard, and Math can flip it over to the corner. But Astromik again, here he's got it to Snip, and it's denied. 2 from Vitality commit, but they're going to get the clear.
That's a long clear. Math has to win. He was getting bumped by Alpha 54. The Team Era Eternity have found these moments, but every single time Vitality are showing up with some individual skill.
Oh, Astromik just misses on the flip reset. But you saw Alpha, he tried to get that challenge. Here he is, up on the backboard, and that's not gonna get it done. Math had the backboard on lock. Math denied by Fairy Peak in midfield.
They're looking to find Alpha 54 at the moment. They're getting the clears up to him. He's the one pushing forward. And it's very dangerous for Era Eternity to stay on defense at any moment in time. So that's why they're going on the attack.
Here's Snip and a demo. Give him some space. Snip a double tap, and Alpha is there to clean it up. A long clear and a counterattack. K-Dop in traffic. K-Dop with the goal. Era Eternity down by 2.
The land god himself, K-Dop, He wasn't there for the first few games. Game number 5, and he's found this redirect.
K-Dop has found an answer for Era Eternity, but now it's all about closing it out. Can they close the game with 2 minutes remaining?
Seems an impossible task for Era Eternity, but they were able to do it once before. Are they able to do it again? They're looking a little bit shaky, a little bit more nervous in this final game.
That's a good win from Math to put it back downfield. Could give them a chance. Math crashing K-Dop, and now they're frozen. There's a close touch from Sip, and they ran into each other. A good idea, but they got tied up, and Astromik catches this one high. And Era Eternity, oh, that's a missed touch, and K-Dop will get rid of it.
There's been a few of those missed touches near the net, and a missed touch near the net. And K-Dop, another one on the board.
K-Dop coming in clutch for Vitality. It's been a tough road for them so far, and even with the danger of being eliminated, he's showing up when they need him the most.
A 3-0, a 3-2, it doesn't matter if you get there in the end. And I don't know if Team Era Eternity can make it, but what's that for Vitality? They just missed the kickoff.
What happened on this kickoff? K-Dop.
K-Dop.
Did he just miss
K-Dop?
Oh, he missed his flip. Did he double hop? Either way, he just didn't get it. That's dangerous.
I don't know why I said land god. Well, K-Dop missing that one. Hopefully it doesn't bite. A minute 30 remaining. They've actually given Era Eternity a chance.
K-Dop with a quick save off the kickoff. Snip trying to get that next touch, and he couldn't. Astromik has to face Alpha 54, and that's a tough task no matter where you are. Here's Fairy Peak, puts it up top off the crossbar. Math with a great save. Astromik, he's down the field. He's racing for it. Can he get around to it? He wants the boost, and he gets demoed. Alpha comes up in front of it. Math over to Snip. Era Eternity are within 1.
How have they done it? A low clear down. K-Dop thought he'd save the day with the demo, and then out of nowhere, Snip is going to find their goal to get them in 1.
1 minute is plenty of time, Yummy. Era Eternity to make it happen. If they were feeling shaky before, they got to feel things swinging back into their favor. Here's another kickoff. Astromik crashes in front. No way! No, and Fairy Peak is there. A great save for Vitality and a quick counterattack. Snip grabs that off the backboard. He's got to keep that one close. He sees Astromik, but it's caught by Fairy Peak. Nobody's there for Eternity, and Astromik barely gets there in time for the save.
Huge by Astromik.
Snip misses it. Vitality up by 2 again.
K-Dop with the hat trick as well. He's come up huge.
Oh, K-Dop. Again and again. His number is called, and he's answered every single time in this series.
He was baiting Era Eternity, thinking that they might have had a hope. And we don't know that this is aggressive Team Era Eternity. Maybe there's a chance in the next 40 seconds.
Oh, Astromik, here's Alpha 54. Can't get that one in the net, but it's all about control. It's all about keeping this ball away, wasting time. K-Dop keeps that one away, and Era Eternity have to rush towards it. Math crashing in front to Alpha. They have to score with at least a little time left if Era Eternity have hope in this tournament. Snip crashes in front, but Fairy Peak puts it safely in the corner. Vitality, 15 more seconds to survive. Snip puts that one over to the corner. More seconds wasted off the clock. Astromik pushes it downfield. Math, last chance. They need time left on the clock. Fairy Peak keeping it close. He knows he's got it. Time running out, and that's gonna do it. Vitality survive. Era Eternity eliminated.
The RLCS Season 7 champions stay alive in this bracket. And South America, their first team going home. But what a performance by Era Eternity. You have to be proud of the region.
Absolutely. They came to play, and that was again the toughest draw that you could get at this tournament, or one of them. And Era Eternity, I don't think anybody expected them to play as competitively as they did, but they've proven something today, that this region is something that you cannot mess with. Even the number 2, everyone knew Furia was going to be competitive, but Era Eternity coming out and playing the way they did, everyone's going to be looking at both South American seeds next major come around.
What's so scary about that is they only got through by 1 point. There is a large number of SAM teams right now fighting for these international lands. We look towards winter, and that is going to be the story, I hope, for Era Eternity. Unfortunately, their story is over today, and Team Vitality will be the one to continue that on.
And for Vitality, Could this be the start of the comeback for them? It was rough to start for Vitality. They've also had a tough draw, but this could be the chance, the start of a return to a team that was in championship form not that many months ago.
I started seeing a bit of a halo there. Game number 5, K-Dop coming through the Angel here for Team Vitality. That's where it stepped up. That's what gives me hope for Vitality.
Excellent work from Vitality, a thrilling 5-game set. We have had tons of them today, and man, I cannot wait for the next match, the rest of the tournament. It's gonna be amazing. You guys don't want to miss the last match of the day. We'll be right back.
It's me, hero of horsepower. Make way for our all-electric rocketeer, top-tier tactician, elite rotator, all-star muscle car, your champion.
to escape. It will take you home. When you're walking on the moon. Walking on the moon. Chase your happy place. It will change your groove. When you're dancing on the moon, dancing on the moon. When we dance again, all our trouble seems to fade away. This is how I feel when you take me to some levels that I've never been. When we dance again, all our trouble seems to fade away. on the moon. When you're walking on the moon, walking on the moon, taste your happy place. It will change your groove when you're dancing on the moon, dancing on the moon. When we dance again, all our trouble seems to fade away. This is how I feel when you take me to some levels that I've never been. When we dance again, all our trouble seems to fade away. This is how I feel when you take me to some places that I've never been. When we dance that I've never been. That I've never been. That I've never been.
Bust it out.
Absolutely wicked series there. Vitality, K-Dub, you took it home in the end when it mattered the absolute most. Thoughts on the game?
It was a really close game. I think we played better than other series before, and still a lot of work to do, but I'm happy with the win today.
How did you like playing versus Era?
It was, I mean, not, how can I say that? I like it to be honest.
Are the guys nice to play against? Are they tough opponents?
Yeah, they're really good. I mean, they ball chase a bit, so it's pretty hard to start. And after we used to, and we play better than them, I think.
Is it hard to play against like ball chasers? Is that the counter to K-Dub?
I mean, it's always hard because you don't know when they're gonna approach you. But I mean, every team now ball chase a bit. I think the top team now ball chase, so we need to be used to and work on it.
Now, you guys have a long way back now. This is the first win, hopefully out of many more to come from you guys. What is it going to take from you, from the team, to maybe upgrade, elevate yourselves to make it to playoffs in the end?
I mean, we need to step up everywhere, I think. Everyone was watching us all the 2 days is a bit sad, I think, and us too, because we don't play good. I think we need to be more fast, play better mechanical. And yeah, needs to step up everywhere. I think we play better this series, at least. So we're in the good way.
Looking at the team, what is it gonna take for you guys? Let me rephrase. Let me rephrase.
Mm-hmm.
What differentiates a good team from a great team? A good player from a great player? What does that next level look like?
I mean, the next level will be to be the 3 player at the top all time. I think we are not on the top right now, so we need to be the 3 player really good, and it's gonna be working more, I think.
Now, teamwork versus game mechanics on an individual level. Is there one thing that you think outweighs the other? Are they both equally important?
I mean,
what do you think?
Now you need to get both, I think. You need to play. You need to pass when it matters, and to be a solo player when it's matters too. So both, I think.
Well, it definitely mattered here. Who do you think is the toughest opponent so far? You just played against Era.
Mm-hmm.
Any of the other ones? Who was the toughest so far?
I mean, Dignitas, I guess. Before the last 2 series, or?
Yeah.
Oh,
in this event, yeah.
Oh, yeah, Dignitas.
Do you think they're going to be the toughest threat moving forward?
I guess. What? Sorry?
Do you think they're going to be the toughest opponents?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Yeah, the toughest opponent to beat. Do you think they're going to go the furthest in the tournament? Are you going to meet them in the finale? That's what I should ask. Are you going to meet them in the finale?
I hope. We will try for it.
Okay, well, let's hope to see it. 1 win, hopefully many more to come for K-Dub and Vitality. I think we're sending it right back to the desk, so guys, please, take it away.
Thanks so much, Orb. We saw Vitality finally get the win here. But on the other side of things, it is the end of the road for Era Eternity. I'm Wavepunk. Thank you for joining us here for the Rocket League Championship Series Fall Major driven by Ford. Yummy. Era Eternity, they showed up, they played their hearts out. Game 5, they took Vitality all the way to the final there, but they're going to be going home.
It's a sad day. It's a sad day for Era Eternity, and we've seen this sort of story so many times before. A team kind of coming from a newer region, very little experience. The first time we see both Astromach and Snip on the world stage, and they played with all of their heart.
And I mean, Vitality, this was much needed from them, and a true test, because where they really struggled earlier in Swiss, like they felt a lot, they had to have felt the pressure from Era Eternity, but they withstood that pressure, and for 90% of this game, they looked really good, and Alpha and K-Dub, especially on offense, really delivered a performance.
Doesn't get any bigger difference in terms of the experience too. World champions versus a brand new team, but this is what Rocket League is all about. Especially this new season. It's a completely open season. Anyone can participate, anyone can grow, and I truly believe that Era Eternity will be back.
100%.
It's genuinely, I feel like, the hardest part of LAN. Like, we get to playing online is one thing, but all the players are in their houses. They're all at home. I'm not in the room when the players lose. You know, you don't get to see all that reaction. And basically, at any of these events, all the teams lose except for one, right? And
we had to watch them just walk past a second ago.
You know, I just have to say, like, despite Era Eternity going 0-3, that is probably the strongest performance we've ever gotten out of a second
from an
seed.
0-3 team.
Out of South America. Like, I am so impressed by this region, and I have no doubt that both seeds come into the next majors are going to be a threat.
And what a tough run they've had to have. I mean, playing against both NRG and Vitality in a Swiss. Obviously, the way those two teams are performing, maybe not as scary as you might think, but if we told them beforehand, you're going to have to beat one of NRG or Vitality, they'd be like, well, what do you...
Or even Complexity.
I mean, Complexity as well. Complexity are looking really solid at this event. The only game we've seen them lose, I think they look like the better team. So, you know, they've had a really tough run, and that's always been the case for these newer teams when they come in. Because of that seeding, they haven't had a chance to prove themselves, and then they have to show themselves up against these higher level teams. And they were so close to doing it there against Vitality.
The reward for making it to LAN is you get to play some really difficult matches, and they got to play some of the most difficult there. Well done to Era Eternity making it this far, and good luck in their future events. I'm sure we will see them again. Over on the B stream, though, with some teams that were 1-1, not so much on the line here that can lose and still continue on. We had Complexity taking on Envy, a Battle of North America. This one also went the distance, 10 minutes of overtime, including about 11 minutes of overtime, including a 5-minute overtime in Game 5.
I know you want to take credit for Complexity Wave Punk as a North American, but it was the battle of Sam versus Envy, and that was such a great overtime. 5 minutes, and only just scraping it through at the end. Chances for both teams. What a real battle.
Not looking so strong in defense at the final moment there, but I think it's fair to say that is a coin flip of a game. If you've got two games go to overtime for that long, like you said, two of them going over 5 minutes in overtime, and to end with a 5-minute OT in Game 5, at that point, the players are going to go, right, everyone drop your controllers, flip a coin, let's see who is the real winner. And that's what it must have felt like at the end.
I feel like we all would do that except for the players. Players would never putting down the controllers, be like, flipping a coin? No, I'm going to win this thing. I didn't play this long to flip a coin. Anyways, that was the last of that game. We now have 2 more matches to play one on each of the streams. Will happen simultaneously. Let's check out what's going to happen over on the B stream. We will see Sandrock taking on Furia. That one also a 1-1 category there, so both those teams will survive till tomorrow. That'll be a crazy match. You're not going to want to miss it. Here on the A stream, though, we got the last of the 0-2 teams. Another team has to go home today. It will either be Tokyo Verdy or G2, which is a sentence I did not think I was going to be saying at this point today, Jorby.
No, not at all. G2, they fell to the upstarts in Middle East and South America, but this one I think is a favorable matchup for them, and it's going to be a long road for G2 in this Swiss, but this might be their chance to turn things around.
G2 versus Tokyo Verdy. I'm really excited for this match, mainly because this team, Tokyo Verdy, we have yet to see here on twitch.tv/Rocket League. To get to watch them here and see their faces in the hype chamber. G2, we've seen a few times. It has not been good for them either time, Gregan.
No, but we've wanted to see Tokyo Verdy on stage for so long, and that is the case for the newer regions. We've had this excitement waiting for them to come here, and it's not just about this event, it's about the future of these guys. And I'm sure you, Yummy, you've been watching these guys in the APAC region. Tell us a little bit about these three.
I've become a huge fan of APAC. I mean, they're the greatest addition to Rocket League. You can talk about SRG, but these guys have been playing for 6 years. They've made the longest journey here. It was just 6 years waiting for RLCS, another 20-odd hours just to fly to this LAN. And these guys realize here in the center, the face of Asia, have been waiting for this moment. When they qualified, they broke down in tears of joy. That's how much it means to them. We've seen them really, really care about Rocket League. It is everything to them. They have sacrificed a lot. This man here, Maru, works a full-time job, which in Japan means about 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., gets home, and then straight onto Rocket League, back to bed. He had to work hard as well with his employers just to be able to take a little bit of time off here to get to this moment.
People don't realize that about this region. Just quickly before we go, these guys start their tournaments so late because so many of them have jobs, and the culture in Japan, they finish their jobs very late. So to get these guys competing in a tournament, they start around 9 p.m. their time, right?
Yeah, 9 p.m. at their time. It goes to 7 p.m. later on, and they have to really work around their schedules. If you, in terms of taking time off, it's not just about asking your employee for the day off. You also have to ask your colleagues because they're the ones who's going to pick up the slack.
Well, we here in the Rocket League community have known Realize for many, many years, but for the rest of you, I'm excited for you to get to meet him.
自分ら3人は、今までそのスポーツリアルスポーツを経験してきてるんですけど、そういうところでなんか声を出したりとか、なんかスポーツマン独特のなんかそういう雰囲気だったりとかを、そうですね、すごい点を決めた時は盛り上がる感じですごい好きです。そうですね、今回はそうですね、現実的に言うと本当に一緒だと思います。ただその今シーズンとなるとトップ8が目標になってきますね。決してそんなすごい遠いような存在ではないので、しっかりとここでその
マルからおおいやまだ触ってくる。
そうですね、やっぱりその自分たちにとっては厳しいゲームの連続になるとは思うんですけど、そういうその精神的にも苦しいような状況になる中でもこのゲームを楽しむっていうことを忘れずにしていきたいですね。
What a long road for them to get here. But on the other side of the pitch, you know, it's a very tough tournament. Somebody had to go 0-2, and yet, Jorby, I still am having trouble believing it's G2.
I know. G2, a lot of us expected them to be one of the front runners coming into this tournament, but it has not been easy for them. They have definitely struggled at times. And Drees, he's been the best performing player on this team so far. And while they did lose to Furia, it was a much better performance against Furia than it was against Sandrock. And I think that speaks to G2's mettle and their ability to adapt. And in this third match, I love the Santa hat coming out, but I think G2, this is a good opportunity to turn things around. They look decent against Furia. Now it's time to turn the buck.
Yeah, it's a very similar story to what we've seen with Vitality. These are veterans of the game. I mean, both of G2 and Vitality competed on the world stage at Season 7. These guys have been around for a while. Obviously, the new runner, Drees, on this team has looked exceptional so far, and they've had a really tough schedule. We said how tough it was to play against Sandrock and Furia. That is a real introduction to the newer regions and the capability they have.
All I'm saying is, if Chicago puts the Santa hat topper on in-game, Tokyo Verdy are done. If he's willing to play with a topper and have that level of synergy and that level of just fun, just having a good time, I'm genuinely worried.
That's especially important for Chicago, and we've seen him have these LAN moments where he single-handedly destroyed newer regions. I remember, I have flashbacks to OCE season number 6 where CJ finally looked like he might have had his first RLCS LAN win. And then Chicago had his moment, and he just reverse swept him.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see how Tokyo Verdy come out and how they look, because I think each team gets the hype chamber buff when they get their first appearance in the hype chamber. We saw it from Furia, and we saw it from Era Eternity as well. So I'm excited to see what this Tokyo Verdy team has in store for G2.
3 goals per game they were able to put up in their region. Only 1.7 demos per game, not a very demo-heavy style from them. I'm interested to see how that matches up against a 3.3 here from G2, but I'm also fascinated by what the players had to say about each other.
本当に次はもう勝利を目指して本当にゲームをどんどん取っていかないとダメだなと思います。
Everything is on the line for us. Tokyo's weaknesses are the fact that they have no lane experience or experience against any other region. They'll make a lot of mistakes. We won't.
そうですね、今まで今回が初の RLCS なんで、それの集大成だったりとか、今回
Players sound ready to go. And in the original video where we were meeting Realize for the first time, he says that they really react strongly when they score. I'm really excited to see those reactions here in the hype chamber with more lights and more cameras pointed at them than ever before. It's time to get the votes on. We've got Tokyo Verdy. Use hashtag VE for Tokyo Verdy, hashtag G2 for G2. Yummy. Who's going to be?
They've flown a long way, and there's no way that I'm flying 30 hours to get here to not predict Tokyo Verdy. I know you guys will disagree with me, but if you don't predict Tokyo Verdy, you're monsters. I can't speak to you ever again.
Okay, Jorby, are you a monster?
You know, I can't be a monster now. I can't do that to my pal Yummy over here. So you know what? I know what you two are going to say. Yeah, I'm also picking Tokyo Verdy.
Yeah.
Tokyo Verdy. Let's see it. I want to see it pop off when they score.
Gregan, are you the monster?
I mean, I'm always happy to be a correct monster. So I'm going to be voting G2. I think it's just pretty straight to say that the experience from North America and Europe is always going to be too strong for these newer regions as they enter their first time into a tournament. Like we said, Sandrock slightly different because they've had access to European teams being close enough. But I feel like this is one of those experiences where, yes, they're going to go 0-3, but they're going to come away from it having had the best time ever and go on to do even better in the future.
Have you not seen Realize's puppy dog eyes?
He seems lovely.
It's like he's there, you're kicking him while he's down. Come on.
You haven't asked me to be nice to Realize. You've asked me to give a prediction. And that doesn't mean I dislike the person.
He said for you to not be a monster.
I said don't be a monster.
Yeah.
Gregan,
That's too hard.
I don't know. Let's Tokyo Verdy, come on. Let's do this one.
Yeah.
I'm the bad guy.
They went from 1 goal in the first series to 3 goals in the second series. That's 200% improvement in the goal participation. If that keeps up, they're up to 9 goals, I believe, in this one, which might not be enough to beat G2 still. Let's see what chat says. 51% in favor. Let's go.
Let's go, chat. All right.
They need all the energy they can get. Give them to them, chat. Let's get over to the Ford Skybox. We've got Cole and Stumpy to cast this last one. Let's see who's going home. One team. This will be their last match of the Fall Major here, driven by Ford. Let's get over to Manfield Night. G2 versus Tokyo Verdy for a spot to play tomorrow.
The O2 elimination stage of the Swiss, and while G2 may not want to be here, Tokyo Verdy, we've learned, definitely do. Stumpy, it is an honor to bring you Asia Pacific's debut on the RLCS mainstream, and my question to you, are you a monster?
There's no way that I fly 2.5 hours
oh my goodness.
to become a monster at the end. Tokyo Verdy, I am behind you every single step of the way. Sorry, G2 lol. Cole, you going to be a monster?
Absolutely not. What sort of monster would be a monster in this sort of situation?
What a monster.
This is undoubtedly, it's Tokyo Verdy's to lose. There's no two ways about it. But I mean, in all seriousness, G2, they won the most recent regional. It went to 21 games. North America's best team, potentially, but they are down here in the depths, the doldrums of the Swiss abyss. Could this be a chance for Tokyo Verdy just to kick them while they're down?
It's a chance for Tokyo Verdy to make sure that they have their impact, that's all they want. They are here to play their game. They're on the mainstream. Chat predicted 51%. They have got fans just so in admiration of what this team is representing. The fact that Asia Pacific as a region is here. They've competed on the B stream, but now we see what they can do. And the first thing they do is concede to JNAP.
Well, that didn't take very long at all. 6 seconds in, and G2 Esports have scored their first goal, but it's all a learning experience. JNAP's there getting on the end of Chicago's assist. But I mean, Tokyo Verdy, they have genuinely improved from series to series. Up against Dignitas, they were completely outclassed. Dignitas, they were styling on them. But then earlier on, in their second series, it was so much closer. They got themselves some goals, and they really did some danger to their opponents.
It's going to be G2's chance to make sure that they must be going into it. And firstly, you straight up cannot be overconfident. No matter what you think, you can't be overconfident in this game. You need to make sure that you are still playing an RLCS team when it comes into it. G2 scoring a second, the confidence will be building throughout. All that Realize said they wanted to do coming into this, it's to win once. They want that series win. It's going to be an uphill battle. Nobody here is thinking, Tokyo Verdy, that is the team that G2 will struggle to beat. The odds are so against them. For Tokyo Verdy, if they can get a couple of goals, it all counts towards that tally. And no matter what they do as well, it all feeds back into Asia Pacific. We saw previously, back in Season 3, when OCE, they managed to bring back all the knowledge they learned from LAN, and they made OCE greater. 3 seasons later, they then placed 4th. That was a massive result. Asia Pacific, it's not going to be their land this time. However, the chances are going to keep growing for them. The teams will learn. G2 at the moment, though, that Santa hat is working wonders.
Yeah, I mean, this is also going to work wonders for Dreez's confidence in particular. I mean, Jorby mentioned on the desk that he has so far been G2's best performer. This is a player that people never really seem to quite trust at the caliber of the people he regularly comes up against, which for the record, I think is incredibly unfair. Drees has never really failed, barring one or two, early struggles, which were completely expected once he joined the G2 team. So the chance for him to just come and put his stamp on some opponents, which is looking like it's going to happen, is going to get rid of any nerve jitters going forward. So if G2 were to win this series, we'll have a better G2 going forwards from there.
Any main stage experience ultimately is main stage experience. You're going to be learning how you feel when you're up there with your team colours behind you, representing that org that has been with you ultimately through thin and, through...
Thin and thick?
Thick and thin.
I mean, that's you're actually searching for the
yeah,
I
that's
thought
the
you were
one.
making like, I don't know, thin and
No, I
thick
messed
and...
it up, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Through thick and thin.
Thick and thin.
With G2 just going up there, getting a win under their belt, potentially on that main stage is going to be huge for them. With 2 minutes near enough gone, it's been a huge amount of pressure for G2 against the Verdy boys.
It has been for Tokyo Verdy. They're just about finding the pace of this series. They're going up a little bit earlier. All three of them missed that one. There could be a fourth for Drees. Here he is. It's coming in. The G2 boys, they're having some fun. Fist bumps all round. And it's another one there, as I say, for Drees. But I feel like for Tokyo Verdy, it's all about getting those little milestones. They came in against Dignitas, and they got the first RLCS goal in their region's history. It was realised with the double tap in that second game. I said on Desk they hadn't taken the lead so far. I was wrong. That gave them the lead against Dignitas. So first goal, checked off. Then in the second series, they were getting a goal every single game. That's checked off as well. And now they have to get a goal in this one. That's phase one.
The main thing for Tokyo Verdy to realise here is that they just need to keep an amount of respect for the opposition, and that's something that Verdy have in droves. They know that G2 are one of the best teams in North America. That's how they got here. North American are a top region in the RLCS, and Tokyo Verdy have got an unbelievable amount of respect for them. Every single player on that team is so happy to be sharing a stage, to be playing six-mans with them. We saw him realise his Twitter that he was saying, oh my god, I'm playing six-mans with the members of this RLCS LAN, and that's something that I like to see. What I want Verdy to do is to show that they have got more than just sitting back on defense. I want them to attack. I want them to show how they have dominated the Asia-Pacific region, because that's how they got here. There were some really good teams that they came up against. Pulse is not easy to beat. A double save coming out from Realize, and Tenhao coming in to contribute.
There we go. These are the moments that you wait for. Realize nobody can take that brilliant double save against G2 Esports away from him. That is locked in, part of his history, part of his region's history as well. This is a region, the players, when it was announced on that brilliant official stream that all of this was happening in the 21-22 season, that we were going to have more regions, that we were going to have this LAN, we were going to have everything that we were announced. Wait a minute, there could be a chance for Realize. They called each other at 2 a.m. local time to say, wake up, we are included in the RLCS. This is our chance to make history, and that's what they are on that stage right now doing, even if they do end up losing, which is probably going to happen, but it's fine.
5-0 for G2. This first game going incredibly well for them. Tokyo Verdy yet to get on the scoreboard and score their 5th goal of this tournament. Realize just can't quite get his nose to it. 1 minute 20 for a chance for them to be scoring in this first game. As we said, it will be rough, but this is their chance. If you are in chat and you want to be supporting the Tokyo Verdy boys, we want you to spam YA-M. YA space M. That essentially translates roughly to absolutely Maru. That's what he wanted to see. I imagine there are so many Japanese Rocket League fans in chat right now already spamming it. But if you want to be getting involved and you voted for them at 51%, YA space M. Get spamming. When they watch the VOD back, you want to be in there making them proud.
And then it left, and so far Tokyo Verdy have had one really good chance. That's really, really good there from Tenhao, the double flip reset, approaching the G2 Esports goal. And they have had these pockets of pressure and times where they are attacking the G2 Esports goal, looking somewhat likely that they're going to be able to do something. Oh, there's a really interesting chance there from G2. It could be a stylish goal if they can sink this one. Will there be anyone following up? No, that's better. Better defending from Tokyo Verdy. Yeah. They're starting to read these G2 Esports infield passes.
I mean, in the first game versus Dignitas, I think it was 7-0, I believe, in the first match. I think it ends up being 2-1 for the final game. Like, they weren't necessarily winning them by any stretch of the imagination, but a 2-1 versus Dig? You take that every single day of the week, getting those goals and making sure it does get tighter and tighter. This will not be a blowout for every single game, I hope, but Drees up for the double, can't quite get it. Instead, an unfortunate double tap in the back of the net from Maru. And to be honest, I'm seeing a couple of parallels here. G2 7-0 in game number 1.
Ah, I see what you're saying. Okay, that sounds good. It's unfortunate there for Maru with the own goal with 22 seconds left, but they're always getting closer to getting able to make those saves and be there at the last second. So we've got 22 seconds left for Tokyo Verdy to get their first ever goal on the mainstream in the RLCS. There's Maru. It's to the backboard, but it's saved by mean old G2. Tenhal goes up. Here's Realize to the backboard. Who's following up? Realize he's got the mechanics to do some damage against G2 Esports. Not quite able to there, and it seems that G2 Esports, defending with every inch of their lives, are going to be able to claw away this 7-0 victory at the end. But Tokyo Verdy there, it's knocked away.
Clawing away that victory as if they are the monsters that we're making them out to be. Touch for JNaps to the backboard, isn't able to do it. G2 Esports taking game number 1 in that first main stage game for Tokyo Verdy. Not too many surprises, ultimately, but JNaps sitting very pretty at the top of the table. A lot of the orange bars very, very heavily in the way of G2. Going to be having one of the longest highlight reels I think we're going to be seeing for a while.
Especially for putting player reactions in there as well. We're going to be here absolutely all day. I mean, I have a question for you, Stumpy.
Shoot.
For G2 Esports, they've lost their first 2 series. They've seriously disappointed. I mean, that has to stretch the team dynamic just somewhat because this is what they've been working towards all of these months. A match like this, where they can really have some fun and really do some damage to their opponents, does that just put the feel-good factor back to them, the pep back in their step?
I want you to look at that middle player right now, not that one, the other one.
Yeah.
Who was wearing...
A hat one.
A hat.
A hat.
A hat of the Santa variety.
Oh, good
Christmas. Do you think that these guys are having fun based on that?
I mean,
based on that hat?
Hat-based banter is always something I can approve of. You know, I've been to LANs wearing the light bulb hat, which probably gets in the people's behind me eyes.
Hate
Sorry.
it so much.
Why do you hate my hat so much?
I think it's just gaudy, but that is beautiful. That's
Yeah,
like a
that's
proper
fun.
Santa hat that's got proper fluff around the edges as well. I admire the clear effort that's gone into it. Quite frankly, I'm upset at Drees, I'm upset at JNaps,
Yeah, I
but
was
not
wondering
wearing
that.
elf hats maybe. That would have been a fun little step. Maybe one with a little bell on it, so when they score a goal, they can go a ding-a-ling-ling.
Do we have anyone at DreamHack that can deliver G2 a little ding-a-ling-a-ling?
No, but we do have some people at DreamHat.
Ah, very good indeed. Well, we approach game number 2, Forbidden Temple, Tokyo Verdy. I mean, you know, it's all matching up. This could be their map. This is where they're going to take the fight to G2 Esports. I'm desperate for this team to get themselves a goal.
The 5th goal of the tournament we're all hoping for. I'm sure chat is spamming Yar space M. Getting there, absolutely Maru's out, but a touch high in the box does lead a chance for JNaps onto the backboard for the double. Very well defended by Tenhal. Drees chance then to go to the corner again. Realised to dribble it past one member of G2, but yet another monster is waiting there for him. Not the ball coming in, but Tenhal keeping it secure at the back.
Tenhal, who stayed really solid there for that save, he has gone on record as saying that Envy's missed is somebody he looks up to, somebody that he considers the best, which just goes to show that they really are playing against people that they watch week in, week out. They've been watching these players, they've grown up with them, as we all have. Tokyo Verdy are now sharing this pitch with them, and they've survived the first 52 seconds. That is a lot better than they did in game number 1. The improvements continue.
G2 Esports securing that goal in game number 2 on Forbidden Temple. Chance though for Tokyo Verdy to still be getting one of their own. Great bump. Chicago is knocked away from that ball. Drees now on the right wall. Can go central with a lot of boost. He can do damage here, but Realize touching to the ceiling. Great defense from him. Maru to work his way around JNaps. Unable to. Chicago with a great mid-boost grab, then sends it over towards Drees, who goes high. The speed very much in favor of G2 here, but Tenhal winning that race to the skies.
I think what this really showcases as well, and it's going to sound silly, is just how good these pro players are. If you've got a mate that's Diamond 2, and every time you play with him or her, they're completely styling on you, they would be styled on by people in Grand Champ, right? Any one of us, most of us watching this right now, if we come up against Tokyo Verdy, we would be absolutely decimated. And yet even then, with all their scrims, all the hours they put in, all the dedication they put towards their craft, they come over here to players that have been doing it for a little bit longer, and there's a little bit more money in it, there's better scouting networks, etc., where Tokyo Verdy and the region are trying to get. There's still so much for them to learn.
2 minutes have now gone, and Tokyo Verdy are holding on to just that 1-0 deficit. A much, much better performance for them in this second game. Chicago, though, trying to cause double damage as Maru is removed from the pitch. Drees removes Tenhal. Utterly cruel. A monstrous attack, but wide from Drees. Tenhau in for the double save. Can JNabs go to the ceiling and get one here? Does get the reset, sends it central, but Realize manages to clear the ball away past halfway.
Yeah, past halfway, and a good pass as well to Maru. He puts one into the center. JNabs is going to be underneath it and can just boom it towards Chicago. It tries to redirect, but it's only as far as Tokyo Verdy. They're looking so much more in sync with this series. They're dictating the pace as well. As Tenhau comes in, JNabs is closed down. This could be a chance. Here's Maru! Maru scores it! Tokyo Verdy have their first ever goal on the main broadcast. In this studio, they're going crazy.
What an opportunity taken by Maru on the open net. The demo comes in. They have drawn themselves level alongside the titans of G2 Esports. Suddenly, Cole, it's not all fun and games on the right-hand side of the screen.
Is that Chicago removing his hat? He's starting to take this one a bit more seriously as Tokyo Verdy continue to put on the pressure. There's a good demo, but JNabs has missed the ball. Shaken by Tokyo Verdy, who genuinely are looking so much better from game to game.
G2 clearly seeing Tokyo Verdy as a threat now, seeing as they're managing to get a couple of demos on them because that defense has improved by miles considering how the first game ended up going. The double commit though in defense, not ideal. Realize to the skies, that boy is mechanical, that boy is magic, but that boy is stopped on his way.
Yeah, he's not used to having players go up to close him down as quickly as G2 Esports are when they're in defense, but he's going to have those moments. And this is the former freestyler. Back in 2016, he was signed by Pulse Clan. He is capable of doing pretty much anything mechanically, and Tokyo Verdy are capable of making so many saves. They are defending with their lives. Drees can't put it away either. Maru towards Tenhau, and Tokyo Verdy will go again.
Tenhau to the skies. Is he able to get it over JNabs? Yes, he is. In for the double. Realize can't quite get there though before it's tipped high onto the nose of Chicago. The bottom corner open. I see out the corner of my eye Shogun giving us a double thumbs down. I think we're all feeling that way.
Yeah, Chicago has just put his Santa hat back on. Between the ball touching his car and going into the goal, he was like, okay, I can take my headphones off, put the Santa hat back on, put the headphones back on, then fist bump my teammates. There's a lot of movement going on there on the G2 Esports desk, but they're ahead.
It's still only a 1-goal difference, however, and going into the final 80 seconds of the game, it's a chance for Tokyo Verdy to just make sure that they know they are not out of it just yet. Maru, stopped by Chicago on his way through. Realize taking his time, and I love that idea. Can he get the pinch? Drees able to block him in the corner. Pinched long though by Chicago. That far rotation back finds Drees to the backboard. Tenhau and Realize having a dispute of who should take it. Instead it gets pinched onto the corner. JNabs now up into the center. It's a lot of G2 offense, but it's a hell of a lot of Tokyo Verdy defense.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I would say about their defense is that despite this probably being a faster series than they've ever played in their entire lives, oh my god, wait a minute! Let's realize there was a miss from G2 Esports. We have parity.
Under 40 seconds left, and everyone is feeling electric all of a sudden. The fake from Maru leaves it open for Realize, then send it underneath. G2 Esports, sweat dripping down the brow of those gentlemen. Tokyo Verdy, they have got blood in the water. Chance for Tenhau, but instead JNabs to get it out of the way.
Realize is going to close this one down. 30 seconds remaining. Tokyo Verdy still well in this one. G2 Esports trying to make that not the case. There's Maru, around the corner, he attempts to go. There's Tenhau, they've got some boost. What can they do with it? This one's going to fall to G2 Esports in the midfield. They're winding something up. Chicago, does he pre-jump? No, he doesn't. Instead, leaves Drees to go for it, who gets it to the backboard, but Tenhau defending on the backboard, something which in the Asian region often they neglect to do. So again, another thing they've learned there, realize the flip reset, but it's just going to go to the side.
Chance for an overtime in game number 2, but Tenhau up, Realize with a chance. Chicago intercepts so vitally. Game number 2. Forbidden Temple may well be where dreams are made for Verdy.
Who saw this coming? Going to overtime in the second. Maru's going to have to close that one down as quickly as possible. He doesn't, but it just goes to Realize, who's just desperate for a little bit more boost to play with to showcase his own mechanics. Tenhau is just making sure that even if a G2 card does hit this ball next, it will not find its way into the goal, and that's what Tokyo Verdy have been doing excellently. Now they have some control. Here's Realize again. He gets the flip reset.
No.
Could there be a bump going towards the player on the ball? Not quite this time.
A couple of nerves starting to show. I'd imagine Realize hits them so frequently when he plays. We've seen it when he's been playing in Asia Pacific. Just that time, a touch too far. JNabs in the back corner. Realize charging him down, but with nobody up, Drees is able to take it past the midfield line. Challenges Tenhau in the corner. Drees going for bumps and demos, trying to break that backline defense that has stopped G2 in their tracks. Tenhau to Realize in the corner. An unfortunate miss, and now Chicago with Drees can take control of this ball. The offense for G2 beginning again.
Oh, this could be the heartbreaking moment. There's a miss from Chicago at the near post. Tokyo Verdy get away with it. G2 Esports somehow don't put it away. Maybe this time they do, but no, it's another brilliant save. They just keeping that ball out, knocking it away. Tenhau to the skies. It's going to be closed down by Chicago and Drees combining again. Another infield pass read from Maru. He misses his next shot, but it sets Tenhau up.
On from the backboard, Chicago able to get it away, but with Realize blocking that midway line, becoming impenetrable is the blue half. Drees from his backboard finds JNAPS in the skies, up for the double, but Realize is there.
What a read, and then what a follow-up as well. How on earth has Realize read that one falling? More defending to do, as there has been pretty much this entire game. JNAPS to the corner, he doesn't back Tenhau to get the ring, he doesn't. Realize does, maybe a bundle home, not this time. Realize into the corner with Drees, here comes Tenhau. Chicago's up against him. Tenhau dunks it to the center. Realize bips it past him. This really could be an opportunity.
Drees, though, does manage to get it past the halfway line again. Finds JNAPS, but Tenhau blocking the net. Still in overtime. 2 minutes have elapsed. Realize trying to bump Chicago out the air. Drees up for one. There for the double. Does miss. Chicago shoots. Only hits Tenhau's Fennec.
It's JNAPS. He winds one up this time from the ceiling, but Realize knows exactly what he's attempting. There's no backboard defense, but Tenhau, look at the composure to slow that down. The comms are still good. They're still talking to each other in each other's ears, telling themselves when they have time and when they need to rush. No double commits at all. Just beautiful team play from Tokyo Verdy, but maybe this is the moment it all ends. Drees puts it away, and G2 Esports, 2.5 minutes into overtime, take game 2.
That is such a stark contrast from how we saw game number 1 go. It was 7-0 in that first one. Forbidden Temple, though, granted us a 2.5 minute overtime. 2 goals against the legends of G2 Esports and a lot of defensive plays that, to me, felt so godly from them.
11 saves between Tenhau and Maru, and the absolute legend Realize no saves. He doesn't want to make any saves. He'll leave his teammates to do that. He just wants to go forward and get himself on that score sheet, as he did once, as Maru did once. But I mean, look at that. It's just everything we wanted to see now. We want to see these players shout and have their moment. That game, getting it to overtime, is already one of those moments, one of those milestones that I talked about.
Gigantic accomplishment from Tokyo Verdy, but G2 now sit on that very, very crucial...
Shaking the hat.
Yeah, they need this next game. They can go 3-0. Orb is waiting with Shad to hear some thoughts.
Everything is fine, right, guys? Everything is fine? G2 still, yep, Tokyo's pushing the limits. It's okay, though. Standing here with Shad from Team Complexity. You guys just beat Envy. What was the feeling? What did you guys need to do to beat Envy?
¿Qué se sintió ganarle a Envy? ¿Qué necesitábamos para ganarle a Envy?
Bueno, primero que nada, hola a todos. Nada, se sintió algo increíble. Yo creo que lo que tuvimos que hacer básicamente fue mantener la calma, ya que todos los de Envy estuvieron jugando muy bien. Atomic y Mist son una dupla impresionante y aparte Turbo estuvo jugando muy bien. Entonces lo que tuvimos que hacer fue básicamente mantener la calma y tratar de dar el 100 en todo momento.
Well, first of all, hello everyone. And he is saying that the best thing about this is that he had to keep calm. Turbo was playing super good and the rest of the other teams were playing at the same level. So they have to stay calm because otherwise they will lose control about the game.
I mean, I could hear you guys shouting and screaming when you guys won. We love the passion down here in the Swiss Abyss. Now, the question is, what is it going to take for you guys to go all the way to playoffs?
¿Qué necesitamos para llegar a los playoffs?
Ok, yo creo que lo que debemos hacer es dar el 100, hasta mucho más, porque necesitamos jugar bien contra todos estos equipos que clasificaron, que pudieron clasificar. Yo creo que todos los que están acá son demasiado buenos. Entonces, básicamente lo que tenemos que hacer nosotros es en todo momento estar jugando bien durante la serie, mantener la calma, como hoy lo pudimos hacer. Y nada, levantarse bien, con ánimo ese día, para darlo todo y unas horas antes jugar lo necesario.
Well, basically, we have to give 100% for this coming round, and all the players are really good, and all the teams are really good. So we have to be at the same level as them, and for that, they will have to be really calm, rested, of course, and we'll have to keep having the same mindset up.
We're excited to see where Complexity is going to end up. Thank you guys so much for joining us. Now the question is, G2 versus Tokyo. Is my beloved G2 going to go all the way, or is Tokyo going to rattle everything up? All right, let's send it back to the guys at the casting desk. Guys, take it away.
An absolutely beautiful interview there from Shad. Thank you so much, Orb. And I'm sorry that, according to the desk, you are a monster if you are rooting against Tokyo Verdy. I thought you were a lovely guy, but now we know better. We all know better. I mean, Stumpy, Complexity got through against Envy there in a long old overtime, and Tokyo Verdy earned one of their own against G2.
Yeah, going through in Game 5 did Complexity. Congratulations to them. Tokyo Verdy, they're hoping this goes into that Game 5 with G2. All their eyes are shutting it down here and now. Finish it in 3. Brilliant start for them. JNaps securing 1 goal in just 10 vital seconds.
I mean, it may well be a sign that we're going to revert back to how we were in Game 1 with the early bump, the early demo, and the early goal for G2 Esports. But Tokyo Verdy have already left so much on the line. They will be absolutely mentally shattered at this point. So anything they can get from this game number 3 will be a cause for celebration. I mean, maybe they will straight away. Here's Tenhao to the ceiling. JNaps just got in there underneath into the backboard.
It's their potential final game at their first ever RLCS LAN. They are going to be hyped. They need to see what they can do. Show off what the Asia-Pacific region is capable of. Maru with 100 boost gets punted away from that ball, though, by Chicago. Maru, though, to the backboard, finds Tenhao. What a block from the defender of G2, though.
Realize is still up there playing in front of the ball, desperate to beat G2 to it, showing that he can hang with the pace of this series. It's flicked into the side there. Tenhao is up. It's still looking like a proper game, this one. You know, this is competitive. 50 seconds in. Tokyo Verdy spreading out the pitch well. They are taking some demos, looking a little bit static in defense perhaps, and G2 have sensed that, but realized what a save. He got none in the last game, but there's a big one for him in this one.
Brilliant block, using the momentum from going from the sidewall just to cover the net at every angle, because that was going in, and it would have been spectacular if it did. Tokyo Verdy, they don't want to be styled on. They want to do some styling themselves.
Yeah, they do, and they are more than capable of it. Some of the best mechanical players in the region realize, of course, the epitome of that. Desperate to show what they can do. Realize into the middle. It's knocked away by JNaps. Tenhao is up. Another clean touch to the backboard with him as well. Following it up. Dries is showing his opponent some respect here, and because of that, he's lost it. Tenhao bundles his way all the way through. But Chicago was rotating back really well. But look at the space that Tokyo Verdy have got. G2 sets up Maru, but it's saved on the goal line.
Bit of a safe shot coming out from Maru in the end. It goes dead center of the net. They weren't quite confident that they were even going to get that pass coming in. Ends up being a little bit weak, but the idea is there again from Realize up to Maru. But Chicago, he's an AI. He's learned what they fancied.
Chicago now booms it into the center to Realize, to the backboard. He's so good at these reads. Scored so many of them. His first goal here at this tournament was a vicious double tap against Dignitas. Just got so much in their locker of these players. The G2 somewhat toying with their food for a little while, just trying to get that final pass, but Tokyo Verdy, they're spreading out so well on the pitch and defending so diligently.
G2 right now are basically going 2v3 at Tokyo Verdy with demos chucked in as well. With a man at the back, they can afford to just keep committing, going over and over again. And look how far away some of these players are. It doesn't matter for G2. I'm not criticizing at all. They're winning a series. They're doing what they need to do. But Tokyo Verdy, with few chances to work their way past that halfway line, G2 are absolutely making it as hard as they can, and tactically, they are making the absolute right decisions, especially after that Game 2 scare.
Yeah, absolutely no sense of styling. I've got to say, after that goal at 10 seconds or so, I was starting to fear the worst for this third game, but that's really not how it shaped out. G2 Esports maybe not playing 100%, but Tokyo Verdy forcing them, daring them to play 100%, saying, overcommit, we dare you. We have the ability to put this ball in the orange goal. Look at the reads from Tenhao on the side. A double commit from G2. Realize just stays so disciplined in the goal line and charges it forward.
Great touchdown as well. Nearly finds Realize, but as JNaps beats out Maru, it's all on Tenhao out the back. With 100 boost, he sees the backboard, but Chicago out for blood. Realize finds the backboard. Dries now battling in the corner. Maru up for one on the open net.
He's done it!
He gets an equalizer.
There it is, Maru putting that one in. It was lofted to him from the center. None of the G2 Esports players could get back. There was JNAPS, there was Chicago coming from the right and the left, and they did push too far forward, and Tokyo Verdy punished them.
Taking one of the rare chances Tokyo Verdy are offered and slamming it home. G2 Esports find themselves at level pegging with a team they must consider themselves utterly superior to.
Now let's talk milestones. They got their first goal. They got their first overtime. Now can they get their first game in this tournament? This could be the chance to set it up. A G2 double commit. Falls out to Dries, he just tries to slow things down, but there's a pass from Tenhao to Maru, but he turns it down. Didn't think that he could get there in the end, he puts it back into the center, realize shoots, Dries charges it down, and Tokyo Verdy, they have to show that discipline still to not overcommit.
We enter the final minute with these two teams absolutely level pegging. Chicago from the backboard finds Dries in the midfield, but Tenhao is back to save it away. 30 boost on that right wall. Will it be found by Realize? It falls down. It falls to Chicago.
Oh, I thought he had the save. It was so close. The read was almost perfect. Tenhao was dunked by Dries, and then JNAPS won that race. He's done that so many times. It was a dunk on the goal line. Maru actually had the read. A brilliant effort, but G2 Esports too strong on attack.
40 seconds remaining, 1 goal separating these teams, Cole. They're on that upward trend, hoping that they can win their first game. They will battle their hearts out in the final 30 seconds against one of North America's titans. Even if they don't get a game, they've got so much to be proud of.
Here comes Maru, who puts it in to an open net, maybe, no! It's squeezed into the post towards Realize. 20 seconds left for Tokyo Verdy to force a second overtime in a row. Tenhao up, he beats his opponent to the ball. Now here comes Realize up against Chicago. He gets a couple of touches from the crossbar, not the crossbar, the ceiling. Here's Maru, but it's beaten. He's beaten to it. Looks like time's running out.
5 seconds until G2 Esports goes through in the competition and knock Tokyo Verdy down. Realize near final moments of this game. Up for the second. Dries with the block. Tenhao, right-hand side wall as the ball touches the floor. G2 Esports win, and Tokyo Verdy proudly bow out of their first RLCS LAN.
The man in the center hat, the Santa hat in the center, offers all the fist bumps in the world again to his teammate. There's Safi behind him. He was saying that G2 wouldn't make any mistakes, but Tokyo Verdy made G2 make mistakes. Make no doubt about that. They got themselves a bunch of goals. I think it was 3 goals in total in that, and they earned each and every one of them. It is a proud performance from Tokyo Verdy. Unfortunately, though, this will be the end of their run.
I don't want to just say Tokyo Verdy were good for the sake of it. I want to say it and mean it. And I can say that getting a Game 2 overtime at 2-all versus G2 Esports is gigantic. You don't come into these competitions as your first time here and win them straight out. You don't always win a game. Tokyo Verdy has proven that, but what they have won is the hearts and the minds of every single person watching. Asia Pacific is a region to keep an eye out for at future events.
If chat isn't just filled with love heart emojis right now, then I don't even know what we're doing as an esport, people. Come on, share the love as much as we all can. They deserve it 100%. But so did G2 Esports, such a good team, and they did what had to be done.
G2 Esports going through with a 3-0 is exactly what they needed. Going through in this competition, you need as much confidence as you can. Doing that on a main stage as well, they've now had a couple of appearances there. They're going to be getting into the rhythm of sitting with a coach behind them, of being on these stages.
Santa, like, it genuinely is a sign they're relaxing.
Yeah, and having those opportunities to have the lights, you know, all around you, when you score a goal, when you win, to have colours flash up from the floor and just surrounding you, it's something to desensitize yourself to the situation. G2 Esports take the dub over Asia Pacific sweethearts of Tokyo Verdy. Desk, everybody over there, there's so much love to grant these players.
Tokyo Verdy put the work in, got themselves here, and put up 3 wonderful competitions, competitive moments there, but ultimately they will be going home.
Tokyo Verdy got so fast in that series. Like, that first game, you thought that was going to be what the entire story of that series would be. But then that game number 2, they were making every single save. Tenhao all of a sudden just started, he knew how to use the backboard suddenly and was getting clear after clear. And I started believing in the team. I thought they were going to win game 2.
It makes me wish, Yummy, that we were playing like a 4-round Swiss or something. Because the first series they played, they scored only 1 goal. Second series, they managed to score in every single game. This series, they managed to get their first lead. They managed to score 2 goals in a game and get to overtime. Like, this is literally like massive improvement every single time.
They've all put in the thousands of hours. They've put in the grind. They've deserved to be here. And of course, in the end, it's up against G2. They're still missing out on that experience. They've gained, obviously, a lot throughout this weekend. And I'm proud of them. I was really excited to see their journey here, and I'm sure they had a blast.
Yeah, just the experiences of being around so many great players. I mean, we've had these guys doing six-mans in the lead up to the event, and I know Realize posted a picture being like, wow, this is amazing. I'm playing with these guys right now, and the experiences these guys are getting are things they're going to cherish forever, and hopefully it will get even better as they start going to more and more events and start taking series.
I'm sorry, I was just so impressed by how Tokyo Verdy played against G2, because it's just like seeing the improvement just in the event of one tournament, because a lot of us are saying this LAN was going to be a learning experience for them to take it back to their region and improve their region as a whole, but they improved so much just being here, and I'm so impressed and so proud of those guys for doing as well.
And speaking of the APAC region as well, they are going to be so much better. They kind of came in not expecting to be here, not expecting the APAC announcement, and they scrambled to make teams. They were wishy-washy. I think we're getting a real rebuild. A lot of teams are making roster changes.
They were as surprised as the rest of the world that when their region got announced, all waking up at midnight to be like, we're in RLCS, and being like, you're pulling my leg. There's no way this is happening, right? And I mean, and it's amazing. I remember back in like season 2 or 3 of the RLCS playing at home, running into Realize, queuing US West, getting Braziled by this amazing player, and now he's here. This event has been a celebration for them, and this is only the beginning, Yummy.
There's a lot of players in APAC that are like Realize, but underrepresented or unknown. They're all starting to come together, form super teams within that region, and that's going to make them all stronger. It's going to make Tokyo Verdy stronger because they're going to have stronger competition alongside what we saw today.
Yeah, similar kind of things happening in sub-Saharan Africa. They will be getting in on the wildcard spots for Worlds. And it's these newer regions getting opportunities to start building up the professionalism in their scene, start having people commit more full-time to this as a career. Like we said, so many of these APAC players have to work alongside this. And you look at the rest of the players here, this is their full-time job. They've been doing this for years. So there's a lot of learning to be done, a lot of growth to be done. But the first step was getting them here, getting that opportunity to go on stage and telling their story. And I'm sure everybody at home has loved every moment of it.
Well, it would not be, I don't think we could let them go if it wasn't for just one more moment, but instead getting a chance to talk to Realize he's standing by with Orb.
Yes, guys, we're here with Realize. It is an unfortunate ending in the very end, but we're so happy to have you guys here. How was your experience in this LAN?
そうですね、まあ正直その1ゲームすら取ることができなかったっていうのは結構その自分としてもがっかりするっていうか、あとはそのファンの皆様にも申し訳ないなって思うんですけど、まあ本当にこういう経験をさせてくれたロケットリーグ e スポーツには本当に感謝しています。
I felt it was kind of disappointing, and I'm sorry for the fans who supported me that we were not able to grab any win during this game. But I feel very thankful for this experience and the opportunity that's offered by RLCS Esports.
Absolutely no need to be sorry. You got to remember that you're competing against the best teams in the world. And once again, we're so fortunate to have you guys here. How did your prep look like for this event? Was there any particular thing that you guys did to try to get as ready as possible for your very first RLCS LAN?
そうですね、やっぱり大会中にしっかりコミュニケーションを取るっていうことですね。いろんな大会とかのYouTube のビデオで海外のチームがすごいコミュニケーションをしっかり取ってるのを見て、それを参考にしたりしてしっかり早めのコミュニケーションを取るっていうのを試合中でやるのを練習してました。
We trained so that we communicate between each other very well. Because we watched other teams communicating very well, so we wanted to make sure that we could do that the same thing during the game.
Communication is definitely important. When we talk to a lot of pros from different teams, communication is definitely key. How was the experience being on stage, being under the lights, cameras on? Obviously very different from playing at home, like for anybody. But how was that experience?
カメラがすごく回ってる中での経験。
そうですね、こういう機会はもうなかなかないのですごい新鮮な感じだったんですけど、これからやっぱその世界の上を目指すにあたってこういう場所にしっかり対応して慣れていかないといけないなって思いました。
It was a very new experience for me. We don't get to have that kind of experience very often, but when you think about going higher in the rank in the world, I think we need to be familiar with that feeling.
How did it feel scoring on G2, the great G2 Esports? How did that feel? All right, you're scoring against one of the best teams in the world.
世界でも最も強いチームの一つに対してゴールを決めたその気持ち。
そうですね、やっぱそのすごい特別な感情っていうのが湧いてきますね。やっぱりその相手はその世界で一番強いようなチームなので、もう本当にそのなんていうんですかね、自分のロケットリーグの経験とかを全部こういう場所にそのぶつけに来てのその得点なのですごい嬉しいです。
Of course, it feels very special to win a score to one of the best team in the world, especially when we're here in the big stage to show everything that we've trained for and what we've been building up for. So it feels very special.
Well, thank you guys so much for joining me here, talking a little bit. We are excited to see you guys here next time, okay? Listen, there's a first for everything. The second time around might be the time that they dominate the scene, all right? It's all a learning experience after all. Guys, we're going to send it back to you on the desk. Please, take it away.
Orb is so right. This is the Fall Major. This is the first major of the new system of the RLCS. We have 2 more of these before a world championship. We could genuinely see a completely different situation here from APAC and from Tokyo Verdy, and even the winter major.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you to everybody from the newer regions. The support you guys have had for each other, the family vibe these regions have is unbelievable. And I'm sure the Tokyo Verdy boys are going to be going back as heroes for that region. And they're all going to be getting asked, what was it like being around all these guys? What was it like being on stage? You know, have you learned anything? Is there anything you can come back with? These guys are now the heroes of their region, and we know we're going to see them again. That team is too good in their region to not see them again.
It's so well deserved as well. I mean, they have been, as a community, working together to put on tournaments when they didn't have anything else. They put together their money. I mean, even if you look at some of these teams and the prizes that they had, they weren't playing for money. They would play for a bag of oysters or seafood or something like that, because the rules and regulations or the types of tournaments that are there, you would literally play for anything.
Yeah, esports has come a long way just in general, but for the other regions, they're literally at different stages in that same journey. It's wonderful to see that big jump here for them. So that does it for round 3 of the Swiss. We have 2 more rounds coming up here. You can see on the graphic that we are progressing through. There's a few more matches here that second from the middle. If you go over to the left, to the right, just 1. That's the rounds that are coming up tomorrow, and then there's still the blank rounds there for round 5. The one thing we haven't told you here, Sandrock Gaming versus Furia, the last match of the B stream, that was 3-1 in favor of Sandrock. So looks like Sandrock is going to be playing. Well, it says that they're playing Ground Zero there tomorrow, so they're going to do a nice little tour there. We'll see a few more excellent matches. Endpoint taking on BDS. Looks like Vitality's taking on NRG. So
wow,
man, there's quite a few more exciting ones.
Vitality, man.
Yeah,
they can't catch a break.
Envy, it looks like, is doing the tour of the North American teams there, as they'll be playing G2 next. So, man, so much coming down the line here. We're very, very excited about it.
That means that there's already a newer region guaranteed to be in the top 8 as well. Ground Zero versus Sandrock Gaming.
Exactly.
Wow.
Oh, that is incredibly exciting. Yeah, either Sandrock
That's very true.
Or Ground
They will have 2 wins. Wow. Let's go. Okay, so lots of excitement happening here. Tomorrow, though, we wrap up the Swiss, so you'll want to be here on twitch.tv/Rocket League. Also checking out our YouTube channel, Rocket League, there, so we can watch all these games happen here. Is there anything you're most excited about for tomorrow, Gregan, other than a newer region making it in? That's an obvious big one.
Yeah, I mean, well, I'll leave that one to you, Yummy, because I'm sure you'd love to talk about how long you've been waiting to see this since the Chief run back in the day. But this has just been one of those events where we've seen so many different matches. We've seen so many new experiences for the newer regions, for the players who've come back, for all of the rookies. There has just been so many new experiences in Rocket League we've been wanting all the way through the online era, and so many of them have gone close. Game 5s, Game 5 overtimes, and I think everyone at home must be having the best time ever watching all of these new matchups, and I can't wait to see how the rest of the tournament goes. We're not even halfway.
Not even halfway.
I can't wait for the rest of this.
Tomorrow's the halfway point. That is still like setting in because we've done so many 3-day events for the last 5 years. The fact that tomorrow is the halfway point, Jorby, is really special. What are you most excited about for tomorrow?
I'm excited to see how many of these newer region teams can make it into the top 8, because while Furia might have fallen to Sandrock, they could absolutely still make a play to get into the top 8. And this is a new era of Rocket League. It's not just North America and Europe anymore. The weekend has proven it. Even OCE have stepped up to the plate, and I'm excited to see
even
halfway
OCE?
point. Even OCE, Yummy.
Wow, I see how it is. I'll wait for you to get a top 4 one day. But anyway, we had 2 victories yesterday for the newer regions. Today, 5 series wins for the new region. I only predicted 4. It was actually more than I predicted, and I'm the biggest believer in those regions. So tomorrow, it's only going to add up further and further and further as they all start taking away the spots that NA thought that they were meant to have.
The day continues, the tournament rolls on, and the Swiss is nearly done. It's almost time for the bracket. We got one more day of competition to get to. Thank you for watching today, for Sonics, for DreamHack, for ESL, for everybody here that helped make this show possible, for the casting team and for the players. Thank you for watching the Rocket League Championship Series Fall Major, driven by Ford here. New Mustangs in the shop. It's in there today. Go get them. Go buy yourself some esports decals while you're at it, too. We'll see you tomorrow. Don't go anywhere.
It's me, hero of horsepower. Make way for our all-electric rocketeer, top-tier tactician, elite rotator, all-star muscle car, your champion.
You lift me off of the ground. I close my eyes and I wait for the come down. I used to live in the now. Now I'm wiser to think